Chapter 76. According to the usual practice, the elites who entered the mansion battle would rest on the island for 3 days. After 3 days, the elite team would enter the Netherworld Island and begin their massacre. During these 3 days, Yi Qinghan stayed in his room to train. Under the huge pressure, Yi Qinghan did not dare to relax. On one hand, he trained day and night, cultivating his battle chi to increase his realm. On the other hand, he trained in the life-saving shadow step. Before arriving at the Yu clan, he had opened up all the meridians in his body, condensed his Dan Tian, and stepped into the first level of the general realm. After reaching the first level of the general realm, training was mainly to accumulate a large amount of battle chi and compress it into liquid form, storing it in the Dan Tian. This training was a vast and tedious process. If the Dan Tian was a wine bottle, then his current training was to fill the wine bottle with chi and compress it into a drop of water. Continuously filling the bottle with chi and compressing it into water, until the wine bottle was filled with water. Moreover, the Dan Tian became firm and wide under the warm pressure of the water. Finally, it completely combined with the acupoints in the Dan Tian and reached the peak of the general realm. This seemed easy. As long as he trained every day, he would reach the peak of the general realm sooner or later. However, Yi Qinghan did not relax at all because there was a strange beast in his body. When this beast was weak, it did not absorb battle chi and only ate magic crystals. Now that it had reached the growth stage, it did not eat magic crystals and only absorbed battle chi. Moreover, as time passed, it absorbed more and more battle chi. Therefore, Yi Qinghan's daily training was basically only enough for the beast to absorb battle chi. There was not much left. Therefore, in these 3 days, other than continuing to practice releasing battle chi from the sole of his feet, he spent the rest of his time accumulating battle chi. The battle was about to begin. If he ran out of ammunition during the battle, he would really die. Training in Shadow Step required the release of battle chi from the sole of his feet. Because he had experience in releasing battle chi, he had already succeeded. He only needed to be proficient in using it. Dong dong dong. Yi Qinghan was awakened by the knocking on the door. He turned to look at the door and stopped his training. He got out of bed, stretched, and opened the door. "Young master, it's time to go. Miss Wu asked me to call you out." It was Yi Shisan with a plain square face outside the door. 3 days have passed? Yi Qinghan slapped his forehead. He had been cultivating day and night, causing his sense of time to be a little confused. He felt that 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. After washing up as fast as he could, Yi Qinghan changed his clothes and followed Yi Shisan out. In the hall, Yi Qingwu and Yi 17 were sitting quietly. Outside the hall, Yi Qinghan walked over. Standing up, Yi Shisan blinked and smiled without saying anything. Yi Qingwu wrinkled her cute nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "Let's go. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. We'll gather in the square later." After listening to the guardian elder's explanation, we'll set off for Nether Island. Yi Qinghan was a little ashamed as he looked at Yi Qingwu, who still had a fiery red body. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes, let's go." The 4 of them walked out of the hall. The Death God team was already waiting outside the gate of the West Court. Yi Qinghan looked at Dongfeng Nangong and the other 4 who were standing in the Death God team. He nodded at them with a smile and waved his hand to signal them to go. The square next to the teleportation array was already full of people. It was a large crowd, but except for a small number of people who were gathered together, the rest were standing in neat rows in the square. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes slightly. Among the people who were talking and laughing, he saw the strong Feng Zi, the flowers and plants that were more beautiful than women, and Yu Qingqing who still looked like a white lotus with her face covered. He also saw the handsome Long Shui. However, when he saw the elegant Shui Wuhan with the folding fan in his hand and the gray eyes, an invisible murderous aura surged from his body. Ever since he entered Dragon City, this guy had been avoiding meeting him. It seemed that after entering Battle Island, he had no scruples and was not afraid of meeting Yi Qinghan. "Brother Han." Yi Qinghan and the others appeared in the square and attracted everyone's attention. Feng Zi shouted from afar and waved at him. However, when he saw Yi Qingwu who was standing beside Yi Qinghan, his body obviously stiffened. He looked at Yi Qingwu with a fiery gaze and didn't even look at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingwu's hot clothes outlined her curvaceous figure. Together with the pure smile on her face, she successfully attracted the attention of all the men on the scene. It also made Yu Qingqing's pure black eyes shrink. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan's gaze swept to a tall and beautiful girl beside Long Shui. She held a cyan long sword in her hand and had a heroic look on her face. Seeing this girl standing together with Long Shui, He easily guessed her identity. Just as he was about to introduce Jianghu to everyone, the girl beside Long Shueishui unexpectedly opened her mouth first. Unexpectedly, the woman next to Long Shuelu was the first to speak. She revealed a friendly smile and said, "Younger sister Jianghu, I didn't expect you to come too. Did your old man agree?" Jianghu ignored everyone's fiery gaze and walked straight to the girl's side. She affectionately held the girl's hand and her cute nose twitched. She said coquettishly, "Big sister Sinan, with you here, why would I be afraid of those demons and barbarians? Who can stop your dragon cry sword? Hee little girl, don't be afraid of flattery. If you want me to protect you, just follow me." The tall girl smiled and pinched Jianghu's delicate nose. Her expression was very natural and she had a graceful temperament as she looked around. "That won't do. I want to help my family's old man and look after my family's little Han." Jianghu smiled tenderly and her chest trembled, causing everyone's eyes to flicker. Everyone heard the conversation between the two girls and understood each other's identity. Feng Zi and the others sighed inwardly and lowered their heads in shame. They had long heard of Jianghu's great name. Not only because of Qingyo's precious granddaughter's terrifying cultivation, but also because Jianghu dared to angrily scold Tu Qianjun in front of the divine general of the divine city. Jianghu's cultivation level of 6th on the earth roll made them feel extremely ashamed. Moreover, Jianghu's fiery temper also made them slightly restrain their originally unbridled gazes. Occasionally, when they inadvertently swept a glance at her, their gazes became slightly fiery. Qinghan, on the other hand, confirmed the identity of the tall and handsome woman. Long Sinan, Dragon Bastard's only daughter. She was 29 years old and unmarried. Her strength was only slightly inferior to that of Yi Dao's back then. She was at the peak of the Duke tier, the undisputed first on the earth roll, and the leader of the younger generation. At this moment, Qinghan finally understood why that short old man named his daughter Long Sinan. He was practically raising his daughter as a man. However, although this girl looked valiant and heroic on the surface, she had a different temperament of a mature woman. Qinghan greets Miss Sinan. Qinghan thought quickly in his mind. After confirming her identity, he smiled and cupped his hands in salute. "You're too polite. Some time ago, I heard that my little sister Qingqing had chosen a good husband and had always wanted to meet him. I'm very satisfied to see you today." Long Sinan pulled Qingqing's hand and looked at Qinghan with a smile. It was obvious that she was cheering for Qingqing. "This is Miss Qingqing's favor." Qinghan is ashamed. Qinghan rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with some embarrassment. "He's ashamed?" Feng Zi's eyes were blazing as she watched from the side. She curled her lips and was about to say "ashamed my ass," but when she saw Qinghan's cold gaze sweeping over like lightning, she quickly stopped and said, very ashamed, very ashamed? I don't care about what happened in the past. If my sister Qingqing is wronged in the future, Qinghan, I'll get even with you." Long Sinan pretended not to hear Feng Zi's words. She only lovingly stroked Qingqing's hair and said softly, "Sister." Qingqing lowered her head and shook Long Sinan's hand, indicating that she should stop talking. Qinghan didn't know how to answer. He laughed dryly and felt a little embarrassed. Buzz. At this time, there was a sudden air-piercing sound in the square. Everyone immediately stopped talking and looked up. A man in gray stood in the air above the square. He had white hair and a white beard. On his aged face, a pair of gray eyes were shining with dazzling light. It was the Guardian Elder that Qinghan met when he just entered the battle island. "Greetings, Guardian Elder." Except for Qinghan's group, everyone present knelt on one knee. Qinghan's group also bowed and shouted in a deep voice. "Dispense with the formalities. Today all the elite teams will enter the Nether Island. I represent the House of Ares to send you off. I'll also tell you the relevant rules. First, all the elites are not allowed to kill each other. Once discovered, they will be killed without mercy. Second, once you enter the Nether Island, you must not leave the island for 3 years. After 3 years, you will be transported to the Battle Island. Third, you are not allowed to collude with the Outer Palace. Once discovered, you will be killed without mercy. Fourth, you will obtain points. After killing the enemy, take his ring and put it on the ring on your hand. The ring will absorb the enemy's ring and automatically record the points. Alright, let's go." The Guardian Elder quickly finished speaking and then waved his hand. Suddenly, there was a burst of colorful light in the north of the square. A huge teleportation formation slowly appeared on the square. Looking at the huge teleportation formation, everyone's face became solemn. Their eyes were burning with a monstrous fighting spirit. They stepped firmly and orderly toward the teleportation formation. The huge teleportation formation shook 10 times. The 10,000 densely packed people in the square disappeared. The square that was a little crowded just now suddenly became empty. Sigh, I wonder how many people will die this time. The guardian elder looked at the empty square and sighed deeply. A trace of gloominess flashed in his gray eyes. Chapter 77. A white light flashed. This time, due to the close distance, Yi Qinghan didn't feel dizzy and ringing in his ears like when he was teleported from Dragon City to Battle Island. He only blinked his eyes and the scenery in front of him changed. In front of him was a strange place. They were teleported to the foot of a tall mountain. It was a flat and wide grassland. There was a small river not far away, and a large herd of antelopes and buffaloes were drinking water by the river. The grassland was lush and unknown wildflowers were blooming everywhere. The scenery was very beautiful. Everyone. Long Seinen's heroic and majestic voice sounded, disturbing everyone's mood of enjoying the scenery. When everyone looked at her, she pointed at the mountain and smiled. Let's enter the temporary base camp and settle down first. We'll have a pre-war meeting later. I'll give you a detailed introduction of the situation of Nether Island, and then we can decide on our future path. What do you think? I agree. Yu Qingqing was the first to nod, but she looked at Yi Qinghan. Agree. Yi Qinghan saw Yi Qingwu looking at him, and knew that she had given him the right to decide. Long Sainan, with her strength at the peak of the Marquis Realm list, was undoubtedly the strongest among the 10,000 elites present. Furthermore, the rumors about her in the House of Ares were similar to her strange name. She could compete with men and she was better than them. Her strength and wisdom indeed made countless men blush with shame. As the only daughter of House Master Long, she must have seen most of the top-secret information in the House Master's database. Since she proposed to hold a pre-war meeting for everyone, it would only be beneficial for everyone. Therefore Yi Qinghan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Agree. Long Seinen's proposal was immediately agreed by everyone. It seemed that this woman who was not inferior to men had a high prestige among the crowd. However, among the 10,000 elites of the House of Ares, the 5 major families in Dragon City accounted for 2/3. The young masters of the 5 major families all trusted and liked Long Sainan very much. The rest of the elites were also inextricably linked with the 5 major families. This result seemed to be accidental, but also inevitable. Everyone began to quickly walk towards the temporary base camp halfway up the mountain. This temporary base camp was set up by the Divine Battle Abode after countless prefecture battles. There were a lot of simple bamboo buildings in the base camp. Although they were very simple, they were still habitable. After experiencing countless mansion wars, countless sentries and simple mechanisms were set up in the surroundings so that they could be alerted in advance if anyone approached. Team 1 be on guard. Team 2 and Team 3 clean up the barracks. Team 4 and Team 5, go hunt for food and cook. Long Sainan was obviously used to commanding troops. She skillfully instructed her subordinates to get busy. This time Dragon City had sent a total of 1,000 people. Some of them were Dragon City's own people, while others were temporary additions. Long Sainan obviously didn't order the rest of the family's elites, and the elite teams formed from various places. The others also consciously rested on the spot, not wanting to add to the chaos. The efficiency of 1,000 people was very high. In less than an hour they had already tidied up the temporary base camp. The captains of the various elite teams let their people return to their assigned residences to rest. Then the representatives of the major families and the leaders of the teams followed Long Sainan to the conference hall of the base camp. Although it was called a conference hall, it was actually a slightly larger bamboo building. Everyone sat down on the simple wooden stools and began the first pre-war meeting. I won't say any more nonsense. After the meeting, it's up to you whether you want to stay or leave. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Long Sainan didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. First of all, I've decided to follow the usual practice and set up a temporary base camp here. I will send a team of elites to guard the vicinity 24 hours a day. All the elites participating in the mansion wars can cultivate, recuperate, and rest here. Of course, after today, everyone will have to take care of their own food. Those who want to stay here can stay until the end of the mansion wars. Of course, if the enemy comes to attack, I hope that all the elites in the base camp will fight together. Agreed. The first decision was clearly approved by everyone. Every generation would set up a temporary base camp for those who had experienced hard battles to rest and recuperate. Those who didn't want to fight could also rest in the temporary base camp. Under normal circumstances, if the enemy wanted to attack the base camp from thousands of miles away, it would be very difficult. Therefore, although this base camp wasn't absolutely safe, it was still a safe place in the crisis-ridden Nether Island. Now that Long Cheng had obviously taken on this heavy burden alone, everyone was naturally happy. Second, I think most of you have understood the terrain of Nether Island, but there are still a few who don't. Let me give you a brief introduction. Long Sinan gestured to her subordinates to spread out a map. Then she picked up a bamboo and explained to everyone, Nether Island is triangular. We are now in the southern corner, and the other two corners are the base camps of the Demon God's Mansion and the River Barbarian God's Mansion. Everyone can see that the most central area is a circular plain, which is the battlefield of the decisive battle. The outer area of the circle is where our elites will fight the illusory forest. Except for the three corners, the entire Nether Island is a round cake. There is a small hole in the center of the round cake, where the decisive battle will take place. The rest of the place is the illusory forest. The illusory forest will be the place where everyone will fight for the next 2 years. There are treasures, magic beasts, enemies, and of course the most common thing is the ubiquitous microtransmission array. These transmission arrays are invisible when not activated, but once activated, they will randomly send you to every corner of the illusory forest. Therefore, everyone must be careful when exploring the path, don't rush around recklessly. Otherwise, you will be teleported to an entire team of demon elites, and then you will definitely die. There are also magic beasts in the forest. You must be careful if you encounter them. The magic beasts here are at least of the 4th level, and the highest are of the 8th level. They can directly kill anyone here. Of course, 50% of the magic beasts have treasures around them. Whether you can get them or not depends on your luck. My advice to everyone is to stay alive first. Many of you may want to use the capital battle to kill people and get points in exchange for a large amount of wealth, treasures, or the position of a city lord. But if you lose your life, you will lose everything. I wish everyone good luck. Long Sanan's words made the people present feel that they had benefited a lot, but also extinguished the fiery hearts of many. Many people came to the capital battle once every 60 years with the mentality of killing people and gaining points. They knew that points represented fame and status. Points could be exchanged for a lifetime of wealth, countless beauties, and the position of a city lord in 500 small cities and 100 large cities. But Long Sanan's words made them realize the fact that if they lost their life, then they would lose everything. Illusory forest. Yi Qinghan carefully looked at the map again. He had actually seen this map before and understood that this was their main battlefield, as well as the dangers and treasures it contained. The forest was very large. If he were to rush at full speed, it would take him a month to cross from south to north in a straight line. But he thought that even Long Sinan, the #1 expert on the Earth list, wouldn't dare to run in a straight line. The transmission arrays in the illusory forest would randomly change after every capital battle. Most importantly, the high-level magic beasts inside would also change territories after every capital battle, or enter to replenish the magic beasts consumed in the previous capital battle. As a result, no clan or force could know the coordinates of the transmission arrays and high-level magic beasts before the capital battle. Everything had to be explored by the participants of the capital battle. The large clans and forces could only mark the locations where high-level magic beasts were most likely to appear on the map, as well as many dangerous areas. After the meeting, everyone returned to their respective encampments. They began to prepare food and water for the start of the battle. In the afternoon, teams began to leave the temporary headquarters, crossed the small river, and entered the illusory forest. The 10,000 elites were the elite teams formed by the various clans of the House of Ares. On the surface, most of them belonged to or were vassals of the 5 major clans and the 6 major forces of Dragon City. In fact, apart from the elite disciples of their own clans, most of the others were only temporary vassals. Once they arrived at Nether Island, they would go their separate ways. The main purpose of the elites who came here was to kill people and gain points, take risks and obtain treasures. If they were to follow the butts of the major forces all the time, they would be the ones to fight when the time came. They wouldn't get a share of the points and treasures. They weren't fools. Of course, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Therefore, after arriving at Nether Island, they would either travel in groups or go out alone to try their luck. Of course, this phenomenon was the same in the past capital battles, so the major forces wouldn't blame them. After all, everyone was risking their lives. Moreover, the illusory forest wasn't suitable for large groups of people to travel together. Firstly, it was too big of a target, and secondly, the terrain of the illusory forest didn't allow it. Perhaps half of them would be sent to different parts of the forest by the transmission arrays. After some simple preparations, Yi Yi and Yi San led 400 people into the illusory forest. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu just looked at them from afar, and didn't go over to bid farewell to them. On the surface they were elite teams formed by 2 small clans in a small city, but in secret they were the Yi family's death warriors, carrying out a secret mission. Chapter 78. The people from the 5 great clans didn't leave. Yi Qinghan, Fengzi, Huahua, and Yu Qingqing returned to their base and prepared a large amount of food and water to prepare for war. Shui Wuhan and his team stayed in their base quietly and didn't come out. They seemed to be preparing to stay here for a long time and not enter the psychedelic forest for the time being. In the Feng clan's encampment, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were summoned by Fengzi to a large bamboo building. She said that she had something important to discuss. Yi Qinghan realized that Huahua and Yu Qingqing were all there as soon as he entered. Seeing that they were smiling at him, he sat down and asked in confusion, "Why did you summon me in such a hurry?" "Good news." "That's great news." Fengzi chuckled. His face was glowing as he said excitedly. Huahua was also very happy. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "It's indeed good news. This is fun." Yu Qingqing's limpid eyes stared at Yi Qinghan for a while before she started to explain, "Our 3 clans have just decided on something. We will transfer the 50 most elite experts from our clans and have them join your team. Of course, after killing someone all the points will be given to you." There was such a good thing? Yi Qinghan was stunned. It was understandable that the Yu family wanted to help him because of him. However, Fengzi and Huahua didn't seem to be that close to them, right? After all, they represented the interests of their respective families. Hence, he looked at Fengzi and Huahua in confusion. Yi Qingwu also looked at the 2 of them with a smile. She seemed to be puzzled by their actions. "Young Master Han, I'm not criticizing you. Why didn't you tell us earlier that you needed points to save your sister's life? If you had told me earlier, I would have definitely gathered all the elites in my family to help you flatten Nether Island." Fengzi looked at Yi Qinghan with some reproach, patted her chest and said heroically, "Hee, a team made up of the strongest elites from the 4 great clans. Our family will be in charge of scouting and assassination, the Yu family will be in charge of elite attacks, the Feng family will be in charge of firepower support, and the Yi family will be in charge of frontal assault." Although he could block such a powerful elite team, it's enough to flatten the entire Nether Island. Huahua smiled sinisterly as if he was looking forward to the future, where they would kill Buddhas and gods. Feng Zihua's words caused Yi Qinghan's heart to burn. Indeed, if the 4 great families formed an elite team, it would definitely be incomparably valiant. The Hua family's stealth was the strongest technique for scouting and assassination, while the Yu family assisted with the spirit attack, causing the enemy to fall into an illusion. Then the Yi family would charge forward from the front, while the Feng family would attack with their swords from behind. Who would be able to stop such a powerful team? Most importantly, those present were the treasures of their respective families, so there would definitely be 1 or 2 dukes following them. When all these experts gathered together, and Quan's aggressiveness would definitely be super strong. Yi Qinghan stood up and bowed. His expression was solemn as he said sincerely, I can't return the kindness of the 3 of you, so I won't say any more polite words. This time the Yi family owes your family a favor and I also owe the 3 of you a favor. Haha, you're welcome. We owed you a favor on Tranquil Lake Island last time, so we're just fulfilling our promise. Also, your wife has already given us 2 of the finest Tranquil Lake disciples of the Yu family. If you want to thank someone, thank your wife. However, since you're willing to owe me a favor, I'm very willing to accept it." Feng Zihua touched his old face, glanced at Yu Qingqing and spoke with some embarrassment. Huahua also chuckled and said, "A favor from Yi Qinghan is a good thing, hee. Yu Qingqing didn't seem to mind at all. Her limpid eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. However, the smile in her eyes deepened. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything either. He just looked deeply at Yu Qingqing and smiled faintly. Yi Qingwu, who was at the side, pouted her lips without leaving a trace. Her eyes flashed with an indescribable look before returning to normal. She smiled and said, "I'll definitely report your kindness to the clan leader. We'll definitely repay you in the future." With that, Feng Zihua and the others became even more embarrassed. They rubbed their heads and said, "Miss Wu, you're too serious. The few of us came to the prefecture battle to have some fun and gain experience. Plus, it's safer for the big clans to be together." Huahua stood up and said excitedly, "There's no time to lose. Everyone go back and gather some people. The rest of you can form small teams and guard the temporary base camp. They didn't come with us, so it's very dangerous. Let's practice and coordinate. I can't wait to rush into the psychedelic forest and fight. Feng Zi and Hua Hua came to the prefecture battle island to train. They didn't care about how many monsters and barbarians they killed or how many points they got. After all, they didn't lack power, money, or women. Of course, they didn't care about the things they exchanged for points. Of course, it was impossible for them to get too many points. Yu Qingqing's suggestion was new and interesting to the two of them. The strongest elites of the 4 clans formed a super elite team. Not only would their safety be guaranteed, but their combat power would also be unprecedented. Yu Qingqing gave them 2 of the best beauties of the tranquil lake. Now that Yi Qinghan owed them another favor, they were happy and willing. In the Shui clan's base camp, Shui Wuhan sat expressionlessly with his eyes closed. Old Shi and Old Emo didn't follow him this time. Instead, 2 young men stood on his left and right to protect him. "Young master, are you sure you don't want to go with the 4 clans?" The young man in white on the left asked worriedly and respectfully. He looked a little worried. The young man on the right also frowned and said, "Yes, the 5 clans are connected. This will go against our ancestors' principles." Shui Wuhan's mouth twitched when he heard the 2 young men's words. He sneered and said, "There are some things you won't understand even if I tell you. Let me tell you, the Fire Dragon continent is a dead well and we are the frogs at the bottom. The only difference is who can jump higher and who can jump shorter. My task now is to cultivate and jump out of this well. The rest is nothing. You can go now. I'm going to cultivate. All teams stay in the temporary base camp until the prefecture battle is over." Sigh. The 2 young men shook their heads and sighed as they walked out of the bamboo house. Many people knew that there was a wider world beyond the Fire Dragon continent. It was just that thousands of years had passed and no one had been able to jump out. However, the young master insisted on it. What was even stranger was that the clan didn't oppose or support this. It seemed like they were giving him freedom. They were helpless and could only follow Shui Wuhan. After an afternoon of adjustments, Yi Qinghan's super elite team finally took shape. This team gathered all the young experts of the 4 clans. Their strength was unprecedented. Each team had 50 people in each family. There were 7 Duke-level experts and 6 of them were second-level Duke-level experts. There were 150 martial realm martial artists, and the remaining 50 were 3rd-level general realm experts. There were a total of 212 people. The one with the lowest strength was actually Yi Qinghan, who was only a 1st-level general. At night, the few of them gathered again to discuss their cooperation. They practiced a few offensive and defensive formations, as well as the measures to deal with unexpected situations. They were busy until late at night before returning to their rooms to rest. On the second day, as soon as the sun rose, the super elite squad set off in a majestic manner. The team left the temporary base camp, crossed the river, and entered the psychedelic forest. After last night's discussion, the entire elite team changed into black warrior attire. Once they entered the psychedelic forest, all of them would cover their faces if they encountered an enemy. However, their bodies were smeared with the Yu clan's special perfume to prevent the enemy from covering their faces as well. Yi Qinghan, Hua Hua, and Yu Qingqing had different patterns embroidered on their chests to differentiate them. Hua teams spread out and be on guard. Once they entered the forest, Hua Hua immediately ordered half of the Hua clan to spread out to scout and be on guard. When they heard Hua Hua's order, the 20 people in front of the team spread out and disappeared into the dense forest. Not long after, a man in black quickly reported the situation in front of them and continued to move forward. The team moved forward slowly. Although they had just entered the psychedelic forest, no one dared to be careless. After all, the demon clan and the barbarian race could appear at any time. Before they understood the surrounding terrain and situation, no one could guarantee their safety. Yi Shisan and the other 6 marquis surrounded Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingwu, and the others in the center as they scanned their surroundings vigilantly. It was their first time participating in the prefecture battle. Furthermore, they had the heavy responsibility of protecting their young masters and mistresses. They were confident that they could protect themselves, but they did not have absolute confidence that they could protect their masters. After all, the psychedelic forest was too strange. Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. Instead, he felt a little disappointed. Before participating in the prefecture battle, he had fantasized about fighting a hot-blooded battle. He did not expect that he would become a vase that was being carefully protected, afraid that he would fall and break. It was a terrible feeling, but he had no other choice. He could only release his battle aura from the soles of his feet and practice the shadow step. Hua Clan 1 reports that the situation in front of us has been explored. There are 7 transportation matrices that have been marked. There are no high-level magical beasts. We can move forward quickly. In less than an hour, the Hua clan's intelligence personnel reported that they had thoroughly checked the surrounding terrain. It was confirmed that it was safe. Continued to scout. 4 hours later we will change shifts with Hua clan too. Hua nodded. He was very satisfied with his subordinate's work and waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Everyone began to move forward at a faster pace. After all, it was probably the best choice to use the Hua clan as scouts in this world. Since the Hua clan had said that it was safe, it meant that they were basically safe unless there were any accidents. Moreover, the squad was full of experts. Even if they were to face any unexpected situation, they would be able to solve it very well. Hence, after gradually adapting to the environment of the psychedelic forest, the team sped up. According to the agreement made by Yi Qinghan last night, the team's goal today was to advance 50 kilometers. Then they would find a place with a lot of transportation matrices and wait. They would eliminate some demons and barbarians who accidentally teleported over. They would first understand the attacks of the demons and barbarians, as well as their special skills, so that they could better deal with the elite teams of the demon race in the future. They marched silently. Because of the swaying figures of the Yu clan's ladies, the youths in the team did not feel bored at all. Instead, they stood tall and straight and moved like the wind. Some of the warriors even secretly made eye contact with the ladies of the Yu clan. When men and women worked together, work was not tiring at all. Report: a demon soldier suddenly appeared in the transportation matrices ahead. Team 1 is secretly following him and did not alert him. After an hour, an elite from the Hua clan suddenly reported. Everyone was invigorated. Fengzi rubbed his hands excitedly as if he had seen a new toy. Then he waved his hand and said, "What are we waiting for? Follow him and eliminate him." Chapter 79. The crowd followed the Hua family assassins excitedly as they walked forward in soft voices. Even though their faces were covered by black cloth, the fiery gaze in their eyes betrayed their inner feelings. Ever since they were born, this was the first time they were facing the demon race who had fought against the human race for thousands of years. Even the few powerful cultivators of the dukedom realm felt the corners of their eyes twitching faintly. The three races had fought for tens of thousands of years, and the hatred between them had been carved into their bones. Once they met, it would definitely be a situation where they would fight to the death. At this moment, a demon, even if he was a demon emperor comparable to a duke's, would definitely die today. Hence the crowd was very relaxed. They were just a little excited and curious to see another race for the first time. After walking quietly and quickly for more than 5 kilometers, the demon's figure was finally exposed to the crowd. When the crowd saw him, a sense of loss welled up in the depths of their hearts. In their hearts, they had always thought that since the demon was called demon, he should have a monstrous demonic aura, a cow's head, a horse's face and a stocky build. In the end, the one in front of them looked like a human, except that his head was slightly larger. His limbs were extremely thick and his long golden hair draped over his back. His nose was larger and taller than a human's, and his teeth were slightly protruding. He looked somewhat ferocious and terrifying. Furthermore, this demon also had long golden hair, making him look like a savage. This demon was very cautious. He looked left and right as he slowly walked forward. However, the crowd's arrival clearly made him vigilant, and he immediately noticed the group of humans behind him. In an instant, his face turned deathly pale. He roared loudly and his body became even more muscular. Yellow light circulated around his body, and his speed suddenly increased as he rushed forward without any mishap. The flowers and plants chuckled and let out a long howl. Suddenly, 3 black figures appeared beside the demon. They held sharp swords in their hands and slid past the demon's body. Then their bodies flashed and disappeared. The afterimage clone technique. A Hua family assassin elegantly floated past with the afterimage clone technique and left a deep wound at the base of the demon's thigh. This caused the golden-furred demon to pause. His leg trembled and he almost fell. Swoosh! Just as the golden-furred monster was about to continue running away, a black silhouette flashed in front of him. Next, the black silhouette flashed and split into 3 silhouettes. Once again, the 3 silhouettes shot towards the other leg of the golden-furred monster at lightning speed. As there was too much speed and it was difficult to tell which of the 3 figures was real and which was fake, the demon could only keep dodging in order to avoid the 3 rapidly floating swords. However, the speed of the swords was too much. After the demon received another heavy blow, the figures in front of him disappeared again. Roar! The demon was clearly confused by this strange attack and didn't dare to move forward. He paused for a moment, perhaps knowing that he would definitely die today. In the end, he didn't object. With a loud roar, his body grew even thicker, and with bloodshot eyes, he pounced towards Yi Qinghan's group. No one moved when they saw the sinister face coming closer and closer. Only two dukes took 2 steps forward. As for Yu Qingqing, she chuckled and her eyes emitted a colorful radiance that directly entered the demon's eyes. The demon immediately stood dumbfounded on the spot and looked at the crowd in a daze. Then he actually started giggling foolishly. At this moment, Feng Zi activated the sword kinesis technique. The black sword on her back turned into a black light and directly smashed the golden-furred demon's head into pieces. It was obvious that everyone's first cooperation was on point. However, many people present didn't seem too satisfied with this situation. They looked at the bloody and headless corpse of the demon and the blood that was mixed with white brain matter. Someone made the first sound of vomiting. As a result, a third of the people present ran to the forest at the side and vomited. Among this third of people, half of them were women from the Yu clan. Yi Qinghan had killed people before and not just once. Naturally, he didn't feel any discomfort. He patted Yi Qingwu, who was forcing herself to remain calm. He walked to the front and took a ring from the demon's corpse. The ring was orange. It seemed to belong to a great demon warrior, which was equivalent to the commander realm of human warriors. Also, judging from the demon's performance in the battle just now, it was obvious that his cultivation wasn't high. Yi Qinghan gently slid the orange ring over the yellow ring on his hand. The demon's ring disappeared into the air, while the number 5 appeared on Yi Qinghan's ring. All 5 points were easily obtained. What a good start. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach 10,000 points, it wasn't a good start no matter what. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a happy smile. He glanced at Yu Qingqing, who was lying on the ground and vomiting. He also looked at Yi Qingwu, who wanted to persuade her but was also forcing herself to endure it. Yi Qingwu laughed bitterly, shook her head and walked over. Here, wipe your mouth. It's like this for the first time. You'll get used to it after vomiting. The demon race is a hybrid between a demonic beast and a human. If you think of him as a demonic beast, you might feel better. Yu Qingqing's black veil had already been taken off. At this time she was bending over to hold a tree trunk and retching. Her originally snow-white face had become strangely flushed because of the vomiting. Her whole person looked even more lovely and charming. Seeing the handkerchief that Yi Qinghan handed over and listening to his unconventional persuasion, she felt much better. She took the silk scarf and wiped her mouth. The corners of her mouth curled up and she forced a smile. She closed her eyes slightly and lightly exhaled, stabilizing her emotions. Little Han, you've forgotten about me after getting a wife. I'm not feeling well either, so why aren't you comforting me? Yi Qingwu looked on from the side, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Hee sister, didn't you not vomit? If you vomit, I'll take off my clothes and wipe it for you. How about that? Yi Qinghan laughed mischievously. His eyes narrowed into slits, and he lightly placed his hand on Yi Qingwu's shoulder. Go to hell, I'm not that weak. Yi Qingwu angrily slapped his hand away and rolled her eyes at him. A hint of joy flashed across her eyes, as if she was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's intimacy and attitude. B*****. All the good cabbages are going to be eaten by pigs. Meanwhile, Feng Zi, who was standing on the side, glanced at Yi Qinghan being intimate with the 2 most beautiful girls in the team. She felt extremely unbalanced and said indignantly to Flora and Fauna. Flora and Fauna also bit their lips and their eyes were burning. After a long while they finally said, F***ck, why aren't handsome men popular these days? Yi Qinghan is an animal. He doesn't look that good, but why is he so popular with women? After a short rest, the group continued their journey. After knowing that they had just killed a great demon warrior, they no longer looked down on him. Although the demon did not look particularly powerful on the surface, his speed had obviously increased after he roared twice. This was definitely a demon technique of the demon clan. How could a great demon warrior increase his speed so much? If he had encountered a high-level demon clan or barbarian clan, it would definitely be very terrifying. For the entire morning, the small team did not encounter another foreign clan. It seemed that the demon just now was an unlucky fellow who had accidentally encountered the teleportation formation. At noon, everyone took turns to rest. After hastily eating the prepared dry rations and fresh water, they continued their journey in the afternoon. At this moment, they had only advanced for more than 20 miles. The prefecture battle had only started 2 days ago. Presumably, even the demon clan who could fly would not be able to reach this place so quickly. Other than encountering the scattered enemies who were teleported here by the teleportation formation, It was estimated that if they wanted to encounter the main force or the elite team, they would need to travel for at least 10 days before they could reach the depths of the psychedelic forest and meet the teams of the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan. The Hua family assassins were the most tired during the boring march. The rest of the people, on the other hand, were hurrying on their journey leisurely. They did not need to worry too much. After witnessing the Hua family assassins' stealthy method of appearing and disappearing like ghosts in the morning, everyone had a deeper understanding of the Hua family's ultimate technique. After being amazed, they were even more relieved to hand over the task of scouting and guarding the way to them. During the afternoon's journey, they did not encounter another barbarian or demon. Instead, they encountered 3 elite teams of the human race. After a casual greeting, the team moved forward alone. The other 3 teams were only slightly curious as to when a team of black-robed warriors had appeared from the battle god's mansion. The team seemed to have an extraordinary aura. They did not converse excessively. After a brief greeting, they went their separate ways. In the evening, the small team had traveled another dozen miles. They were thinking about where they should stay for the night. The Hua family assassins had delivered a piece of excellent news. They had found an excellent treasured land. Everyone's state of mind was shaken. The tiredness of the day's journey was immediately expelled. Under the Hua family assassins' lead, they hurried to the treasured land in high spirits. The so-called treasured land was a small pond. This small pond was surrounded by rows of huge ancient trees. If one looked from afar, they would not be able to see this place at all. However, this row of ancient trees grew very strangely. They only grew around the small pond. Near the pond, there was indeed a wide lawn that was dozens of meters long. Ah, Hua Jia, well done. I'll remember your merit. That's right, this is indeed a treasured land. According to the information, this is the demon-slaying pond. It's definitely a treasured land. I didn't expect that after so many years, this place is still so well preserved. When the flowers and plants arrived at this place, they carefully looked around and suddenly burst into laughter. They excitedly rubbed their hands together and nodded continuously. Their eyes were full of smiles. Xiao Xiao, it's just a lousy pond. Look at how happy you are. Fengzi was slightly puzzled. When she saw that the Hua family members were all happy, she couldn't help but mock them. Lunatic, what do you know? I'll talk to you later. Group 1, spread out and carefully search for the transportation formations. There are many transportation formations nearby. Find all of them. Group 2, enter the first level of alert. The barbarians and demons may appear here at any time. Once they appear, send the alarm immediately. Just as Hua Jia was about to scold Fengzi, his eyes suddenly flashed. He stopped talking nonsense with Fengzi and shouted in a deep voice with a stern expression. When everyone heard this, they immediately stopped joking. They ordered their people to spread out and follow the Hua family assassins to be on guard. When everyone was in position, Hua Jia took out a sheepskin map and explained to everyone. You all know that the Hua family is suitable for assassination and killing, but not for direct combat. Therefore, every time the residents war, the family will search for a good location that is suitable for killing other clans. This place is ranked 4th among the 5 treasured lands recorded by the Hua family. Our ancestors named it the demon-slaying pond. Hua Jia raised his head slightly proudly. He was very satisfied with the hope and admiration in everyone's eyes. He continued, everyone look at the terrain here. This is an absolutely safe place according to the Tan family's records. The ancient trees can rest without worry, and the pond water can be used boldly. There is well water under the pond. Every morning, large numbers of wild beasts will come here to drink. Everyone doesn't have to worry about food and water. Most importantly, there are a large number of teleportation arrays hidden in the vicinity. Although the teleportation arrays would move every time, this place seems to be very special. Although the teleportation arrays would move every time, there would always be a large number of teleportation arrays here. Every day there will be demons and barbarians who accidentally step into the transportation formations and are transported here. We only need to guard this place and we will be able to obtain a large number of points every day. When the few of them heard this, their eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Everyone present was not stupid. They naturally understood the importance of this terrain. If there were a large number of transportation formations nearby, this place would definitely be the best feng shui treasure land. After an hour, everyone finally obtained the answer they wanted. After a careful investigation by the Hua family assassins, they discovered 33 transportation formations nearby. Chapter 80. The report from the Hua family assassins lifted everyone's spirits, especially the ladies of the Yu family. They did not have to travel tirelessly and there was a pool here. Although with their cultivation base they would not get dirty if they did not bathe for half a month, but which girl did not like to look pretty? Therefore everyone began to divide the work. 100 people were sent to guard the 33 transportation formations, while the other 100 people began to set up camp. They leaped onto the ancient tree with ease, and found that the simple beds that the Hua family had previously set up were still there. Everyone was delighted. They quickly gathered some dry grass from nearby and threw it on the bed. They also took out the prepared bed covers from their backpacks and threw them on top. A large number of simple beds were arranged. Meanwhile, the ladies of the Yu family began to set up a simple bathhouse in the pool. Although it was called a bathhouse, it was actually just a few pieces of wood inserted into the small river beside the pool. Then they would cover it with straw and wrap it with bed sheets. This was to prevent them from exposing themselves. After busying themselves for a while, everyone finally finished tidying up. Meanwhile, the ladies of the Yu family and Jianghu bluntly set up the pool on the east side of the bathhouse as a forbidden area. They forbade men from going there. After tidying up, they distributed the food and prepared to eat. However, the cry of a kingfisher sounded from afar. Enemies! This was the sound of the Hua family's alarm. Everyone's hearts tightened. They quickly put away their food, put on their weapons and armor, and quickly leaped toward the source of the alarm. They approached the northern area of the alarm quietly through the thick weeds. Not far away they found 3 tall figures looking around in confusion. The 3 figures were more than 2 meters tall. The muscles on their bodies were even more exaggerated than Feng Zi's. Their 2 thick arms were thicker than everyone's thighs. Their entire bodies were wrapped in thick leather armor. The foreheads of their 3 large heads were slightly protruding. Their eyeballs, which were the size of half a fist, were slightly bulging. They looked very much like a few apes wearing leather armor. The barbarians. Yi Qinghan and Feng Zi looked at each other and nodded lightly. With a wave of his hand, 10 martial realm experts walked out from the Yi family elites behind him. Under the leadership of Yi Shisan, they charged toward the 3 barbarians. After a brief moment of confusion, the 3 barbarians came to their senses and began to carefully observe the terrain around them. Then their eyes, which were as big as a bull's, abruptly turned to look at Yi Qinghan. When they saw the 10 disciples of the Yi family dressed in black robes and brimming with a murderous aura, the 3 berserkers opened their mouths wide and roared a few words. Then they swung their thick arms aggressively and walked towards the elites of the Yi family while swaying their bodies like giant gorillas. Beast fusion. The 10 elite disciples of the Yi family were obviously disciples of the Yi family. They quickly merged with their beasts one after another. In an instant, countless demonic beast shadows appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, the bodies of the 10 Yi family elites changed slightly at the same time. Some had pointy ears, some had sharp claws, some had thicker legs, and some had 2 legs on their heads. However, all 10 of them had black tattoos on the corners of their eyes, which made them look very strange, demonic, and extraordinary. %*Yi and clan %*. The 3 barbarians were obviously dumbfounded by the Yi clan's elites formation. They spat out some very awkward words from their mouths. It seemed to be a little similar to the words of the human race. Their words probably meant that they recognized the disciples of the Yi family. After all, the 5 major families were the representatives of the House of Ares. Over the years they had slaughtered countless demons and barbarians. The people from the 2 manors would definitely collect information about them and inform the clansmen participating in the mansion battle so that they could be careful. Young Master Han, is your family closely related to the demon race? Why do you look like a demon after you transform? Yi. Feng Zi chuckled and glanced at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu with ill intentions. Look like your head. I see that your body is thick and strong. You're the relative of the barbarians. No, I think you're originally a barbarian and came to the human side as a spy, Yi Qinghan immediately retorted, not to be outdone. Yi Qingwu's innocent face also heard Feng Zi's words. She was obviously unhappy. A trace of anger flashed through her eyes as she cracked her knuckles. She said hatefully, "Little crazy brat, do you want me to spar with you? I promise I'll make you wish you were dead." "Don't. Sister Wu, I was wrong, okay? Look, the battle is starting." There was no doubt about Yi Qingwu's strength. With the strength of a first-level martial and her 7th-grade snow fox, her strength would definitely reach the peak of the 2nd-level martial after merging. Moreover, this girl was Yi Qingyu's treasure. Yi Qingyu had given all the useful treasures he obtained to her. Feng Zi, with the strength of a 3rd-level general, would definitely wish he were dead if he fought her. Everyone's attention was successfully diverted by Feng Zi's last sentence to the 3 barbarians. Everyone knew that the first few battles were very important. This was the best opportunity to understand the barbarians and demons' fighting style and techniques. If they understood them well now, it would be easier to deal with them in future large-scale battles. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Everyone sent the 10 martial realm cultivators from the Yi family to test the barbarians' fighting style. Moreover, there were 7 Duke realm cultivators watching from the side, so their safety was guaranteed. After the 10 elites of the Yi family merged with their battle beasts, they quickly surrounded the 3 barbarians. However, they didn't attack immediately. Instead, 3 of them faced the 3 barbarians separately. Bang! The elite Yi family on the left fought the barbarian first. The elite battle beast of the Yi family on the left was probably a pure strength type. This elite didn't have a weapon, so he just waved his fist and punched the barbarian heavily. He didn't release his battle aura, but condensed his battle aura on his fist, enhancing it to a terrifying strength. His huge fist collided with the barbarian's fist, which was as big as a clay pot. Battle aura surged violently, and a dazzling light erupted from the collision. After a loud explosion, the elite and the barbarian flew back at the same time. The spectators sighed and were shocked. The southern barbarian was indeed a barbarian. After the elite battle beast of the Yi family merged with his battle beast, his strength had probably reached the peak of the martial realm. Now that they exchanged a punch, both sides were injured. It seemed that the information was right. The barbarians were born with great strength and specialized in body refinement. Their bodies were comparable to weapons. The Yi family disciple in the middle was obviously an agile warrior. He held a Zamadeo in his hand, and his battle aura was released on the blade, forming a green blade light at the blade's edge. This blade light wasn't just for show, it was an attack method unique to the martial realm. Releasing battle aura on a weapon would make the weapon incomparably sharp and indestructible. After all, the barbarian's defense was rumored to be very strong. Just relying on releasing battle aura and energy attacks wouldn't be able to break his defense. This elite of the Yi clan had a leopard tattoo on his forehead. Although he didn't know what level the beast was, he didn't know. Although he didn't know what level it was obvious that after merging with his beast, his speed had reached a terrifying level. He brandished his Zamadeo that had a green blade light, and with his super speed, he continuously dodged the barbarian's huge fists that contained terrifying strength. Then he continuously used his Zamadeo to leave blade marks on the barbarian's body. The blade light of this Yi family disciple's battle aura was obviously comparable to a spirit weapon. However, it could only leave scratches on the barbarian's leather armor, and couldn't completely cut through it. Furthermore, the blade marks on the barbarian's exposed skin could only cut through his flesh, and couldn't cut through his bones or break his arms. The defense of these 3 barbarians, whose realms were unknown, was actually this strong. The third elite from the Yi family was obviously a defense-type warrior. His beast was probably either an elephant or a rhinoceros. His entire body shone with battle aura, as if his body was wrapped in layers of brilliant protective shields. He was actually prepared to withstand the barbarian's fierce punch. Bang! This barbarian was obviously enraged. A cruel smile flashed across his bull-sized eyes. He waved his fist that was as big as a casserole and smashed it down fiercely. His strength was so great, and his speed was so fast that it actually caused a faint whistling sound of wind. The fist collided with the Yi family elite's battle aura protective shield, and a dazzling light blossomed. Then there was another explosion. This barbarian was pushed back a few steps by the huge wave of energy. Then, he looked at the Yi family elite who was still standing in his original position with an incredulous gaze. He looked at his own fist, then looked at the Yi family elite's battle aura protective shield that had dimmed for a moment, and then instantly lit up again. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 81. The 3 members of the Yi family had obviously been instructed by Yi Shirsan to test the barbarians in terms of strength, defense, and attack. It was like an experiment to collect the comprehensive strength of the barbarians in all aspects so that it would be easier to deal with them in the future. Enough. Kill the 3 of them. Half an hour later, the 3 elites of the Yi family had fought with the 3 barbarians dozens of times. Yi Shirsan's cold voice sounded. The 10 elites of the Yi family moved quickly and formed a battle formation in all directions, besieging the 3 barbarians. Young master, go and take their rings and see what level of barbarians they are at. Yi Shirsan nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the 10 elites of the Yi family. He moved a few steps to the side and came to Yi Qinghan's side. Another point was earned. Yi Qinghan also walked to the corpses of the 3 barbarians expectantly. He quickly took out the 3 rings and then swiped them on his own ring. After a slight flash of light, The original 10, next to the big battle word on Yi Qinghan's yellow ring, turned into 35. 3 barbarian generals. Yi Qinghan said to Yi Shisan. This result was within their expectations. The barbarian generals were comparable to human warriors in the general realm. Although their strength and defense seemed to be much stronger than that of human warriors in the general realm and were basically comparable to that of a martial realm warrior, they only had pure physical strength. They had never cultivated battle aura, moves, or anything like that. Therefore, when they fought, they only relied on their natural divine strength and strong defense. Their fighting style was relatively simple. The women of the Yu family on the field vomited a little less this time, although they all looked very pale. The 3 barbarians on the field were only stabbed to death by weapons. They were not directly smashed into pieces like last time. Moreover, after vomiting in the morning, their resistance had probably become a little stronger. A few warriors from the Yi family dragged the corpses away and found a place to bury them. As for the rest of the people, they continued to stand guard and guard. The rest of the people returned to the pool to rest. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan and the others gathered together and began to discuss the division of labor. After all, they were not going to be stationed here for a few days but for a few months. According to the Hua family's experience, the first 3 months were more chaotic than the first 3 months. Many of the teleportation formations had not been figured out. This would result in a continuous flow of people being teleported to various parts of the illusory forest. Over the past 3 months or so, everyone had been waiting here, easily obtaining points and also familiarizing themselves with their teamwork. They had also collected information on the combat skills of the goblins and barbarians who had been teleported over. After a round of discussion, everyone decided to take shifts. The 200 people were divided into 2 groups, taking turns to rest. If a large number of barbarians and demons did not appear, he would handle it alone. But if a large number of outsiders appeared, or if they were relatively powerful, they would sound the alarm and kill them with all their might. 3 out of the 7 marquee rank powerhouses were stationed in the east, west, and north, where the teleportation formations were more concentrated. If a high-level outsiders appeared and they were no match for them, they could quickly rush over. The operation codenamed Hunt officially began. Everyone began to get busy. Those who squatted to guard, those who rested, and those who cultivated. Night gradually descended. Yi Qinghan was duty-bound to become one of the first members to take the shift. He and the 20 elites of the small team sat cross-legged on a thick and sturdy tree. There were 8 teleportation formations within 500 meters of the tree. Their mission was to guard the 8 teleportation formations. If a small number of outsiders appeared, they would eliminate them alone. If they felt that they were no match for them, they would send a secret signal to summon the patrol team. The Hua family assassins had long since installed some small yet ingenious mechanisms in the teleportation formation below. Whenever an enemy appeared in the teleportation formation, it would certainly make a very soft noise. This was to let them know in advance and quickly prepare a countermeasure so that they could eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. The silver moon gradually rose into the sky. The salty and slightly hot sea breeze blew from the distant seaside, making one feel drowsy. However, Yi Qinghan did not feel sleepy at all. Of course, he did not dare to sleep. After everyone finished their discussion, he formulated a plan for the next 3 months for himself. These 3 months were precious to him. If he did not know how to cherish such a wonderful land like the demon-slaying pool, then he would be too stupid. He prepared to spend the rest of his time in cultivation during these 3 months. Apart from the necessary moments, he was prepared to spend the rest of his time on cultivation. As a first-level general, there were many outsiders on Nether Island who could kill him in an instant. He felt a sense of danger that was like the sea breeze blowing against his face at any moment. Whether it was for himself or for his sister whose life was hanging by a thread, he had to become stronger. He had to become stronger at all cost. Moreover, ever since he returned from Barbarian City, he had become very accustomed to the thrill of becoming strong and controlling his own fate. The difference between his strength and status from half a year ago and his current self was like the difference between heaven and earth. He deeply understood that in this world, if one did not have strength, then one was nothing. Therefore, he formulated a cultivation mission. As long as he had time, he would continuously cultivate, accumulate, and increase his realm. He understood his advantage. His holy beast, Xiaohe, could increase his strength by 1 realm after fusion. He was a first-level general, and after fusion his cultivation level could reach the first-level martial. Combat was secondary as long as his soul realm reached the first-level martial. His heaven-defying fusion battle technique could ignore defense and directly attack the soul, causing the soul to fall into a state of dizziness. Therefore, as long as he got close, he would be able to kill a martial artist in an instant. He had once asked Yi Qingyo if he could cultivate his soul alone. His thought was that if his soul could cultivate alone, he would do everything he could to improve his soul. Then, he would be able to kill a martial artist of a higher realm. In the end, Yi Qingyo's answer made him very helpless. Before the imperial realm, the soul could only improve along with the cultivation of battle qi and the increase in realm. Unless there was a soul treasure like the spirit pill, or if Yi Qinghan entered the state of soul silence in the Yu family, there would be no improvement. The value of the spirit pill was needless to say. If Yi Qinghan had it, he wouldn't have to risk his life on Nether Island. As for the state of soul silence, ever since he left the Yu family, Yi Qinghan had tried countless times to enter it, but he couldn't. Therefore, Yi Qinghan could only improve his battle qi realm. Only when his battle qi realm increased could his soul realm increase. He swore to himself that he would definitely reach the martial realm before the final battle of the prefecture battle. If he could reach the duke realm after breaking through to the martial realm and fuse with his battle beast, then he would make a huge profit. At that time, even if Yi and the others didn't get enough points, he could still take the risk to sneak attack a duke realm expert during the final battle and get enough points to exchange for the spirit pill. He ordered a Yi family disciple beside him to call him if anything happened. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his battle qi. His father, the peerless genius Yi Dao, had left him a martial arts manual that mentioned that before the general realm, it all depended on one's talent, and after the general realm, it all depended on hard work and comprehension. 300 years ago, there was also a peerless genius in the Feng family who broke through to the general realm at the age of 7, shocking the entire continent. However, because this peerless genius was lazy in cultivation, his cultivation wasn't high in the end. Although Yi Qinghan also cultivated from the first level of the elite realm to the first level of the general realm in just a few months, his cultivation wasn't high. Countless people in the Yi family were shocked silly. However, he knew that if he didn't continue to cultivate diligently like the previous 10 years, his ending would be the same as that peerless genius in the Feng family, a flash in the pan and then completely silent. After the general realm, one needed to accumulate a large amount of battle qi and compress it in the dantian into liquid battle qi. After cultivating for a day, the battle qi would finally be compressed into a drop of liquid battle qi the size of a strand of hair. And Yi Qinghan's situation was even more serious. The holy beast Xiaohe in his body needed to absorb a large amount of battle qi every day to complete its growth and transformation. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was even more pressed for time. He had to cultivate his battle qi more diligently than others in order to quickly advance. It was probably because at night, it was easier to encounter transportation arrays on the road at night. The warriors of the 3 clans didn't travel at night. Instead, they hid in various places on the Nether Island to rest and build up their strength. For an entire night, other than an unlucky great barbarian warrior who was teleported over from the western area that the flowers and plants were in charge of, he was quickly eliminated by the flowers and plants. No more barbarians or demons were teleported over. Chapter 82. Yi Qinghan cultivated quietly for a whole night and successfully compressed a drop of liquid battle qi. Plus the battle qi water droplets that were compressed before, he had compressed a dozen drops in total. If he wanted to enter the second level of general realm, he had to accumulate half of the water droplets in his dantian. According to the records in Yi Dao's martial art Heart Sutra, a normal dantian would need at least 1,000 battle qi water droplets to be completely filled. Yi Qinghan's dantian was obviously 1/3 larger than that of a normal person. Therefore, it was estimated that he had to store about 750 water droplets in order to enter the second level of general realm. There was still a long way to go. At the first glimmer of dawn, everyone was a bit tired and sleepy after guarding for a whole night. At this moment, 2 light sounds rang out from the transmission formation that Yi Qinghan was guarding. The elites hiding on the ancient tree were shocked. They immediately became spirited and looked around with sparkling eyes. Yi Qinghan was also woken up by the Yi family's disciple beside him. After understanding the situation, Yi Qinghan nodded to the Hua family's elite. 2 Hua family elites flashed and disappeared from the thicket. They sneaked over to investigate the situation. After a while, the Hua family elites returned to the tree and brought back 2 shocking news. 2 foreign races were teleported to the 2 transmission formations at the same time. Coincidentally, the 2 transmission formations were not too far away, and the 2 foreign races were a demon and a barbarian. Hee. After being stunned for a while, Yi Qinghan curled his lips into an evil smile. He smirked and whispered something into the ear of an elite of the Hua family. After the elite of the Hua family listened to him in confusion, A smile flashed across his eyes. Then he smirked and disappeared. "Young master, what should we do?" The disciples of the Yi family asked doubtfully when they saw Yi Qinghan looking at the transmission formation through the tree leaves with a smile. However, he didn't order people to kill the foreign races. The dozen elites beside him also looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously and waited for his order. "Sure." Yi Qinghan did not explain further. He just waved his hand and continued to stare into the distance. Brr. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out in the distance, followed by the sounds of fighting. The expressions of the people in the field suddenly changed. They held their swords in their hands and prepared to attack. However, Yi Qinghan did not move. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan confusedly. Another elite from the Hua family almost rushed out, but he remembered Hua's warning the night before, so he did not rush out. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan with sparkling eyes. "Young master." The elites of the Yi family were obviously anxious. They tugged on Yi Qinghan's sleeves. Although their voices were low, they sounded a little urgent. "Don't worry. It wasn't our people who did it. You'll know soon enough." Yi Qinghan's eyes were smiling. He patted the Hua family's elite gently, signaling him not to be impulsive. He continued to stare into the distance quietly. "Xiao." A figure appeared on top of the tree. It was the elite from the Hua family who disappeared just now. He had an amused smile in his eyes. He chuckled and said, "Young Master Han, it's a success. The beasts and the barbarians are fighting." Everyone suddenly realized that this was Yi Qinghan's plan. He actually asked the Hua family to lure the two different clans into a fight. When both of them were injured, they would reap the benefits and easily obtain points. Looking at Yi Qinghan's evil smile, everyone felt a chill down their spine. The disciples of the Yi family knew that Yi Qinghan liked to sneak attack and do dirty tricks in the Yi family. "Go. Be careful to hide." Yi Qinghan did not care about everyone's expression. He pulled up the silk scarf that covered his face, waved his hand and jumped down from the tree branch lightly. He dashed towards the battlefield in the distance. Hiding among the weeds, everyone peeked through the dense weeds and quietly looked forward. The one fighting was a barbarian that was slightly shorter than the one they met yesterday. However, their appearances were exactly the same. He was tall and strong, and his body was wrapped in thick leather armor, revealing his terrifying muscles. Meanwhile, the soldier of the demon race that was fighting him was short and small. His back was slightly hunched and his eyes were small, but they moved very quickly. His ears were thin and sharp and stood up high. His 10 fingers were slightly curved, and his nails were sharp and long, glowing with a faint black light. He looked just like a standing leopard man. The leopard demon was very fast, and the barbarian's attack could not hurt him at all. However, this leopard man's attack power was obviously not high. The sharp claws that he was so proud of could only leave shallow scratches on the barbarian's body. His claws that scratched the leather armor only left a few white marks. He could not break through the armor at all. It looked like the two of them could only enter a battle of stamina to see who could last until the end. Of course, the one who could last until the end would not be them, but Yi Qinghan and the others who were secretly hiding in the bushes at the side. After half an hour, the demon's stamina had obviously decreased, and his speed had slowed down. He saw that although the barbarian's body was covered in scratches, they were all minor injuries. He reckoned that before the barbarian's blood ran out, he would be exhausted to death. The demon's black bean-like eyeballs moved rapidly a few times. His legs slipped and he floated to the side, preparing to escape. "Enough. Hua family, kill that demon. The rest of you spread out and be on guard. As for this barbarian, I will deal with him." When Yi Qinghan saw the demon's eyeballs moving wildly, he knew that he wanted to escape. He stood up and ordered the crowd. Then he took out the blue dragon dagger from his boots. With a light leap he jumped out of the bushes. The blue dragon dagger had not seen blood, and he was protected by the low-grade precious weapon, the black tortoise armor. He walked fearlessly towards the barbarian. This barbarian was obviously not as powerful as the 3 barbarians he killed yesterday. He reckoned that he was a great barbarian warrior. He could use him to practice the shadow step. He told the others to be on guard in case another demon or barbarian would suddenly teleport over. He was also confident that he could kill this barbarian in an instant. Everyone obeyed and spread out. They also understood that this barbarian had about the strength of a human commander and was a great barbarian warrior. And rumor had it that Yi Qinghan had the strength to kill a marshal. Of course, they were not worried. They were just worried that powerful demons or barbarians would suddenly appear at the teleportation formation next to them, so they were very nervous and hid near the teleportation formation next to them. Battle Beast Fusion. It was Yi Qinghan's first time fighting with a foreign race. Of course, he did not dare to be careless and immediately merged with his battle beast. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Qinghan's confidence soared. Even if the barbarian in front of him was a martial, he would still dare to fight. However, his inflated confidence did not make him lose his calm. He quickly swept across the grass and directly stabbed the barbarian's back with his dagger. The barbarian clearly heard the footsteps behind him. He was a little shocked and hurriedly turned around. However, he only saw a flash of a black blade. Immediately after, the leather armor in front of him actually cracked with a "chi" sound and a deep hole appeared. Scarlet blood slowly flowed out and dyed the leather armor red. After Yi Qinghan's attack was successful, he quickly retreated. His quick-witted eyes shone with excitement. His eyes swept over the green dagger in his hand and he chuckled. The blue dragon dagger that Yi Tianlong gave him was indeed not a fake. It was indeed a low-grade artifact. The demon's sharp claws could only leave behind a white mark. However, a casual slash from him was able to directly break through, even cutting open the skin within the leather armor. Once again confirming that the barbarian was a danger to his life, Yi Qinghan put away his dagger. He released his battle chi. A part of it formed a battle chi shield on the surface of his body, while the other part was released from the acupoints in his feet. His feet took a strange step and rushed straight towards the barbarian. What is your young master doing?" In the distance, a woman from the Yu family and a disciple from the Yi family were secretly hiding in the weeds. Through the gaps in the weeds, they saw Yi Qinghan's strange actions. The woman from the Yu family was very puzzled and asked. She watched as Yi Qinghan rushed towards the barbarian that was as tall and sturdy as a giant again and again. Then he did not attack. Instead, he constantly circled around the barbarian and dodged the barbarian's attacks. However, although Yi Qinghan's steps were strange, he would occasionally be hit by the barbarian's fist, which was as big as a clay pot. He would be sent flying like a sandbag. However, Yi Qinghan acted as if nothing had happened. He patted his butt and continued to stand up. Then he would rush forward again. "I am also not very clear. Perhaps the young master is bored and is playing with the barbarian." The elite from the Yi family was also puzzled. Of course, he knew that his young master did not have a hobby for masochism. However, he did not know his young master's intentions and could only vaguely answer. It looks like the barbarian is playing with your young master." The woman from the Yu family laughed softly. She rolled her eyes when she saw Yi Qinghan, who was 1.7 meters tall, circling around the barbarian that was more than 2 meters tall like an adult playing with a child. Chapter 83. What Yi Qinghan didn't know was that in the eyes of others, he had become a monkey jumping around the barbarian's body. He was having too much fun. In the beginning, he circulated his disorienting footwork. On average, he would be hit 5 times by the barbarian's stiff fists every 3 minutes. However, with the protection of the battle chi shield and the low-grade black tortoise armor, he only felt a little suffocated, but he wasn't injured. Therefore, he only needed to protect his head from being hit. The rest of his body didn't matter. Afterwards, he became more and more excited as he practiced, and his disorienting footwork gradually became more proficient. Gradually, the number of hits decreased. But the barbarian giant seemed to never know fatigue. Like a machine, he continuously attacked Yi Qinghan. It seemed that Yi Qinghan's blade had injured him a lot. 1 hour. 2 hours. The barbarian's arms became slower and slower, and his body became slower and slower. It seemed that the 2 consecutive battles had consumed too much of his physical strength. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan's speed became faster and faster, and he slowly became proficient in the 18 strange footwork. Although there was still a long way to go before he could master the first level of proficiency, he was already very satisfied. At this time, in the eyes of the crowd, Yi Qinghan seemed to have become a loach. He kept circling around the barbarian's body, but the barbarian couldn't even touch a single sleeve of his. Only then did the crowd realize that Yi Qinghan was using the barbarian's body to practice his movement technique. "I'll give up after practicing for a while," Yi Qinghan silently thought in his heart. The eyes of the barbarian on the opposite side bulged out. At first, he had thought that this little human was a soft persimmon that could be easily crushed to death. However, he hadn't expected that this human was actually an unkillable cockroach. His defense was even stronger than his. After 1 hour, he finally realized that Yi Qinghan was actually playing with him and was using him to practice. But knowing that he couldn't escape, he had no other choice. The 3 races had been fighting for thousands of years, and the hatred between them was too great. They definitely wouldn't accept surrender or let him go. He could only bite the bullet and hope that he would be lucky enough to kill Yi Qinghan. However, when a strange bird cry rang out in the distance, the barbarians discovered to their horror that the human's gaze had suddenly become fierce. The cyan dagger that hadn't appeared until now suddenly appeared in his hand. Then with a flash it quickly slashed across his neck. In an instant he lost consciousness. The one who sent the signal was the guard in the north. Of course Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He killed the barbarian in a second, put away the ring and quickly left, jumping into the bushes at the side. The Hua family's assassin immediately appeared in front of him and reported the situation. He discovered two fiend generals. Yi Qinghan sniggered. He was secretly impressed by the Hua family for finding such a good place. They waited for the hare by the stump and caught the turtle in the jar. 2 demon generals and 20 points. It was such an easy way to obtain them. It really made one happy. He secretly gathered the people nearby and stealthily sneaked over. The 2 demons that were teleported over were actually female demons. Their figures were very graceful, but the patterns on their faces did not quite meet the aesthetic standards of the human race. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He secretly ordered the 2 Hua family assassins to sneak out and act according to the situation. He and a Yi family disciple rushed out. In midair, under the surprised gazes of the demons, Yi Qinghan directly used body fusion combat technique to stun the soul of a demon. Then his figure flashed and the blue dragon dagger easily reaped a life. The other Yi family disciple was just as relaxed as him. He directly released his battle aura and transformed it into a large hammer. He directly smashed the demon into serious injuries, and then easily reaped a life with one slash. With the cultivation of the martial realm, it was still very easy to deal with a demon general who was comparable to the general realm. After all, the martial realm and the general realm were a realm apart. Of course they were not on the same level. The team members at the side watched with their mouths agape. The Hua family's assassin was prepared to step forward and help Yi Qinghan at any time if he was no match for the demon. They did not expect that this Yi Qinghan could kill a demon general by himself. Moreover, it was an instant kill. The Yi family's martial realm warrior was instantly killed. That was because of the difference in realms. There was nothing wrong with it. Yi Qinghan, a level 1 general realm warrior, was actually able to instantly kill a demon general of the same level. This was very strange. Were the level 8 battle beasts of the Yi family really that powerful after body fusion? In response, Yi Qinghan only smiled. He did not explain. He knew that everyone would definitely know that he possessed the body fusion combat technique in the future. Now that he suddenly used it, he wanted to test if the body fusion combat technique would work on the demon when no one was paying attention. It was just as he thought. As long as it was a living creature with a soul, it would definitely suffer the attack of the body fusion combat technique and be immediately stunned. According to the discussion, Yi Qinghan's team needed to work in shifts for a day and a night. At their level of strength, they would not feel tired even if they worked for a few days and nights. Hence, after everyone cleaned up the corpses, they continued to abide by the rules. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan returned to the tree and continued to cultivate his battle chi. However, today's good luck seemed to have been completely used up last night and this morning. For the entire day, there was not a single foreign tribe appearing in the eastern region that Yi Qinghan was in charge of. A busy and fulfilling day passed by. In the evening, Jianghu brought some people to change shifts. After giving some instructions, Yi Qinghan led the team back to rest. The members of the team could return to the simple beds that Xiao Tan had prepared for them and sleep soundly. However, Yi Qinghan still had one more thing that he had to do. And this matter could only be done by him alone. Collect the corpses nearby. Of course, it was not to collect the corpses but to collect the points. These points could not be collected by others on his behalf. This was something that could not be traded. Moreover, the exchange system for the points of the Fu battle could only be one person's points and could not be stacked. The result of yesterday's discussion was that each side would be responsible for the north, south, east and west. The points would be collected by each side first. Then, when it was Yi Qinghan's turn, he would collect the rings and bury the corpses on the spot. After walking around and greeting the people who had obeyed the rules, he collected the points. Yi Qinghan returned to Xiao Tan's resting area. Looking at the constantly changing points on the ring, he was in an exceptionally good mood. After a day and a night of hard work, they had collected a total of 95 points. Adding the 35 points from yesterday, they now had a total of 140 points. He calculated and found that they had killed 6 demon generals for 60 points, 5 barbarian generals for 50 points, and the remaining great demon warriors and great barbarian warriors. They had already collected more than 100 points after waiting here for a day. If Tian had such good luck, He could have collected 1 or 2,000 points after waiting here for 3 months. Yi Qinghan was looking at the ring and thinking happily. Suddenly he sensed an abnormality in the air flow in the distance. He had worked with the Hua family many times, so he was very sure that someone from the Hua family was sneaking over. At this moment, the only person who dared to sneak over to him was the lady boy Flora. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, but he did not point it out. He continued to lean on the tree trunk in silence, waiting for Flora to appear. Sigh. Flora sighed deeply and slowly appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. His expression was a little gloomy and disappointed. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan quickly sat up and asked with concern. Failure, failure. I've been with you for a long time, and you've seen through all of the Hua family's ultimate skills. Even your general tear soul perception can tell that I'm here. How will the Hua family survive in the future? Flora pouted and complained. He looked extremely dissatisfied that he had suffered a great loss. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, Go to hell. Haven't you all seen through the ultimate skills of my Yi family? There are no secrets between the 5 great clans. How did you suffer a setback and come to me to complain? Sigh, I still can't hide it from you, young Master Han. Yi, look over there. Flora blushed after being exposed by Yi Qinghan. He said embarrassedly. Then he pushed Yi Qinghan's arm and pointed into the distance. Yi Qinghan looked through the leaves in the direction that Flora was pointing. That was where the ladies of the Yu family were stationed, and the place that Flora was pointing at was the bathhouse that the ladies of the Yu family had built. Don't misunderstand, young Master Han. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare to peep at your wife and Yi Qingwu bathing. I just want to see the elite disciples of the Yu family, hee. Do you think you can ask your wife to remove those disciples who are guarding the bathhouse? Feast my eyes and I'll definitely repay you generously. Flora saw that Yi Qinghan's face suddenly darkened when he saw the bathhouse, so he quickly patted his chest and promised. Seeing that Yi Qinghan's face had recovered slightly, Flora finally put on a flattering and vulgar expression and asked tentatively. Go to hell. Why didn't you say it yourself? You brat, I didn't think that you would be so lascivious, vulgar, and perverted on the outside. Yi Qinghan pushed Flora's arm away. He was a little shocked. He didn't think that the usually cultured Flora would say such words and make such a request. Flora flipped his hands and explained helplessly, I don't want to, but it's a habit that I've developed over the years, and I can't change it even if I wanted to. You don't know that when we awakened our bloodline in a small family, the first family skill we learned was stealth. After learning stealth, the mission given by the family was to sneak in and peep at ladies bathing. We must succeed once a month. We've been peeping for more than 10 years and we've gotten used to it. I feel a little itchy after not peeping for a few months. Chapter 84. Yi Qinghan was a little speechless. What kind of clan and what kind of people were these? They actually made peeping at other girls bathing a mission. He thought about how the girls of the Hua family's main city, Hualuo City, grew up under the peeping of the Hua family's disciples. Countless girls slowly wiped their precious bodies under countless pairs of wretched gazes. Thinking about this, an unknown anger surged from the bottom of Yi Qinghan's heart. He was slightly angry and slightly jealous. He scolded in a low voice, F***, your family is all animals, all perverts. It's not right for you to peep at other people's privacy like this. Don't you have any humanity? How unfair was this to other young girls? Could it be that your family has been peeping for so many years without being discovered? No one in Luohua City protested? None of the female members of your family objected? Don't be so righteous. Aren't you just jealous of me? To tell you the truth, the ancient god of my family has the title of the god of perversion. Also, the girls of Hualuo City are waiting to be peeped at by my disciples every day so that they can have the chance to marry into the Hua family. Of course, the Hua family would never admit to this kind of thing on the surface. Once someone was discovered to be peeping, once someone is discovered, the Hua family will not acknowledge the identity of this disciple. Think about it, what future does a person who can't even do something as unskilled as peeping have? What's the use of the female members of the family protesting? The ancestor once left a message. Peeping can be used to practice stealth and train one's state of mind. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This kind of thing can be done and must be done. Hua paused and shook his head proudly. He continued, however, the family also has a rule. Those who are not virgins are not allowed to peep. Those who are not of age are not allowed to peep at other people having sex. Of course, brothels are an exception. Also, if someone finds out about peeping, they must not admit to being a member of the Hua family. Otherwise they will be severely punished. To tell you the truth, I've done this at the Quiet Lake and succeeded. A group of Quiet Lake girls bathing together. That scene was King breathtaking. Animals, animals? Yi Qinghan finally knew that the unknown fire in his heart was actually jealousy. Actually, in this world there were no laws or police. A small matter like peeping was not a serious matter. With the power and influence of the Hua family in Hualuo City, this matter was insignificant. There are two sides to a person's heart. Which boy or girl doesn't yearn for love? Peeping was a high-tech activity that could satisfy a person's criminal heart and satisfy a young man's fantasies about a young woman. Of course, there was no man who wouldn't want to do it. It was just that, the majority of people hid these somewhat immoral and somewhat shameful thoughts deep in their hearts. On the other hand, the Hua family openly allowed this idea to become a reality. It even became an ancestral teaching. Not only could they do it, they often did it. When the outsiders found out that the Hua family's people were doing this openly, the thoughts that they had hidden deep in their hearts for many years, anyone would feel unbalanced. Under the extreme disparity, it was only natural that there would be some nameless anger. Of course, this included Yi Qinghan at the moment. How is it, young Master Han? Why don't you go and peep as well? I'm sure your wife would welcome you to peep at her, hee. Of course, Flora knew what Yi Qinghan was thinking. He smiled pervertedly, and his submissive expression made people want to beat him up. CKU, your second grandpa. Do I still need to peep? Yi Qinghan thought of Yu Qingqing. Her peerless and graceful figure made his heart waver. He thought of the pink bed in the backyard of Barbarian City's Dark Moon Hotel. He thought of the enchanting figure that made him infatuated. He thought of Dark Moon's satisfied and heart-stirring moans as he whipped her. He hadn't tasted a woman for a few months. Then he put on a good show with Yu Qi and the others on Tranquil Lake Island. He almost threw caution to the wind and did it for real. At this moment he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Under Flora's bewitching words, he began to seriously consider the feasibility of this idea. He had mysteriously entered a magical state of soul stillness at Tranquil Lake. It made the Yu family's patriarch choose him as the sole guardian of the Saintess. It seemed that Yu Qingqing didn't hate him either. Moreover, the Yu family sent Yu Qingqing to Prefecture Battle Island to facilitate the marriage between him and her. Yu Qingqing gave advice on Battle Island and sent 4 Tranquil Lake girls. Facilitating the 4 families to form a super elite team was also to help him get points. From another perspective, it could be understood that she was flattering him. Then, if he wanted to do something with her, she wouldn't reject him, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had been suppressing his emotions for a few months. He had been desperately cultivating and had accumulated a nefarious fire in his heart. At this moment he couldn't bear it anymore. Meanwhile, Flora at the side was obviously choked by his words. Thinking that this kid dared to reject Yu Qingqing at Tranquil Lake, she couldn't help but say hatefully, CKU. Of course you don't need to peep. Yu Qingqing wanted to go to your bed some time ago, but you dared to reject her. You don't know, but Frenzy and I thought you were a rabbit that didn't like women. Frenzy was scared that you would climb into his bed in the middle of the night. During that time he just wore his clothes and slept. Speaking of which, why are you so popular with girls? Can you teach me some tricks? Flora's words made the nefarious fire in Yi Qinghan feel as if he had been splashed with cold water. His whole body quivered. He despised himself in his heart. Why did he reject Yu Qingqing? Wasn't it because of his sister who was lying on the mountain behind Yi family because she tried to save his life? He thought of the weak, white-haired, white-clothed girl who was in a deep sleep. He thought of her floating in the air in front of the Garden of Enchantment and telling him that she wanted to marry him in her next life. Yi Qinghan felt that he was the animal. His sister's life was hanging by a thread, and he still had the mood to talk about love and go to the flowers under the moonlight? After calming down, Yi Qinghan's mood gradually recovered. The nefarious fire in his heart also disappeared completely. Then he turned his head and said to Flora, "It's a matter of character. A wretched person like you wouldn't understand. Alright, I'm going to cultivate. You should go back and rest too. You only know how to cultivate. Brother, what do you mean by work and rest? Forget it, you're so boring. I'm going to talk to Frenzy." Hua shrugged her shoulders. Just as she was about to persuade Yi Qinghan, she saw that he had already sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He looked like he was sending her off. She shook her head in boredom and leaped onto another tree. Days passed and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ever since the conversation with Flora that day, Yi Qinghan cultivated even more diligently. Every day, whether it was in shifts or when he was resting, he spent most of his time cultivating. He cultivated his battle chi and practiced his shadow step. He was extremely busy. Flora and Feng Zi, on the other hand, focused on peeping after their shifts. They tried their best and scratched their heads, but they didn't seem to make any substantial progress. Although Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu didn't point it out, they probably knew what was going on. Every time he bathed he would do it at a fixed time. At that time, there would be 6 guardians instead of 4, completely sealing off all directions. Yu Qingqing saw that Yi Qinghan was so diligent and didn't come out. She didn't say much. She just quietly took shifts every day. Then she and Yi Qingwu stayed by a small pond on the east side. No one knew what they were doing. After a few days, Fengzi and Flora realized that they couldn't peep. They came up with another plan. They stopped peeping and started to flirt with the girls from the Yu family. Both of them had their eyes on a girl from the Yu family. Every day they would use all kinds of methods to woo her. This made the originally boring hunting activity a little more interesting. And in this half a month, their good luck seemed to have been used up on the first day. In this half a month, only a small number of the mutated race had been teleported over. They had only obtained over 100 points. Currently they didn't even have 300 points. It seemed like the barbarians and monsters weren't fools. They started to move forward carefully. Seeing that there were so few mutated race teleportations, the leaders of the teams had another meeting. They decided that the young masters would deal with all the mutated race that appeared in the future. When they fought, there would be a duke protecting them at the side to ensure their safety. This would allow the young masters to obtain large amounts of battle experience. It wouldn't go against the original intention of the leaders to let them participate in the prefecture battle. Chapter 85. That day, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be on duty. It was still the same place, the teleportation portal in the east, with the same batch of over 20 elites. No mutated races teleported over for the entire night, and everyone was used to it. Those who cultivated, those who rested, and those who were bored finally bored. Finally, at 10 in the morning, the long-awaited alarm sounded from the teleportation portal. Everyone immediately perked up. They had not hunted for a few days and they were bored to death. Now that they had finally caught one, wouldn't they kill him? The Hua family assassin immediately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone rubbed their palms and began to prepare for battle. Gugugugu. However, in the blink of an eye, the Hua family assassin sounded the alarm, causing everyone's expression to change. At the same time, they perked up again and quickly ordered another Hua family assassin to spread the alarm. This was a level 1 alarm, which meant that a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign had appeared. For a moment, the cries of a flock of birds came from beside Xiao Tan, as if the sudden appearance of a ferocious beast had alarmed the flock of birds in the forest. Swoosh! Yi Shisan, who was not far away, rushed over immediately and stood close to Yi Qinghan. His battle aura surrounded him and his cold eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something slicing through the air was heard at the same time. It was obvious that this was the first time they were dealing with a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign, so the small group of Duke Realm martial artists took this seriously. They did not want to accidentally injure anyone, so they appeared together. What's going on? Wuxia also rushed over immediately and quietly appeared next to Yi Qinghan, asking in a low voice. Yi Qinghan looked back at him and said, "I'm not sure either. It was your family's elite who sent the alarm. Let's wait for everyone to arrive before going over to take a look." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Feng Ziyue, Qingqing and Yi Qingwu also rushed over. Everyone had already discussed this beforehand. If a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign appeared, everyone would gather except for the necessary guards. 2 Duke Realm martial artists would guard, 4 Duke Realm martial artists would besiege and 1 would patrol. The goal was to ensure that the demon sovereign and barbaric sovereign would not escape and would not harm the low-level martial artists in the team. Of course, the most important thing was to ensure that the few royal members would not be harmed. After all, such existences could easily kill the few young masters and young mistresses. "Let's go, they've already surrounded us." Yi Shisan communicated with the rest of the vassal realm experts for a while. Seeing that the vassal realm experts of the Yu clan had also arrived with Yu Qingqing, he no longer had any misgivings and called everyone over to watch the battle together. After all, high-level demons and barbarians all knew some demonic techniques and witchcraft. It was a good thing to learn more about them now. Since they were surrounded, they didn't bother hiding. They jumped down from the ancient tree and rushed over like a gust of wind. The one who was teleported over was a member of the demon clan. He was not tall and was as thin as a bamboo pole. His skin and face were covered in black scales. He had a pointy head and a pair of yellow eyes. Occasionally, when he squinted, there was a green light shining in them. At this time, the demon clan was surrounded by 4 black-clothed martial artists with halos around their bodies. There were traces of trampled flowers and grass all around. Clearly the demons had tried to escape but failed. It's a snake demon? As soon as Yi Qinghan saw the demon race, he immediately recalled his family's records of the demon race and exclaimed softly. This was a very pure snake demon. Moreover, snake demons made up a large portion of the demon race and were one of the more powerful ones. Snake demons were extremely fast and possessed a lethal poison. They were a difficult type of demon race to deal with, but their offensive power was relatively weak. Since we've surrounded him, this demon race isn't scary anymore. Just wait to get your points. Yi Shisan relaxed when he saw that it was a snake demon. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, he chuckled and explained, the demon race is extremely fast and skilled at hiding in the environment. They are most afraid of sneak attacks. If they bite you, you will die without an antidote. However, as long as a vassal realm expert releases his aura, the demon race won't be able to get close. Thus, there's no need to fear his poison. He can only be beaten. However, before you reach the vassal realm, you must be careful. Don't let the demon race hurt you. If you do, kill him first. Once poisoned, your body's functions will gradually disappear and your movements will become sluggish. This way you can easily lose your life on the battlefield. Everyone nodded and committed this to memory. This was a matter of life and death, so they naturally had to remember it. Meanwhile, the 4 vassal realm experts didn't attack. Instead, they continued to surround the demon race in 4 directions. Their auras of different colors bloomed like 4 divine beings guarding the gates of heaven. The demon race was clearly unwilling to be killed. He tried to break through the encirclement and escape several times, turning into a series of afterimages as he scurried in all directions. However, no matter which direction he fled in, he would be intercepted by a vassal realm expert and forced to retreat. It was like a mouse that had crawled into a cage. Once it was locked in, it ran all over the place. In the end, it realized that this side wasn't working, so it hurriedly ran to another side, only to be surrounded by walls. This demon emperor isn't that powerful. Apart from being a little fast, I don't see how strong he is. Fengzi was a little puzzled. It was obvious that this demon emperor wasn't a match for any of the 4 people present. Since they were cultivators of the same level, why was there such a huge difference? Seeing that everyone was confused, Yi Shisan patiently explained, it is true that the demon race isn't a match for a vassal realm expert in a head-on fight, but do you know what the outcome would be if I were to take all of you and fight him alone? Apart from me, all of you would probably be annihilated. Of course, if the Feng clan's martial realm assassins had stealthily escaped from the beginning, a few of you might have escaped. A trace of fear appeared in everyone's eyes. When they looked at the black-scaled demon with green eyes again, they no longer looked down on him as if he was a mouse in a cage. Instead, it was as if they were looking at a ferocious monster. Yi Shisan paused to give everyone enough time to think. After a while, he explained again, he is faster than cultivators of the same level, and his endurance is superb. Those who are slower than him will only be tortured to death. His attacks are very weak, but as long as he scratches you, he can bring poison into your body, causing you to slow down and lose your functions. In the end, you will die under his claws. The demon race is the most terrifying demon race in the prefecture battles and is the nemesis of cultivators below the vassal realm. In every prefecture battle, a large number of people die under the claws of the demon race. Don't you think he's weak? Look carefully, the 4 of them haven't attacked yet because they are giving you a chance to observe and see how you will deal with low-level demon race members in the future. It was obvious that Yi Shisan's lesson was very good. No one dared to joke anymore and carefully observed the movements of the demon race member with serious expressions, imagining how they would deal with such a situation themselves. Yi Qinghan also secretly put away his contempt. After watching for a long time and thinking for a long time, he finally came to a conclusion. Before he mastered the shadow step, there was nothing he could do if he encountered a demon race member of the same level. He could only rely on his battle beast's fusion technique to kill him instantly. Moreover, in a chaotic battle, this kind of demon race member was the first target to be eliminated. He didn't know if the mystical white gas in his holy artifact bronze ring had the effect of detoxification. Of course, he didn't dare take this risk. After all, it was a matter of life and death. An hour later, after receiving Yi Shisan's telepathic message, the 4 no longer surrounded the demon race. After all, if another demon emperor or barbarian emperor were to be teleported over at this time, the situation would be difficult to control. Thus, after giving everyone less than an hour to observe, they began to pull in the net. The 4's chi field clearly doubled and slowly moved closer to the demon race member. The chi field of the Duke realm was a further evolution of the external release of battle chi. Not only could it be used for defense, but as long as the enemy entered their chi field, their movements would be restricted. Moreover, Duke Realm experts could also use their chi field to distort the enemy's attacks. In the end, the demon race member had nowhere to go. He was shrouded by the chi field from all directions and his movements became sluggish. His speed was reduced by more than half and he was easily killed by the Feng clan's Duke Realm experts. Young Master Han, come and get the points. Yi Shisan laughed and winked at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan quickly jumped out. A demon emperor was worth 100 points, but he only obtained a few hundred points in a month. Now that he was going to get 100 points in one go, he was naturally excited. Chapter 86. From the snake demon's finger that was covered in tiny scales, he quickly took out a ring that glowed with a green light and slid it across his own finger. With a flash of yellow light, the small number next to the original large battle character on the ring suddenly changed from the original 365 to 465. As he watched the number on the ring increase, Yi Qinghan seemed to see his sister, who was lying in the Yi family's back mountain, slowly waking up. He couldn't help but feel a trace of eagerness in his heart. How great would it be if a few dozen more dukes and barbarians were teleported over? But he also understood that this was definitely unrealistic. Generally, there weren't many demon and barbarian emperors. There were only a few dozen dukes in the House of Ares, and they rarely traveled alone. Furthermore, they rarely traveled alone. Most of them traveled with a team. The one in front of him was probably a rare lone ranger among the demon race. He'd thought that with his speed, one or two dukes wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He hadn't expected to encounter a super elite squad of the four great families here and ultimately fall. In the future, when we encounter a large group, stand with me. I have a way to deal with a martial snake demon. With everything done, everyone split up. Some took turns while others rested. Only a few young masters and young ladies remained. At this time, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a voice transmission. In fact, the sound transmission secret technique was not considered a precious secret technique in the major clans. Everyone present naturally knew how to use it, and Yi Qinghan had learned it from Yi Shisan some time ago. At this time, he was being transmitted by a delicate and pleasant voice. Yi Qinghan looked at the pair of black pearl-like eyes in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Yu Qingqing, a level 3 general realm cultivator, could deal with a martial snake demon. He nodded at her with a smile and transmitted back, "All right." Although Yi Qinghan could instantly kill a demon commander-level snake-type demon race after combining with his beast, he didn't explain too much. Although he'd used his battle technique in front of a small number of people, no one knew that he had such a heaven-defying skill. They all thought that he possessed such terrifying strength because he had an 8th grade battle beast. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly tell others what everyone was thinking. The reason why a trump card was called a trump card was that he always revealed it at the most crucial moment. Yi Qinghan's warm smile seemed to make Yu Qingqing very happy. A trace of joy flickered in her eyes, revealing a faint charm. Her lips curled up beautifully as she floated away. Yi Qinghan's lips curled up into a faint smile as he watched the perfect back outlined by the black clothes drifting away. Initially, he thought that Yu Qingqing would pester him to the prefecture battle island. He even prepared several reasons to reject her. Who would have thought that the women of the Yu clan were the best wives, just like the rumors said? After Yu Qingqing had followed him to the battle island, she had never deliberately arranged for them to meet each other by chance, nor had she climbed into his bed in the middle of the night to put on a show of hand-to-hand combat. On the contrary, other than when she had to appear, she would only appear. The rest of the time it was impossible to see her. On the other hand, Chu had never asked for anything from him. Instead, she had always been thinking of him, silently contributing without asking for anything in return. What is a perfect wife? Most men were defined by one thing: understanding. They understood what a man wanted, what he didn't want, what he should do and what he shouldn't do. It was obvious that Yu Qingqing's performance fulfilled this requirement. The days that followed returned to being dull and fulfilling. Yi Qinghan continued to cultivate, while Hua Chao and Feng Zi continued to seduce the women of the Yu clan. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu continued to live in seclusion. The few marquises practiced and guided the elites of the various clans when they had nothing to do. The foreign tribes that were teleporting over became more and more popular. Once they were discovered, they would immediately surround them. First, the young masters would take turns to go up. Under the protection of the marquises, they began to turn the foreign tribes into training partners. Then, after the young masters were done training, the elites of the various clans would go up to train. In the end, the foreign tribes would be weakened until they died. It was obvious that in this way, the elites had obtained a large amount of experience in fighting against the foreign tribes. They had also collected a large amount of information on the offensive and defensive skills of the foreign tribes in preparation for future large-scale battles. Yi Qinghan's cultivation method was the most peculiar. He never attacked and only trained his footwork in defense. It was as if he had nothing better to do. Huaqiao was very bored. He had been waiting here for 2 months. Recently, the number of foreign tribes being teleported over had decreased. He also knew that as time passed, the 3 clans had more or less figured out the rules of these teleportation formations. Apart from a few idiots, they would undoubtedly step into the teleportation formation when they were being chased. As for the powerful Lone Rangers there, they rarely used the teleportation formation to kill enemies. After all, they would be teleported to a place where others were waiting. For example, the demon slaying pool. Originally, he had planned with Madman to pick up the women of the Yu clan. He didn't expect that last Yu Qingqing to say that she wouldn't interfere with the freedom of love of her subordinates. However, he had clearly described their achievements in toying with women over the years in detail. These Yu clan women weren't the Yu clan's Tranquil Lake women. Those women were specially sent by the Yu clan to make friends with the nobles. And these elite disciples were all the core disciples of the Yu clan. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also very powerful. After Huaqiao and Feng Zi couldn't promise to be the main wife, they obviously wouldn't foolishly let them play with them. After the battle, they all went back to their own homes. When they were free, they would contact each other and have a one-night stand or something. The Yu clan didn't have any requirements for the core disciples to fall in love. The only requirement was that they had to be the main wife. Therefore, Huaqiao and Feng Zi's plan to woo them was ruined. So boring, Huaqiao rubbed his beautiful face and said weakly with his head down. For the past 5 days, other than cultivating, he didn't move at all. Not a single foreign tribe was teleported over. He wasn't someone who liked to cultivate. After staying here for 2 months, life was tough. Of course, he didn't want to cultivate. Boring, I have an idea. Just as Huaqiao was bored to death and was thinking if he should have a meeting to discuss how to end this activity early, a black figure walked over from afar and took over his words. When Huaqiao heard this, he suddenly became alert. He blinked his beautiful peach blossom eyes and looked at the green figure. When he saw who it was, he was a little surprised and said jokingly, "Yi Qinghan, did the sun rise from the west today? You're such a busy person. You actually have time to accompany your brother? That's rare. It's really hard for a rich young master like you to stay in this *TTY place for 2 months. Yi Qinghan was dressed in a green robe. His figure had grown a little taller after a few months of continuous cultivation. Coupled with his eyes that were as calm as water and his slightly tanned face, he seemed to have slowly become mature and steady from his original immature youth. Huaqiao scratched his head and let out a breath. You're really boring me. You say you have an idea? What is it? You agreed to go peeping with me? *CKU. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. This guy was already so old. Why did he always feel like he didn't grow up? He was always thinking about this. He thought about the other disciples of the Hua family and looked at Huaqiao in front of him. He said doubtfully, "Huaqiao, aren't your assassins very patient? I heard that your assassins would sometimes stay in the latrine for 5 to 6 days without moving at all just to assassinate a target. In the end they would succeed. I think if you stay there you'll jump up after 2 hours." Sigh. Huaqiao was probably touched on his sore spot by Yi Qinghan. He scratched his head again and said embarrassedly, "I've never been patient since I was young. I'm determined to be an assassin under the sun. I'll tell my target clearly that I want to assassinate him. Then I'll take his head in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. Then I'll float away. Don't you think that's cool?" Cool is cool. Yi Qinghan was speechless. He paused for a moment before saying, "However, I'm afraid you won't even see your target. Then you'll become a pile of rotten meat. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Aren't you bored? Let's make a bet. If you lose, I'll arrange for you to go to Tsang City's 13th Street to play for a month. How about that?" Chapter 87. What are we betting on? 13th Street? Not in Tsang City. How about a month at the Moon Hotel? Flowers and Grass was very interested. His beautiful eyes rolled a few times and he made his request. For a young master like him, he wasn't interested in the goods on the 13th Street. The Moon Hotel was the most expensive place in the entire House of Aries. It would hurt him to stay there for a month. Moon Hotel it is, no problem. Yi Qinghan found it funny. He agreed after thinking for a while. Though a month at the Moon Hotel was a little expensive, compared to the fact that the House of Aries could hire an elder, such a small matter could be arranged. He thought for a while and said, the rules of the bet. Don't we still have a month to wait here? I want to fight with you every day for an hour. I won't attack. As long as you can stab me 3 times, you win. Of course, you can only use a wooden sword. If you can win 16 out of 30, you win? There's such a good thing? Are you sure? Flowers and Grass blinked in disbelief. He was wondering if Yi Qinghan had too much to drink. Was he talking while drunk? How strong was he? Level 3 General Realm, and he was about to break through. What were his special skills? Stealth, Shadow Clone Technique. Yi Qinghan, a level 1 General Realm warrior, wanted to fight with him for an hour every day and said he would win if he could stab him 3 times? Even if Yi Qinghan had an 8th tier beast and could reach the same level of strength as him, one must know that the Hua clan's speed was the fastest among the 5 great clans. Moreover, with Yi Qinghan's stealth and afterimage clone technique, even if he didn't attack, he was confident in stabbing Yi Qinghan 30 times, let alone 3 times. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod seriously, Flowers and Grass wasn't happy. Instead, he was even more confused. Yi Qinghan was talking while drunk and didn't look like a masochist. This bet that he would definitely lose must be a way to please him. If he was unaccountably solicitous, he must be hiding something. Could it be that he had a motive? Stop looking at me. I don't have any purpose. Do you want to bet or not? If not, I'm going to find a lunatic. Yi Qinghan was creeped out by his stare. He said in a funny and angry manner. Bet. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was about to leave, Wuxia quickly said. He would be a fool not to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, he was quite bored, so he took Yi Qinghan for fun. He could cultivate and also win a month of enjoyment in the moon brothel. Why not? Alright, I'll arrange for some people to be on guard. We'll begin soon. Yi Qinghan smiled and turned to walk towards Yi-17, who was not far away. After 2 months of practice, he had made some progress in the first stage of the shadow step. He realized that the fastest way to practice was when he was fighting against the mutated tribes. People always improved easily when they were under pressure, and the number of mutated tribes teleporting over had decreased recently. Without any mutated tribes to practice, he decided to let his own people accompany him in the shadow step. In this small elite team, in terms of speed and strangeness of attack, the Hua family was definitely the best. Therefore, he decided to let Wuxia accompany him in practicing the shadow step for the remaining month. Of course, the reason he proposed the bet was to arouse Wuxia's interest, so that he would go all out to fight against him every day. After a while, Yi-17 arranged everything nearby and nodded to Yi Qinghan, indicating that he could begin. He knew about the saint-level movement technique, the shadow step. Moreover, the Yi clan's grand elder Yi Qingyo had relied on this movement technique to gain the title of unrivaled beneath the heavens, in the Divine War Residence. In the past 2 months, when he saw Yi Qinghan fighting against the mutated tribes, he had been practicing this footwork. He admired Yi Qinghan's approach. No matter what kind of combat skill it was, it could only be mastered quickly in battle. Let's begin. When Yi Qinghan saw that Yi-17 was already on guard and keeping track of the time, he spoke to Wuxia and immediately merged with his battle beast. His battle aura did not form a battle shield like usual. Instead, it was completely released to the soles of his feet, causing his boots to shine brightly as if they were filled with jewels. Be careful. Wuxia held a green wooden sword in his hand. The wooden sword was obviously freshly made. It was casually shaved from a piece of wood, so of course, it did not have any lethality. He smiled sinisterly, and his body suddenly disappeared into thin air. He had immediately entered stealth from the start. Since Yi Qinghan did not retaliate, he could boldly increase his speed and circle around Yi Qinghan, catching him off guard. Seeing that Wuxia had entered stealth from the start, Yi Qinghan did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes and pricked up his ears, sensing the flow of air around him. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly opened and a bright light flashed in them. He activated his battle aura and did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly took a step forward, turned around and slid sideways. In front of him, a green wooden sword slowly appeared in the air, and Wuxia's figure also slowly appeared. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had dodged his meticulous stab, Wuxia was a little surprised. However, he did not think too much about it. With a tap of his foot, he rushed straight towards Yi Qinghan. His feet swayed left and right and his body turned into 3 shadows. He turned into 3 flowers holding 3 wooden swords, and stabbed at Yi Qinghan from 3 directions. Shadow Clone Technique. Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly. This Wuxia really did not give him any face at all. He had used his trump card right from the start. If it was not stealth, then it was Shadow Clone Technique. From the looks of it, Wuxia had mastered the first level of shadow clone technique. The three clones looked exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to activate his battle aura with all his might. With his fastest speed, he spun around in the air with 18 strange steps. What are they doing? The fight only lasted for a short while before it attracted the attention of others. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu did not take turns. They jumped down from the tree they were resting on and came to Yi 17's side. They looked at the three flowers chasing after Yi Qinghan in confusion. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, did not fight back. Instead, he kept dodging with his awkward steps. Both of them had reached the limit of their speed. In the open space beside the pond, they flashed up and down, left and right like two ghosts. Ladies, they are practicing. Yi 17 replied with a straight face. From time to time, he glanced around in case something unexpected happened. *T, I know they are practicing. Hey, why does Yi Qinghan's steps look so similar to Grandpa's running bull steps? Yi Qingwu pouted and rolled her eyes at Yi 17. After watching for a while, she suddenly asked in confusion. Yi 17 chuckled and said, "It is originally the same as the Grand Supreme Elder's running bull steps. Your grandpa thought the original name was not good, so he changed it. I didn't expect the Yi family to value Yi Qinghan so much. They even taught him such a secret technique." Yu Qingqing's pearl-like eyes narrowed slightly as she sighed to herself. When Yi Qinghan was practicing with the mutated race, she heard from the Yu family's woman that Yi Qinghan was practicing some kind of strange but magical footwork. She had already guessed it in her heart. Now she was finally sure that Yi Qinghan was practicing one of the rare saint secret techniques of the Yi family, the shadow step. According to her usual deduction, the saint secret techniques of the 5 great families would never be taught to anyone without the strength of an emperor realm. When she thought of this, a burst of pride surged in her heart. She was happy that the man she liked was so valued by the Yi family. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. What else was so special about Yi Qinghan? Otherwise, based on Yi Qinghan's strength, why would the Yi family impart the family's most precious technique to him? Whoosh whoosh. The flowers and plants and Yi Qinghan were on the field, chasing each other like two playful children. One moment they were jumping up a tree, the next moment they were hiding in a pile of weeds, and the next moment they were walking on the water. It was very lively. It was obvious that the flowers and plants were a little faster than Yi Qinghan. The Hua family was known for their speed, and this was widely recognized on the continent. The flowers and plants were always chasing after Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan's footwork seemed very strange. Every time it seemed like he was about to be stabbed, he would randomly twist his feet and move strangely, narrowly avoiding the flowers and plants' assassination. "Young master has lost," Yi Shisan said with a smile. He was very satisfied that Yi Qinghan was able to persist for so long. The flowers and plants of the general realm used their full strength. Considering that Yi Qinghan had only learned the shadow step for a short 2 months, it was already very good. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu also stood there with smiles on their faces, waiting for the two to come over. The flowers and plants were very excited. Although it had wasted a lot of his strength, it was still very comfortable to bully people. However, Yi Qinghan's strange footwork made him feel a little uncomfortable. There were many times when he was about to stab Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan had narrowly avoided it. This feeling was not good. However, he was very confident that today was only the first day. Tomorrow he would definitely be able to hit Yi Qinghan 3 times and win another round. Chapter 88. Brother Hua is mighty. I've lost today. I'll come back tomorrow at this time. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with today's training. He looked at Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing, who were standing next to Yi Shisan and smiling at him. He nodded and greeted them. "Qingqing, sister Yu, you're all here. Yi Qinghan, you're really diligent in your training." Qingqing is a little embarrassed. Yu Qingqing's intelligent eyes flickered. She looked at Yi Qinghan's slightly tanned and skinny face, which had lost its childishness. She felt a little sorry for him. She knew that the reason behind this young man's hard work was to get enough points to save his sister. She was very touched by this, but she was also a little jealous. Yi Qingwu twitched her straight nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "Yi Qinghan, be honest. How did you know my grandfather's galloping bull steps? Did he teach you in secret?" "Galloping bull steps?" Hua Hua rolled his beautiful eyes and suddenly realized something. He shouted, "Wow, Yi Qinghan, were you using the galloping bull steps just now? No wonder it's so strange. I'll explain later." Yi Qinghan glared at Yi Qingwu helplessly. He was blaming her for speaking inappropriately. How could he say such things here? After Yi Qingwu understood and shut her mouth, he turned to look at Hua Hua and raised his eyebrows. It was not easy to coax Hua Hua to help him with his training. It would be bad if he failed. Therefore he decided to use provocation to calm Hua Hua down. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then admit defeat. Otherwise it won't look good if you lose in the future. I'm afraid? I don't know who was easily stabbed by me 3 times today. You're definitely going to lose this bet. You're going to treat me? Although Hua Hua was a little afraid of the magical steps of the Yi family, he was certainly not timid in the situation where the 2 beauties were watching. He straightened his chest and said casually. However, he seemed to realize that the next topic was not very harmonious. He quickly shut his mouth in embarrassment. Bet. Why would I treat you if I lost? Shimil, why did you stop talking? Go on, go on. Yi Qingwu accurately sensed the meaning behind Hua Hua's words. Her limpid eyes expressed a strong interest. Seeing that Hua Hua had stopped talking, she continued to ask. It's nothing. Sister Xiaowu, I'm going to take a shower. I'll talk to you later. The weather is so hot that I'm sweating. Flower laughed and ran away. Humph. If you speak so vaguely, then you're definitely betting on something bad. Yi Qingwu humphed coldly. She was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the flowers and plants. Turning around, she pointed a finger at Yi Qinghan and demanded, Little Han, you tell me the truth. I'm going to take a shower too. I'll talk to you later. It's really hot. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Qingwu was looking at him and that Yu Qingqing was also looking at him with a smile. He could not help but frown. Just as he was about to escape, he saw that Yi Qingwu was so angry that she seemed to be about to chase after him. He hurriedly shouted, What? You two want to take a shower with me? Yi Qingwu wanted to chase after them, but she quickly stopped. If she really chased after them, she was afraid that people would misunderstand. She was so angry that she stomped her feet on the ground. Pointing at Yi Qinghan's back, she scolded, Yi Qinghan, just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Yu Qingqing did not think that Yi Qinghan would include her. Thinking of the shameful meaning in Yi Qinghan's words, her beautiful face blushed, making her look even more lovely. In the following days, in addition to the routine squatting, the elite team had another activity. They watched as Flora chased after Yi Qinghan all over the mountains. On the first day of the duel, Yi Qinghan only lasted 15 minutes before he was stabbed 3 times and lost 1 round. In the following days, as Yi Qinghan became more and more proficient in the shadow step, the time of the 3 stabs also slowly passed. Today was the 13th day of the duel. The elite teams that were not on shifts gathered around Yi 17, quietly waiting for the duel to begin. It's about to begin. Alright, is there anyone else who wants to bet? If Yi Qinghan wins, the odds are 10 to 1, and if Flora wins, the odds are 1 to 1. Hurry up and place your bets, it's the last minute. Feng Zi's muffled voice sounded, making Flora, Yi Qinghan, and Yi 17 feel helpless. Ever since the 3rd day of the duel, Feng Zi found out about it. He opened a peripheral gambling house under the big tree and acted as the banker. All the elite teams that were not on shifts started betting again. Young Master Feng? Why did the betting odds drop again today? Wasn't young Master Han's odds 1 to 20 yesterday? A Hua clan elite said with a bitter expression. A few days ago, Feng Zi, this swindler, always talked about Yi Qinghan's strange footwork as if it was the only one in the world. At first, when everyone heard that Yi Qinghan's footwork was the famous running bull steps of Yi Qinghan, no one actually dared to bet on him losing. In the end, Yi Qinghan lost 13 rounds in a row, so much so that they almost sold their pants. If they still bet on Flora to win now, the odds were so low that they basically couldn't make a comeback. They could only hope for Yi Qinghan to win. Now that they saw that Yi Qinghan's odds had dropped, of course they became anxious. What do you know? These odds are based on their increasing battle experience as well as the weather, their mood, and the amount of rest they have. It took me an entire night to calculate all of these odds. If you want to bet on speed, if you don't, you can only place your bets tomorrow. Feng Zi's face darkened as he reprimanded. Yi Qinghan almost won yesterday. If he didn't lower Yi Qinghan's odds today, he would lose everything. He was extremely shocked at Yi Qinghan's improvement. Initially, when he found out about their bet, he thought that Yi Qinghan would definitely lose. In the end, after Yi Qinghan gradually became more familiar with the shadow step, he almost succeeded yesterday. He obviously knew the power of the Yi family's Saint-Tier secret technique, the shadow step, after it was mastered. However, wasn't it said that this footwork required at least 20 years of cultivation to be mastered? How did Yi Qinghan seem to almost master the first level after cultivating for a few months? We'll bet on Yi Qinghan winning, 100 purple crystal coins. Just as Feng Zi was thinking, a gentle voice came from the side. Then he smelled a faint peach blossom fragrance mixed with rose perfume. He raised his head in surprise and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw who it was. Miss Qingqing, Sister Xiaowu, I'm just playing around. There's no need for you to get involved. Seeing Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu coming together and betting 100 purple crystal coins, he felt a little uneasy. 100 purple crystal coins was equivalent to 10,000 crystal coins. If Yi Qinghan won, he would have to pay 100,000 crystal coins. What? Didn't you open this place to let people place bets? Could it be a black dealer? Yi Qingwu snorted and frowned slightly. She glared at Feng Zi as if she was about to flip out. As soon as Yi Qingwu said this, the elites at the side immediately looked at Feng Zi with disdain. It was as if they would despise him if he didn't accept the bet. Alright, since you're giving me money, I'll reluctantly accept it. Don't cry when you lose. Feng Zi could only laugh dryly and accept the bet. He began to pray in his heart. You must work hard, otherwise if I lose this round, I'll have to pay 1,000 purple crystal coins, which was equivalent to 100,000 crystal coins. I'm afraid even all my assets won't be enough to pay for it. While the bets were lively, the fight was lively on the other side. Yi Qinghan seemed to be getting more and more familiar with the 18 steps. He didn't run around being chased by the flowers like he usually did. He just kept running in circles on the grass. Every time the flower's sword was about to stab his body, his footsteps would twist strangely as if he had foresight, narrowly dodging the attack. 40 minutes had passed, but the flowers had only managed to stab him once. He had planned for this stab for a long time. He had forced Yi Qinghan to a rocky terrain and used his afterimages to stab him. Now Yi Qinghan was like a loach. Every time he felt like he was about to stab him, he would narrowly avoid it. It made him want to vomit blood. It's been 50 minutes. Young Master Feng, prepare the money. How many clothes can we buy with 100,000 crystal coins? Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing were fascinated by the scene. From time to time, they would cheer for Yi Qinghan's miraculous dodging. Under Yi 17's reminder, 50 minutes had passed. Yi Qingwu laughed and looked at Feng Zi, who had a bitter expression on his face. The members of the elite team beside her were also full of excitement. Although the stakes had been lowered, if they won this time, they still had a chance to win back what they had lost in the past. They couldn't help but cheer for Yi Qinghan even louder. Isn't there still 10 minutes? What's the hurry? In a fight between experts, they can stab several times in a second. It's not clear who will lose. Feng Zi's face darkened as he swallowed his saliva. He gritted his teeth and endured. In his heart, he had already cursed the flowers dozens of times. As time passed, his heart grew colder and dimmer. Chapter 89. Time's up. Yi Qinghan wins. Yi 17 announced the result at the last moment. The result was out. Some people were happy while others were sad. The first to fly into a rage was none other than Flora and Fauna. His beautiful face, which could make many women fall into the wall with envy, was obviously filled with resentment. He threw the wooden sword away and cursed, I don't want to fight anymore. It's my loss. If we continue to fight, I will vomit blood. I admit defeat. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to go to the moon tower. Don't. You almost succeeded a few times. Keep working hard tomorrow. You will definitely win. Yi Qinghan walked over slowly and said with a smile. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked very excited. He had finally mastered the first stage of the shadow step. The results were obvious. Flora and Fauna, whose speed was comparable to an ordinary level 3 martial, could only stab him once in an hour. It was conceivable that as his strength increased, his speed would also increase. That way he would have enough capital to survive in the chaotic prefecture battle. Then, under the premise of preserving his life, he would instantly kill a marshal, obtain a large number of points and successfully rescue his sister. Feng Zi, pay up, pay up. Waha, 100,000 crystal coins. Yi Qingwu jumped in joy. The two of them had been observing for a few days. They estimated that Yi Qinghan had a very high chance of winning today, so they bet all their money on it. As expected, he won in one go. She was overjoyed. Ugh, ladyboy, why are you so disappointing? I even lost my underwear this time. Feng Zi had a bitter look on his face. He probably wanted to go to the brothel after the prefecture battle. He probably didn't even have money for fast food, let alone a night out. In the end, Feng Zi lost all his money and even borrowed some from his family's elites to pay off his gambling debt. However, Flora and Fauna refused to spar with Yi Qinghan no matter what. If they continued fighting, he would probably go crazy. Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only find Yi 17 to spar with him. Initially, the Hua family's assassins were the best sparring partners. Now that the Hua family had stopped working, it was not appropriate for the Hua family's elites to trouble themselves anymore. They could only let their own people be their sparring partners. Yi 17 was a second-level marquis, so it was a bit of a waste for him to be a sparring partner. However, the number of foreign races teleporting over was decreasing, and there was no longer a need for so many vassals to keep watch. Naturally, the other members of the team didn't have any objections. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was already time for the 3 months that everyone had agreed on to abide by the rules. Today they were preparing to leave the demon-slaying pool and head towards the depths of the illusory forest, where the 3 races were engaged in a chaotic battle. Early in the morning, the team started to get busy. Those who were on guard continued to be on guard, those who were packing quickly, and those who were preparing dry rations and fresh water were busy. For a time, the demon-slaying pool was bustling with activity. Yi Qinghan, Flora, and the others were eating a wild boar leg. This place was still far from the central region of the illusory forest, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered if he started a fire to roast meat here. After the team set off, it wasn't realistic to want to eat roast meat anymore. Not to mention the fact that starting a fire would easily alert the enemies. In a situation where they were in a chaotic battle at any moment, it was hard to know if there would be time to roast meat. This was the last barbecued meat in the near future, so the young masters naturally cherished it. One by one, they wolfed down the food until their stomachs were full before they were satisfied. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with these 3 months of guarding. Not only did the 3 months allow everyone to have some understanding of the abilities and skills of the devil race and the barbarian race, but their combat experience had also increased. In the past 3 months, without a single casualty, he had easily obtained nearly 800 points. Most importantly, he had already mastered the first level of the Shadow Step. In the upcoming battles, he would have a greater chance of surviving. His battle aura cultivation had also greatly increased, reaching the peak of the first level of the general realm. I'm done packing. We can set off now. A group of women walked over from the east. It was Yi Qingwu, Yu Qingqing, and the others. Everyone had already packed their equipment and were waiting for them. Seeing that they had arrived, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said, "Set off." According to the usual records of the Nether Island by the clans, they had only traveled 1/3 of the way into the illusory forest. The most chaotic battlefield of the 3 clans was indeed in the central region, 50 miles outside the Scarlet Prairie where the final battle would take place. The entire Nether Island was shaped like a triangle. The 3 clans' temporary headquarters were located at the 3 corners, while the vast Scarlet Prairie was in the center. The illusory forest on the periphery of the prairie had the most complicated terrain. It was also the chaotic battlefield of the past 10,000 elites. The goal of Yi Qinghan and the other females was to reach the chaotic battlefield. After 3 months of guarding, the team had killed many different clans and accumulated a lot of experience in fighting and cooperating with each other. They had also accumulated an extremely high morale. At this time they had rested and their morale was high. It was the perfect time for them to go to the chaotic battlefield. The team began to march silently. According to the calculation of the distance, it would take about 10 days to reach the chaotic battlefield. The Hua family's assassins split up and went out stealthily, beginning to scout the surroundings. The squad avoided the few places marked by the family that might have dangerous magical beasts. They marched quickly and silently. As time passed, the Dark Elemental Legion as time passed, they gradually approached the chaotic battlefield. On the 7th day they encountered the first elite team from the House of Ares. The team seemed to have gone through a huge battle. Out of the entire team of 200 people, a few dozen had died and the remaining half were injured. After Hua signaled for the Hua family's assassins to disperse and be on guard, the young masters walked towards the team under the protection of a few dukes. "Greetings, young Master Han." "Greetings, Lord Yishir-san." The leader of the team was a young master with bloodstains on his clothes and a huge dukes with an injured left hand. The two seemed to know the young masters. When they saw Yi Qinghan and the others walk over, they hurriedly greeted them with a bitter smile. "Young Master Han, the person on the other side is the young master of Phoenix City's Lu family. The injured giant is his family's Duke Realm bodyguard." Yishir-san saw that Yi Qinghan was slightly confused, so he explained in a low voice. Yi Qinghan had been busy cultivating along the way, so he obviously wouldn't have any impression of the team attached to his family. "Phoenix City?" Yi Qinghan nodded without a trace. Phoenix City was one of the 20 major cities under Tsang City. The Lu family was the owner of Phoenix City. After clarifying the situation, Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "Young Master Lu, what's the situation? How did you suffer such a huge loss?" Young Master Lu had a bitter expression. He looked at the injured person behind him and said, "Sai, this is a huge loss. I don't even know how to explain it to the family. You don't know, it's so chaotic up front, a complete mess." With young Master Lu's detailed explanation, everyone finally understood what had happened. It seemed that the demon god and barbarian god manners had sent some important figures to the elite manners. This time, the two manners lineups were unprecedentedly strong, especially with a team from each mansion. There were 7 or 8 demon emperors and barbarian emperors. Any team from the House of Ares that encountered these two teams suffered heavy casualties and was utterly defeated. Unfortunately, the Lu family's team encountered the super elite team from the demon god manners a few days ago. In the end, they only managed to escape after another dukes in their team self-destructed. Super elite team? Could it be the children of one of the two holy venerables from the demon god manners? As for the barbarian manners, it was very likely that the son of the barbarian Mangan, who was said to be able to smash an elephant to death with one hand, had led the team. The demon god manners and barbarian god manners didn't expect the House of Ares to be so complicated. The entire barbarian god manners was under the rule of the barbarian god, while the demon god manners were managed by the two holy venerables. For the demon god and barbarian god manners to be so cautious and send such a strong lineup, it must be the children of those important figures. Damn it, do you think there's no one in the House of Ares? If we encounter them later, we'll slaughter any son of the demon god or barbarian god. Feng Zi's nostrils flared when he heard this. They had planned to do this from the beginning. They'd formed a super elite team and were prepared to carry out a massacre. He didn't expect the other two manners to have already started. Have you heard of any particularly strong and famous teams in the House of Ares? Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered Yi and the others and hurriedly asked around. Yes. Miss Long's team also swept through the chaotic battlefield. No one dared to stand in their way. There's also a team that's never been famous before. I don't know what faction they belong to, but they're called the Sickle Team. They have 4 dukes and the rest are all marshals. They're unbelievably ferocious. I once saw a barbarian god team completely slaughtered in less than 30 minutes. Then they quickly retreated. Their movements were clean and swift. I reckon that the super elite teams of the demon god manners are so crazy because the Sickle Team killed too many of their people. Young Master Lu frowned and pondered for a moment before raising his head. Are you preparing to return to your temporary headquarters? Do you need any help? Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan exchanged a look and saw the excitement and worry in each other's eyes. They were excited because Yi and the others were fine and had probably obtained a large number of points. They were worried because the demon god super elite team was probably chasing after them. Therefore Yi Qinghan cut to the chase. Yes, our team is seriously injured and needs to go back to recuperate. I guess we'll have to wait for the final battle to try our luck. Young Master Han, I wish you all the best. After giving them some medicine and food, Yi Qinghan continued on his way. After learning that Yi and the others might be pursued by the demon god super elite team, they sped up. They moved a little faster. When Feng Zi and the others found out that Yi and the others were the elite team of the Yi clan, they didn't say anything. They just increased the speed of the entire army. Chapter 90. 3 days later, they arrived at the periphery of the chaotic battlefield. As this place was close to the chaotic region, they encountered more teams from the House of Ares. As the House of Ares teams were densely packed here, they didn't see any teams from other residences. The team found a simple cave to rest and prepare for the official battle the next day. In the evening, the team welcomed a special guest. Long Sinan. Long Sinan, who wore a tight-fitting fiery red warrior's robes and had a heroic look on her face, arrived at the entrance of the cave accompanied by 2 dukes. A few people came out to welcome the 3 of them. Yi Qingwu held Long Sinan's hand first. Her innocent face was filled with doubt as she asked what was on everyone's mind. Sister, why do you seem to know our schedule? We just arrived and you're already here? A cordial smile appeared on Long Sinan's handsome face as she said, Hee, this area is the temporary resting place for the elite squad of God of War Manor that I've arranged. I've arranged for a team to spread out and monitor the area, in case any teams from other residences suddenly come in. Of course I know about your arrival. Sister, I heard that the prefecture battle this time is very chaotic? Yu Qingqing's eyes were bright and her beautiful face was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile and asked the question that was on his mind. Chaotic? Which prefecture battle wasn't chaotic? Long Sinan was taken aback. Then she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at everyone with a smile and said, "You guys want to ask about the information of those two super elite teams, right? Actually, I came here today to tell you guys about that." "That's right." Yao Kaka, the son of Yao Xie from the demon god residence, led 8 demon emperors and 200 demon marshals to participate in the prefecture battle. Mangan, the son of the barbarian body, also came with 7 barbarian emperors and 200 demon marshals. According to the usual rules, teams of our level usually don't kill wantonly. We're only here to train, search for treasures and kill demonic beasts. However, when Yao Kaka's team was searching for treasures, their treasures were stolen by the Sickle team. Hence, Yao Kaka was furious. This Sickle squad had also killed quite a number of barbarians, so Mangan also took action. If I hadn't led my men to intercept them multiple times, the House of Ares would have suffered heavy casualties this time. Of course, now that you're here, do you think you can help intercept those 2 teams? Hehe. No problem. There was no need to be polite in a mansion battle. Since they've broken the rules, let's go all out. Longjie, don't worry, if we run into them we will definitely beat them back. Feng Zi had always been a warmonger. Back in the demon-slaying pool, he was the one who enjoyed torturing and killing the alien races the most. Of course he would applaud when he heard this. No problem. Yi Qinghan was the second to express his opinion. Of course, how were they supposed to earn points if they didn't fight? Without points, how could he exchange for a spirit pill to save his sister? Of course, the fiercer he fought, the better. The super elite team formed by the 4 great families was the strongest combination in terms of attack, defense, and mobility. There was no reason for them to be afraid of those 2 teams. "All right," Yu Qingqing said softly and followed behind Yi Qinghan. It was obvious that she was saying it for Yi Qinghan to hear. Of course, Hua Ji and Yi Qingwu didn't have any objections. The Hua family was most proficient in escaping. If they couldn't win, they could always run. Yi Qingwu knew Yi Qinghan's determination, so she wouldn't foolishly oppose it. The 7 marquis in the cave looked at each other and nodded silently. If the 4 great families were to be overcautious and indecisive even with such a powerful lineup, they would be looked down upon. Most importantly, they had 7 marquis and 3 of them were at the 3rd rank. If they couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for them to retreat with these young masters. "All right." Long Sinan smiled and took out a rough map from her pocket. She passed it to Yi Qingwu and explained, "This is the map of the nearby area. This red dot is the area we are currently in. There are many people in the House of Ares in this area. So, if you don't know the situation, don't stray too far from here. This is the front line. I've collected a small portion of the Demon Emperor's and Barbarian Emperor's skills and abilities. You can take a look. I usually stay nearby. If there are any problems, you can contact my scattered guard team. They will bring you to where I am." After Long Sinan explained, she said a few words to Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing before leaving. The few of them sat cross-legged and rested in preparation for tomorrow's big battle. The closer they got to the center of the illusory forest, the more complicated the terrain of the Scarlet Plains became. When they first entered the forest, there were only some ancient trees and some small rivers. It was a very normal forest. However, when they arrived at the chaotic battlefield, Yi Qinghan and the rest finally understood what a complicated terrain meant. Yi Qinghan's small troop left the cave where they rested last night. Early in the morning, the entire army set off towards the chaotic battlefield. The more they walked, the more complicated the terrain became. Although the entire terrain could still be considered as a forest, there were trees everywhere. After a while, they found a row of naturally formed stone formations. All kinds of stones stood upright. The boundaries could not be seen at a glance. After a while, they found vast caves. They were like eerie huge mouths that seemed to want to swallow everyone in one gulp. After a while, he saw many small rivers like a net, separating the ground into small islands. Of course, they did not dare to approach this kind of terrain. They could only take a detour from afar. After all, they were still unfamiliar with this place. If they went in head first and encountered a large army's ambush, it would be really disharmonious. After walking for 2 hours, they finally met the first foreign tribe's elite troop. The Hua family's assassins immediately sent back information. It was a barbarian troop. According to the information, the barbarians' realm was closely related to their height. It was obvious that there was only one barbarian in the barbarian emperor's realm in that troop. Therefore, after a brief analysis, the group decided to start the first battle with this troop. Everyone followed their usual formation and casually walked towards the small barbarian team. Both troops had noble-level powerhouses. It was impossible to sneak up on them and launch a sneak attack. At this level, the realm of the soul was already extremely high. Only a Duke-level Hua family assassin would be able to sneak up to within 100 meters of the other party. The Hua family's assassins had already split up and moved stealthily. Apart from a few who were on guard nearby, the rest of them were mixed up. They would suddenly attack when necessary to protect and kill the enemy. Apart from Yi Shirsan, who was in the center, who released his coercion without restraint, the rest of the Duke-level powerhouses in the troop had stopped circulating their battle force. They only relied on their body's instincts to move quickly. This was originally planned. If a human martial art practitioner did not circulate their battle force, it was very difficult to distinguish their rank. The advantage of this was that they could prevent the enemy from escaping before the battle had even begun. In addition, they could secretly protect their young master. In addition, they could suddenly attack and catch the enemy off guard. After advancing a few hundred meters, the barbarian troop finally appeared in their field of vision. If a few barbarians could be said to be a surprise, then more than 200 barbarians could be said to be a complete shock. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the 200 densely packed barbarians who looked like door pillars, as well as the super door pillar in the middle that was at least 3 meters tall. They were all huge men in bronze-colored leather armor. As they walked on the mountain, it was as if there was an earthquake and a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Act according to the plan. Destroy all 200 door pillars in front of us. Yi Shirsan shouted in a deep voice. The barbarians in front of them seemed to be at least at the level of a great barbarian warrior. If they could kill all of them, they would gain a lot of points. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. After a brief moment of shock, everyone's fighting spirit soared. They circulated their battle force with all their might and charged towards the small troop of barbarians in front of them. Roar! The barbarians in front of them had obviously discovered them a long time ago. When they saw that this group of humans had foolishly rushed towards them, all of them cried out in excitement. They strode forward with their sturdy legs, waved their fists which were as big as casseroles, and rushed towards them with large strides. Stop! Yi family disciples fused with their battle beasts. Yi Shirsan had always been the leader of the Yi family's kamikaze warriors. He had led the kamikaze warriors through fire and water many times. His experience, wisdom, and art were unparalleled. Everyone was completely at ease in handing over command to him. Chapter 91. Under Yi Shirsan's command, everyone suddenly stopped 200 meters in front of the barbarians. Then more than 50 people, including the Yi Qinghan, took a few steps forward and merged with their battle beasts. Roar! Roar! Oh! Gigi! Phantoms of strange beasts appeared out of thin air in front of the Yi clan disciples. The roars of various beasts resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and then they all entered the bodies of the Yi clan disciples. All kinds of strange tattoos appeared on their foreheads. Yi at hashtag and kill asterisk. The barbarians on the other side obviously recognized the symbol of the Yi family. However, they did not seem to stop moving forward. Instead, they roared and rushed forward even faster. As one of the 5 great clans of the Divine Battle Abode, the Yi clan had probably killed countless barbarian disciples over the thousands of years of Divine Battle Abode battles. When the barbarians saw them, it was as if they had seen their father's murderer. They charged forward with all their might. Yi family members all squat down. You family members, collective illusion attack. Feng family members, all on your swords, attack the barbarians' eyes. The barbarians rushed forward again and closed the distance between them to 100 meters. This distance was the effective distance for the Yu family members to attack with illusion. Yi Shirsan's expression was calm as he made a prompt decision. Swoosh swoosh. Under Yi Shirsan's command, all 50 members of the Yi family squatted down. At the same time, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the Yu family members. She shot straight at the barbarians' eyes at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, the 50 barbarians in front of them were all hit and were stunned on the spot. Whoosh whoosh. What the Yu family members attacked next was more than 50 different kinds of swords. With a piercing sound, more than 50 swords stabbed into the eyes of the chairs in front of the 50 barbarians. Then they quickly pulled out and stabbed the other eye before the barbarians could react. Roar! Roar! The first attack was completed. The 50 barbarians in front were all hit and most of them were blinded. The most ingenious thing was that the Yu family's attack and the Hua family's attack were linked together. This round of attack did not last more than 5 seconds. The 50 people in front were suddenly caught in an illusion. They were stunned on the spot, but they blocked the barbarians from behind. The barbarians at the back charged forward at a high speed and collectively crashed into more than 50 barbarians in front of them. Most of the barbarians in front were blind, so they couldn't tell where they were attacking. So, they attacked in all directions. As a result, the 200 barbarians who were originally in a neat formation fell into chaos. There were also many barbarians who fell to the ground with serious injuries from the attacks of their own people. Everyone spread out in a fan shape. The Feng clan will continue to attack with their flying swords. Target the eyes of the barbarians. The Yu clan will continue to attack the barbarians who are preparing to counterattack. Members of the Yi family, release your battle chi and attack indiscriminately. Any commander would seize such a good opportunity. This scene was within Yi Shisan's expectation. Therefore he immediately ordered a second round of attacks. The second round of attacks clearly caused the barbarians, who were already in a state of chaos, to become even more chaotic. The illusory attack of the Yu family caused the clear-headed barbarians who wanted to counterattack to fall into an illusion and freeze on the spot. The 50 or so long swords that had been hovering above the berserkers were like ghosts. They moved about among the berserkers, and they did not stab anywhere else but their eyes. Moreover, the Yi family's collective battle aura was even more powerful. So much energy gathered at once and then exploded. Even the uninjured barbarians were injured. After several rounds of bombardment, only half of the barbarian team could stand. Roar! The leader of the barbarians, the barbarian emperor, roared in anger when he saw that more than half of his disciples had been killed or injured in a short 2 minutes. He slapped the terrifying muscles on his chest and no longer cared about the barbarians who were still killing each other. He leaped up angrily and rushed toward Yi Qinghan's team like a mad bull. Yi Shisan, you go and block him. And you cooperate with Feng Meng and get rid of this big guy. Yi Shisan glanced at the barbarian emperor who was rushing over and said indifferently. He sent 3 Duke Realm experts from the team to intercept him. This barbarian emperor's defense was extremely strong and he hadn't been injured in the previous rounds of attacks. However, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the attacks of 3 Duke Realm experts. After Yi Shisan made the arrangements, he looked at the barbarian team again and found that a small number of uninjured barbarians had begun to scatter in all directions and were madly running away. He quickly ordered, "Not good. They are running. Yi family disciples charge. Hua family assassins and Feng family swordsmen, quickly assassinate the escaping barbarians. The barbarian emperor has started to run. Yi Shisan, stop him." Yi Qinghan had been waiting for Yi Shisan's order with his blue dragon dagger in hand. As soon as he heard the order to charge, he charged forward like a bull in heat. The 2 third-level martial Yi family disciples who were responsible for protecting him hurriedly followed. If this little ancestor was injured, they would be scolded to death by Yi Shisan. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan did not hesitate and ignored the shouts of the 2 temporary bodyguards behind him. He covered a distance of 100 meters in an instant. Then the azure dragon dagger gently slashed across the barbarian's neck, which was as hard as iron. A blood-red wound appeared on the barbarian's neck, which was as hard as iron, as if it was a piece of white paper that had been torn apart. Then a stream of blood gushed out of the wound as if it was free. Instant kill? The 2 martial realm cultivators behind him were stunned. They widened their eyes and looked at each other. Based on the size of this barbarian, he was probably at least a barbarian commander-level cultivator? Young Master Han could actually kill him in an instant? However, after being stunned for a moment, they realized that Yi Qinghan was like a loach and had actually burrowed into the barbarian group. The 2 of them were shocked and didn't dare to think too much. They circulated their speed battle aura to the maximum, and the long sabers in their hands shone brightly. Brandishing their long sabers, they followed Yi Qinghan into the barbarian group. The group of Yi family disciples behind them were like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain, pouncing into the barbarian flock of lambs. Although based on the size of their bodies, they looked like lambs no matter how one looked at them. The assassins of the Hua family also appeared at the first instant. They joined forces with the swordsmen of the Feng family to intercept the barbarians who were fleeing in all directions. However, it was obvious that these barbarians who were not heavily injured and reacted at the first instant were all experts. Basically, they were at least barbarian generals and barbarian marshals. These barbarians didn't seem to care about the Feng family swordsmen behind them, nor did they look at the Feng family's flying swords whizzing past their heads. They also didn't care about the Hua family assassins who suddenly appeared. They only waved their thick arms randomly to protect their heads. Then they moved in one direction like a giant moving Iron Man. They ran in a frenzy. The flying swords of the Feng family scratched their naked bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. The strange assassination of the Hua family assassins didn't stop them. Their terrifying defense gave them enough capital. They only knew that if they kept running they would have a chance to survive. It was obvious that the barbarians' seemingly reckless and even somewhat cowardly behavior had successfully made the pursuers of the Feng and Hua families at a loss. After chasing for a few kilometers, they helplessly chose to give up. According to the previous plan, the pursuit couldn't exceed a predetermined distance. Otherwise it would easily lead to an ambush. After killing a few unlucky barbarians, the disciples of the Feng and Hua families quickly returned to defend. E17, Antyu and Feng Meng also encountered the same problem. At the beginning, the barbarian emperor of the small group of barbarians madly rushed toward their camp. Under the command of Yi 13th, the three of them quickly arranged themselves in a formation, ready to make this big guy stay here. However, this seemingly silly big guy suddenly changed direction halfway. His speed suddenly increased and he began to frantically escape. E17 and the others were stunned, but they immediately reacted. The three of them quickly followed, wanting to make the barbarian emperor stay. However, this barbarian emperor's defense was extremely strong. He kept his eyes closed and covered his head as he madly ran. When he closed his eyes and covered his head, the vassal realm experts of the Yu and Feng families couldn't do anything. The Yu family's illusion techniques could only be attacked through the eyes. Although the Feng family's flying swords could pierce the barbarian emperor's skin, such a small injury was nothing to the 3-meter-tall barbarian emperor. E17's aura enveloped the barbarian emperor, and the long saber in his hand flashed with saber light. Unfortunately, this barbarian emperor's defense was too strong. The important parts of his body were wrapped in gray leather armor, so they couldn't cause any serious damage. In the end, after chasing for more than 5 kilometers, the three of them looked at the barbarian emperor who had jumped straight down a cliff and shook their heads helplessly. They didn't continue the chase and returned home. With their speed, it only took them a few breaths to cover a distance of more than 10 kilometers. However, when they returned to their original location, they saw a strange scene that made them collectively stunned. They saw the disciples of the Yi family surrounding a group of barbarians, but they didn't attack. And among the barbarians there was a black-clothed youth covered in blood. He was actually fighting a group of barbarians alone. No. This wasn't a group battle but a naked massacre. Chapter 92. The black-robed youngster held a green dagger in his hand. His footsteps were strange, and he seemed like a slippery loach as he shuttled through the crowd of dozens of barbarians. His footsteps were elegant, and he looked like a dancer who was dancing gracefully. The green dagger in his hand fluttered with his footsteps. Occasionally, a bewitching glint would flash in his eyes, causing a berserker who was approaching him to freeze for a moment. Then he would slowly and gently draw a line across the berserker's neck with the dagger. The barbarian's neck immediately split open with a red wound like the mouth of a baby. In an instant a stream of blood shot out. Then the barbarian's eyes bulged and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Damn. 17. When did your young master become so fierce? The light in his eyes is the Yu family's illusion technique? The green dagger in his hand is at least a treasured weapon, right? How did great elder Yi Qingyo's galloping bull steps become so elegant and confident under this kid's feet? Feng Ming rubbed his head and looked greedily at the green dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand. It must be known that if he had a transcendent artifact like the one in Yi Qinghan's hand, that barbarian emperor wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have been able to kill him instantly. But thinking about it was just thinking about it. He knew that this transcendent artifact was something that could only be discovered by luck and not sought after. It must be known that a transcendent artifact and above was something that none of the craftsmen in the continent could create. The rare treasured weapons on the continent as well as the divine weapons could only be obtained by luck from one place. That was the most dangerous place on the continent, the God-slaying mountain. And with his strength, if he entered the God-slaying mountain, he would most likely die. Aunt Yu of course was not a fairy, nor did she have the temperament of a fairy. This marquis of the Yu family did not have the temperament of an expert at all. Her mature and beautiful face constantly rippled with a soul-stealing charm, making her look somewhat like a madam of a brothel. At this moment she looked at the strange light flashing in Yi Qinghan's eyes and faintly frowned. Puzzled she said, "That's not right. This kid doesn't seem to be using the Yu family's illusion technique. His speed is faster than theirs and the confusion lasts longer. And although he is Yu Shui's son, I've never heard of a man being able to awaken the Yu family's bloodline. Learning the Yu family's illusion technique? This kid, he really has a lot of secrets. Hee. Of course. Let me tell you, Yi Qinghan is the future patriarch of the Yi family." Of course, Knight 17 knew that the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes was his body fusion combat skill. However, he wasn't stupid enough to tell everyone that Yi Qinghan had a holy beast and a heaven-defying body fusion combat skill. However, as they looked at the young man in front of them who was gradually growing up, they thought of his amiable smile and his extremely close relationship with them. In the future, once Yi Qinghan became the patriarch of the Yi family, their lives with Yi Shisan would not be too bad. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu had complicated expressions on their faces. Yu Qingqing looked at Yi Qinghan, who was dancing gracefully in the midst of the barbarian tribe and killing one person with each step. Her quick-witted eyes became blurry. This was her future man, the man whom she would spend the rest of her life with. She thought about how Yi Qinghan had confidently and calmly explained the tune he had sung on the boat to Tranquil Lake Island and how he had recognized her at a glance. She thought about how Yi Qinghan had heroically sung the song Breaking the Formation on Tranquil Lake Island and how Yi Qinghan had looked down on the world. She sighed in her heart that her choice back then wasn't wrong. Since it wasn't wrong, then she would continue down this path. Of course, Yi Qingwu had seen Yi Qinghan kill people. Back in the Yi family castle's Garden of Enchantment, Yi Qinghan had killed people in a fit of rage. It was also this demonic light that had flashed and instantly killed the Emperor Realm Yi Rong. She thought about the young figure standing proudly in the Garden of Enchantment. At this moment he had gradually matured from an inexperienced youth. She looked at Yu Qingqing's infatuated gaze and thought about how Yi Qingyu had sacrificed her soul without hesitation that day in the Garden of Enchantment. An inexplicable feeling welled up in Yi Qingwu's heart. It was a little sour, a little jealous and a little lost. This massacre didn't last for long. Seeing the last barbarian fall to the ground, Yi Qinghan raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains on his face. However, the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. He didn't have time to think about why everyone was looking at him. He just quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and started to get busy. Everyone also started to get busy. They started to gather the corpses and waited for Yi Qinghan to collect the points. After a while, Yi Qinghan saw that the points on the ring in his hand had increased from more than 700 to nearly 1,000. He grinned. Unexpectedly, when he smiled, his blood-stained face became somewhat ferocious and terrifying, scaring the people around him. Without caring about their reactions, Yi Qinghan confirmed that all the points had been collected. Then Yi Qinghan gestured to Yi Shisan that they had succeeded. Everyone retreat. Return to the cave last night. Yi Shisan ordered decisively. They retreated to the cave where they had rested and reorganized yesterday. This battle had lasted for half an hour. If they didn't retreat now, they might attract the attention of nearby alien race squads. After cleaning up, the Hua family assassins quickly dispersed and everyone turned around and ran back. As for the barbarian corpses on the ground, they obviously didn't have the time and energy to care about them. At night, demonic beasts would appear in large numbers and devour the corpses that died in the battle during the day. Today's first battle was a victory. Everyone needed to rest and think for a while so that they could be more familiar with each other in the next battle and expand the battle results. Today's battle results were good. They defeated a barbarian squad and killed more than half of the barbarians without any deaths or minor injuries. It was a pity that most of the barbarian marshals in the squad ran away. In the end, only 2 or 3 barbarians were killed. It was also a pity that the barbarian emperor had escaped. It seemed that they had to make a battle plan. If they encountered such a situation in the future, they wouldn't let these shining points escape from under their noses. The squad rested for a night and set off again the next day. They didn't go deep into the danger zone. They just wandered around the temporary gathering place. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, they finally encountered another squad of the demon clan. After confirming that it was just an ordinary squad, the whole squad began to attack. After yesterday's battle, the elites of the 4 families cooperated more tacitly. After 2 short rounds of attacks, the squad of the demon clan was completely defeated. In the end, Yi Shisan decisively sent out 5 vassal realm powerhouses. Following the collective charge of the large squad, the 5 vassal realm powerhouses instantly killed 2 demon emperors of the demon clan. In the end, out of the entire squad of the demon clan, only a dozen people luckily escaped. The rest became the points on Yi Qinghan's ring. Just like that, the super elite squads of the 4 families wandered around every morning. After the Hua clan assassins confirmed the strength of the enemy, they immediately started the battle and quickly retreated after killing. Within half a month, they actually slaughtered 8 squads and obtained more than 1,000 points. Adding the original points, the number on Yi Qinghan's ring was almost 3,000. The crazy slaughter of the super elite squads of the 4 families finally attracted the attention of the demon clan and the barbarians. They began to gather a few squads and started to intercept the squads of the 4 families. However, under the advanced detection of the Hua clan assassins, they calmly retreated. At the same time, their squad also became famous in the House of Ares. On the chaotic battlefield, a rumor about Yi Qinghan's super elite squad began to appear. According to the rumor, the 4 great clans of the House of Ares had jointly assembled a super elite squad. They were dressed entirely in black and masked. The squad's combat strength was incomparably valiant. They won every battle and all of them were complete victories. Until now, they had slaughtered more than a dozen elite squads of the Demon Clan and the Barbarians. Most importantly, the squad's casualty rate was pitifully low. After more than a dozen battles, only a few people died and more than a dozen were severely injured. Of course, this rumor about Yi Qinghan's squad had also spread, but their casualty rate was indeed very low. The squad's tacit understanding increased day by day, and the squad members also gradually grew through each battle. The Hua clan assassins were like ghosts. Every time a squad member was in danger, they would instantly kill. The Yu clan's illusions and the Feng clan's flying swords were impossible to guard against. The few vassal realm powerhouses hidden in the crowd could provide support at any time. 120 martial realm powerhouses and 7 vassal realm powerhouses. Moreover, most of the people inside were descendants of the ancient gods. They possessed the bloodline of the gods and possessed nature-defying skills. With such a powerful and luxurious lineup, if they still couldn't win a complete victory against a squad of foreign clans that was so much weaker than them, Yi Shisan, the commander, should just bang his head against a tree and commit suicide. Chapter 93. In the chaotic battlefield, the super elite squads of the 4 clans massacred a few squads of the 2 clans within half a month after a round of wanton killing. After a short period of panic, the barbarians and demon clans reacted immediately. The super elite squads led by the son of the demon god, Yao Kaka, and the super elite squads led by the young patriarch of the barbarians, Mangan, began to intercept them. In the next 10 days or so, the 4 clans' teams had almost run into each other many times under the careful planning of the 2 squads. However, after being targeted by Yao Kaka's squad for the first time a few days ago, Yi Shisan had already spread out all the Hua clan assassins. With every operation, all the Hua family assassins had already been completely dispersed out. The perimeter of vigilance had been expanded by 2-fold. Therefore, he could easily discover the squads that came to intercept them in advance and quickly retreated. This made Yao Kaka and Mangan so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed. It was not that they were afraid of these 2 squads. In fact, Feng Zi had suggested many times that she wanted to fight these 2 squads alone and completely cripple them. However, Yi Shisan and a few marquee realm experts discussed and decided not to fight these 2 squads if they encountered them first. Firstly, they came to the prefecture battle mainly to gain experience and gain points. There was no need to risk their lives. First, they should obtain enough points. Secondly, the 2 squads had not wantonly slaughtered the elite squads of the House of Ares. Therefore, Long Sinan did not stand out and there was no need for them to risk their lives. Whether they could win or not was one thing. The few young masters and ladies in the squads were the treasures of their clans. If anything happened to them, they would not be able to atone for their sins. Therefore, in the following days they carefully wandered around the chaotic battlefield. With self-preservation as the priority, they would immediately start the battle when they found an opportunity to attack. Then they would quickly leave after obtaining points. Although the probability of obtaining points was much slower this way, it was safer. The temporary base camp of the House of Ares. As a large number of squads had gone to the illusory forest to participate in the battle, the temporary base camp had quietened down. Only the 4 squads of the 4 clans that had not been selected and the wounded who had been sent back from the illusory forest remained in the base camp. Of course, there was also the Shui Wuhan squad that had not gone out yet. Shui Wuhan had been lurking here all this while, allowing his family's team to either cultivate or play. As long as they didn't leave the base and didn't do anything that crossed the line, he couldn't be bothered to care. After more than 3 months of cultivation, he finally broke through the bottleneck that he had been stuck at for more than a year. He stepped into the level 1 martial realm. Although his realm was not too high at this age, he had always been relying on his family's insect breeding skill instead of his battle chi cultivation base. His 12 golden-shelled insects were more powerful than most of the elders in his family. That was why he was appointed as the young patriarch. The 4 clans formed a super elite team and headed to the illusory forest to participate in the battle. He hadn't participated in the battle with them in the first place, and he naturally wouldn't go out again now. He knew that he had a bad reputation among the descendants of the 4 clans. Feng Zi and Hua Hua were very unhappy with him, and Yi Qinghan wanted to eat his flesh and blood. Since Yu Qingqing followed Yi Qinghan, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. However, he didn't care. What he cared about was his cultivation base and the promise that Tu Qianjun had given him. Tu Qianjun had told him that he could still survive after the prefecture battle and that he could follow him. He could follow him into the Divine City and climb out of the Fire Dragon continent. That was why he wouldn't foolishly participate in the prefecture battle and put himself in danger. However, on this day a special guest suddenly came to the temporary base camp. This made him a little helpless but also a little excited. Today the sky above the temporary base camp was suddenly covered by a dark cloud. Looking at the huge body of the magical beast above their heads, the temporary base camp fell into a panic. The temporary base camp fell into panic at first, but after a moment when they saw a person suddenly jump down from the magical beast, their emotions changed from panic to respect and envy. The dark cloud wasn't a magical beast that escaped from the illusory forest, but a winged dragon, a mount specially used by the Divine City. This person wore a white robe and jumped down from the winged dragon, emitting a golden radiance. He was someone from the Divine City. Although they knew that no one was allowed to participate in the prefecture battle after the transfer point was closed, since he was someone from the Divine City, it was only natural. Moreover, this person obviously wasn't here to participate in the prefecture battle. He just walked straight into Shui Wuhan's bamboo house. After discussing for a while, he once again rode the winged dragon and disappeared into the horizon. After a while, Shui Wuhan appeared and immediately gave an order to his team: prepare immediately. We will enter the illusory forest tomorrow and participate in the prefecture battle. He looked at the team that quickly got busy because of a single sentence he had said earlier. Looking at the illusory forest in the distance that was like a black hole that was constantly devouring lives, Shui Wuhan's gray and black eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Young master, didn't you say that we won't participate in the prefecture battle? Are we going to the Divine City after training in the temporary base camp for a year? Why did you change your mind now? The two youths beside him had an ominous premonition when they saw the ruthlessness that flashed in Shui Wuhan's eyes. Shui Wuhan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the illusory forest in a daze and said faintly, I originally didn't want to, but now I have to complete a mission to prove my loyalty to the Divine City. Of course, it can also untie a knot in my heart. Go and prepare, the following things will be quite fun. After the huge winged dragon soared into the sky, it didn't immediately fly away from the netherworld island. Instead, it flew towards the illusory forest. However, it flew a little too high so the people on the ground didn't sense it at all. The winged dragon finally landed in the temporary base camp of the demon race. The white-robed man flew down and had a discussion with the leader of the temporary base camp of the demon race. Then he got up again and went to the base camp of the barbarian race. After another discussion, he flew away from the netherworld island and flew directly towards the Fire Dragon continent, disappearing completely. After that, the temporary base camp of the demon race and the barbarian race immediately sent out a small team to inform Yao Kaka and Mangan, who were in the chaotic battlefield in the illusory forest, about what the white-robed man had discussed. After Yao Kaka and Mangan received the news, their tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. They hurriedly gave a series of orders that made their subordinates feel puzzled. Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others didn't know about these things that happened in the dark. The small team still went out carefully every day to look for prey. At this moment they were in an extremely large canyon. The assassins of the Hua clan had already spread out in all directions. The assassins of the Hua clan were on guard on both sides of the canyon, so they weren't so worried that they would encounter the attacks of Yao Kaka and Mangan. After not meeting the small team of the barbarian race and the demon race for 2 days, the small team was a little listless. They walked silently in the canyon. The canyon was very long, more than 10 miles long. There were many chaotic battlefields in such a canyon, and it was also very common. The assassins of the Hua clan came to report the nearby information from time to time. According to the report, the other small team was very surprised. There were actually many transportation formations in front of this canyon. There were more than 10 of them. There weren't many places with such dense transportation formations. The surroundings of the canyon were barren. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place to squat. So the small team gave up on squatting here. After all, their small team's combat power was extraordinary. They could defeat an ordinary foreign tribe team in an instant. There was no need to waste time here. Report. The assassin of the Hua clan reported again. Looking at the solemn expression of the dark and skinny man, it was obvious that something big had happened. Everyone didn't dare to continue chatting. They all focused their attention on this assassin. Ahead, not far from the transportation formation, we found a huge cave. There's a cruel and brutal aura coming from the cave. It's suspected that there are demonic beasts of at least the 7th rank and above. I suggest that the small team stop first and investigate the situation before moving forward. When Yi Shisan heard this, he waved his hand decisively. The entire team stopped moving forward. Then he discussed with a few Duke Realm experts and gave the order, everyone retreat 5 miles. The Hua clan's Duke Realm expert Hua Xan will go ahead and investigate. We'll make a decision after the situation is clear. Chapter 94. Yi Qinghan and the rest didn't say much as they decisively retreated 5 kilometers with the rest. After all, safety first. A 7th rank beast was a powerful existence comparable to a duke. If it was an 8th rank magical beast, then it would be too much. If their team encountered it, at least half of them would die. The team retreated 5 kilometers and waited in silence for Hua Xian's report. If it was an inferior 7th rank magical beast, then the team could probably go back and deal with it. After all, a 7th rank magical crystal was a treasure that was difficult to obtain. It was a treasure not only for cultivation but also for alchemy. Roar! However, in less than 10 minutes an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded in front of them. Everyone's expressions changed. Yi Shisan decisively ordered the team to be on high alert. They retreated again and only stopped when they reached the entrance of the canyon. As for the loud roar, it only sounded once before it didn't sound again. Everyone stood at the entrance. Seeing that Hua Xan still hadn't returned, they were just about to send 2 more dukes to investigate when they unexpectedly saw a battered and exhausted Hua Xan quickly running over with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Superior 8th rank magical beast, Silver Moon 2-headed wolf. Everyone retreat quickly. Hua Xian's expression was bitter and pale. It was obvious that she had just been injured by the magical beast. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly issued a secret signal, indicating for the Hua family scouts to quickly retreat. Then the entire team turned and began to run at full speed. What a joke. Superior 8th rank magical beast, Silver Moon 2-headed wolf. This was a superior 8th rank magical beast. Their own team wouldn't be enough to devour it. Although they knew that high-level magical beasts usually wouldn't leave their territory and follow them, it was best to stay far away from this malefic star. However, it was better to stay far away from such a malefic star. If it was angered by flowery hearts probing and followed after them, it would not be harmonious. The urgent march lasted for 3 hours. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they returned to the Divine Battle residence and gathered at the team's gathering point. As if they had escaped from death, they all jumped for joy. They secretly committed this location to memory. In the future, they would never go near that canyon again even if they were beaten to death. After all, that was one of the most dangerous places on Nether Island. If they completely angered the Silver Moon 2-headed wolf, it could even tear apart 10 teams. The team entered the familiar battlefield, and the entire army immediately began to relax. This was a place guarded by Long Sinan. There were also many teams from the House of Ares nearby, so there was no need to worry about any unexpected situations. Hua and the others started to chat and laugh. They started to ask Hua Xian about what had happened. Hua Xian was obviously frightened just now. She only recovered after walking halfway. Now that Flora was asking questions, the people around her were listening attentively. He smiled bitterly and started to explain. There was a huge cave about 500 meters in front of the tightly packed teleportation arrays. Hua Xan walked to the side and a fierce and brutal aura greeted her. Hua Xan did not dare to be careless and immediately went into stealth. However, just as he stepped more than 10 meters into the cave, he heard a loud roar coming from inside. Then he saw 2 giant wolf heads bigger than a human's head and 2 pairs of cold, bloodthirsty eyes. He was almost scared out of his wits by the loud roar. Now that he saw the giant wolf heads, he immediately split into 5 clones and fled in all directions. However, the Silver Moon 2-headed wolf was obviously unhappy with the human who had barged into its cave. The wolf head on the left spat out a mouthful of green gas, instantly shattering the 4 doppelgangers. Hua Xian's original body was also hit and sent flying. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and started to escape as soon as he saw the giant wolf head, so he was not seriously injured. After being sent flying, he immediately went into stealth and fled frantically. Finally, he was lucky enough to survive. Scary. The few of them looked at each other in horror. The Silver Moon 2-headed wolf was indeed a powerful 8th rank magical beast. In a single exchange, he had sent a Duke Realm expert flying, nearly heavily injuring him. It was probably impossible to kill it without the strength of a 3rd-level emperor. Alright, let's go back and rest for a day. Hua Xian, take care of your wounds and cultivate hard. In the next prefecture battle when you reach the Sage Realm, you can destroy it. Yi Shisan smiled and patted Hua Xian's shoulder to comfort him. As the only Duke assassin in the team, Hua Xian was a powerful combat force that the team couldn't do without. He had to calm down so that he could fight better in the future. Hee, that's right, brother Hua Xian. We'll come back in 30 years and destroy this little bastard. We'll avenge you. Feng Zi chuckled. After hearing Yi Shisan's words, he began to imagine what level he would reach in 30 years. Most of the people here would probably become the pillars of their respective families in 30 years' time. They chatted as they walked. Unexpectedly, a Hua family disciple brought them a piece of surprising news. They found the Shui family's team up ahead, and Shui Wuhan was among them. Huh? This coward is here too? Feng Zi raised his eyebrows and didn't hide his disgust. He waved his hand and smiled. Let's go and meet this lackey who defected to the divine city. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He had thought that Shui Wuhan wouldn't come out for a long time. He couldn't do anything if he stayed in his temporary headquarters. Now that he had come out, it meant that his chance had come. The humiliation on Tsang City's Nyolan Street, the ambush by Shui Yi and the others in the Savage Mountains, and the Yi family's instigation of Yi Qinghuang and Yi Rong to murder his sister. With so many debts added together, he had long since listed Shui Wuhan as a must-kill target. However, Yi Qingyo had told him that he could and had to do it. However, he had to do it discreetly without leaving any evidence. Otherwise, the Yi family wouldn't be able to answer to the other major families. There had been some friction between the 5 major families in every generation, resulting in many disciples who didn't see eye to eye with each other and fought. But no matter what, the 5 major families were actually of the same branch. They relied on and supported each other for thousands of years. It was allowed for there to be conflicts and friction between the disciples of the families. But until now, there had never been an incident where a core disciple of a family was killed in public. After thousands of years, the 5 major families had formed a tacit understanding. It was an invisible rule. If there was something, it could be done in secret. As long as it didn't destroy a family, as long as it didn't shake the foundation of another family, and as long as there was no evidence, everything was fine. If you had the ability, you could do it. In Tsang City, Shui Wuhan discovered that Yi Qingyu actually had the Jade Spirit body, one of the 2 saint bodies on the continent. He didn't hesitate and immediately started to do it. But in the end, he didn't succeed. Fortunately, he was the fastest to escape and wasn't caught red-handed by the Yi family. There was no direct evidence. Therefore, the Yi family had no choice but to kill Shui Wuhan directly. They could only send Yi Qingyo to extort money from him. And at this moment in the prefecture battle, Yi Qinghan had the ability to kill Shui Wuhan in a second. Therefore, he could secretly kill Shui Wuhan. Of course, he could only do it secretly and secretly. He couldn't leave any evidence. Shui Wuhan had been holed up in the temporary headquarters, so he naturally didn't have a chance. But now that Shui Wuhan had come out, it meant that he had a chance. Therefore he started to smile. It was a lewd and happy smile. He followed the team and strode toward Shui Wuhan's team. Shui Wuhan was in a good mood. His gray and black eyes flashed with a smile. He waved the fan in his hand casually. It was as if he wasn't on the dangerous Nether Island, but strolling on the 13th street of Tsang City. The 2 marquis beside him were guarding him at all times. The 200 martial-level experts that the Shui family had prepared for him were scattered around. He had no reason to be afraid. At least here, in the territory guarded by Long Sainan, he wouldn't be afraid. The emissary from the Divine City had brought him a mission and a promise. A promise from Tu Qianjun. Ever since he accidentally met Tu Qianjun more than 10 years ago, he had been waiting for this day, waiting for this opportunity. Tu Qianjun had given him hope in the Calm Lake City, and he had received a positive answer a few days ago. As long as he completed this mission, he could walk into the tall divine mountain and the tall divine city. Then, he could soar into the sky and have the opportunity to fly out of the dead well that was the Fire Dragon continent. For himself and for his family, he could win generations of glory and limitless development. As for the dislike and dissatisfaction of the younger generation of the 4 families, he didn't care at all. Now that his horizons had been broadened, his mentality had also changed. Would a person get angry with a group of ants? Of course not. Therefore, when he saw the gloomy Yi Qinghan and Feng Zi walking over, he smiled happily at them. His smile was very bright as the purple roses on the Calm Lake Island. Chapter 95. Young Master Shui, you actually have the time to visit our suffering compatriots? Are you here to see how we will be bullied by the monster and barbarian residences? Feng Zi's tone was filled with anger. Even an idiot could hear the mockery and disdain in his words. Hua Chao also pouted. His feminine and beautiful face clearly expressed his dislike for Xue Wuhan. He said sharply, I thought young Master Xue went straight to the Divine City. What? Are you tired of staying in the main camp? Are you here to relax? Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. She already knew everything that Xue Wuhan had done in Song City from Yi Qinggu. She didn't even have the mood to mock such a person. She just looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. She frowned slightly, making one's heart ache. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything either. He just looked at Xue Wuhan in a daze. His lips curled into a slanted smile. His eyes were burning as if he wanted to melt Xue Wuhan. Haha, everyone is talking as if Wuhan is going to betray the 5 big clans and become your enemy. No matter what, the 5 big clans are one family, aren't they? Xue Wuhan could hear the mockery and disdain in their words. However, his skin was thicker than the city walls, so he didn't care at all. The corners of his mouth curled up into an intoxicating smile. He didn't seem to care about everyone's ridicule and hostility as he spoke calmly. His eyes drifted past Yu Qingqing's beautiful face. Greed flashed in his eyes and he immediately shifted his gaze. When he finally saw Yi Qinghan, his eyes were burning as if he wanted to melt Yi Qinghan. Alright, we still have things to do. We won't disturb your trip. Feng Zi saw that Xue Wuhan's smile was still the same as before, but it didn't feel like a spring breeze anymore. Instead, he felt disgusted and snorted coldly. Looking at this smiling face, he didn't even want to say any more polite words. He prepared to leave, no longer looking at Xue Wuhan's hypocritical smile. Flowers and grass nodded as well. In the past, when they saw Xue Wuhan's friendly smile, they felt that it was an eyesore. They didn't want to say anything more and wanted to leave. Don't. It's not easy for us to meet, why don't we sit together? Xue Wuhan was still smiling amiably as he suggested enthusiastically. Feng Zi snorted coldly again. His tone had become very unfriendly. Forget it. We're here to do something, not to travel. The flowers and plants lowered their heads. Yu Qingqing turned around and whispered to Yi Qinggu. He looked as if he had heard Xue Wuhan's words and was about to leave. Yi Qinghan still didn't move, nor did he say anything. He was still staring at Xue Wuhan blankly. Then let's do it this way. Xue Wuhan's eyes flashed, and he put away the folding fan in his hand. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said solemnly, I'll take up a few minutes of your time. I have a few private words with young Master Han. Can young Master Han do me the honor? Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Xue Wuhan seemed to have a deep hatred for Yi Qinghan. The two of them actually had a private conversation? Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu looked at Yi Qinghan nervously, as if reminding him that they were worried about him. Young Master. Yi Shisan, who was at the side, looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly and reminded him. It's fine. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and gave Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu a reassuring look. Then he looked at Xue Wuhan with interest and smiled happily. He said, Young Master Xue, since you've given the order, how would Yi Qinghan dare to disobey? Everyone please wait for a moment. I'll have a good chat with young Master Xue. Although he was a little surprised that Xue Wuhan wanted to talk to him alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Xue Wuhan's schemes when there were so many experts here. Even if Xue Wuhan really wanted to do something, he wasn't afraid of anything. He was 100% sure that he could kill Xue Wuhan in a second. Young Master. This time, it was the Marquis next to Xue Wuhan who began to worry and remind him. They had received a death order from their families that they couldn't let Xue Wuhan leave their sight. Even if he went to the toilet they had to follow him. So, of course they were worried. Xue Wuhan didn't say anything. He waved his hand and gave them a determined look. Then he smiled and gestured to Yi Qinghan to follow him. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders and took the lead to walk towards the small bushes. Xue Wuhan cupped his hands at everyone to express his apology, then followed Yi Qinghan. Xue Wuhan, what can I do for you? Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xue Wuhan. The hatred in his eyes was very obvious, as if he hadn't tried to hide it. Xue Wuhan scanned the surroundings. After making sure that no one was watching or listening in, his expression changed and he said with an ashamed expression, Young Master Han, I was wrong in the past. I sincerely apologize to you here. Moreover, the Xue clan has also compensated your family with a large amount of treasures and resources. Do you think the hatred between us can be resolved? As long as it can be resolved, Wuhan is willing to agree to any condition. Resolve? When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes became more and more dazed. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The faint sneer at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. He raised his head in amusement and said, I can resolve it. You just have to slit your throat immediately and there will be no more hatred between us. Moreover, I will promise you that I won't go against your family again. Sigh, do you have to be so extreme? Shui Wuhan sighed helplessly. It was as if this was the answer he didn't want to hear the most. His eyes dimmed. Extreme? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he raised his eyebrows and was a little angry. He laughed coldly and pointed at Shui Wuhan and asked, "What do you mean by extreme? Let's not talk about the slap you gave me at Nyolan Street. You sent people to the barbaric mountains to kill me and you won't forgive me? You sent people to murder my sister and you won't forgive me? Do you know that my sister is lying in the back mountain of the Yi clan, and her life is hanging by a thread? Do you think the hatred between us can be easily resolved with just a few words from you?" Sai, I didn't know that she was your sister. Shui Yi and the others were also secretly sent by Old Shi, so I didn't know either. Now that things have come to this, I don't want to. Whether you believe me or not, my apology is sincere. Shui Wuhan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Alright, I don't want to say anything more. If that's all you want to say, I think there's no need for us to say anything more." When Yi Qinghan saw Shui Wuhan's hypocritical expression and words, he resisted the urge to slap him to death. After he finished speaking coldly, he turned around and left. Sigh. Shui Wuhan looked at Yi Qinghan as he left coldly and sighed helplessly. However, when he saw a few insects the size of ants on Yi Qinghan's back quickly drilling into Yi Qinghan's hair and disappearing, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose into a silent smile. His gray and black eyes were shining brightly, and they were as deep as the sea. He stood at the same spot for a long time until Yi Qinghan and his team had completely left his sight. Only then did the corners of his mouth gradually widen. From a light smile it started to become a big laugh and finally, it became a crazy laugh. "Young clan leader? Why did you plant a hidden insect in Yi Qinghan's body?" When the two Duke Realm bodyguards saw Shui Wuhan's actions, their expressions darkened. They waved their hands and dispersed the team in all directions. Then one of the Duke Realm powerhouses asked in confusion. With their strength and understanding of the art of breeding insects and insects, they could naturally see that Shui Wuhan had secretly planted a tracking hidden insect in Yi Qinghan's body. "Because I want to kill him." Shui Wuhan calmed down after laughing loudly. He waved the fan in his hand again and said faintly. The two Duke Realm powerhouses looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Their expressions changed at the same time as they scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Then they said with a serious expression, "Young clan leader? This cannot be done. Not to mention that there are so many powerhouses around Yi Qinghan. Even if we can kill him, Yi Qinghan has such an important position in the Yi family. If Yi Qinghan dies, the Yi family will completely riot. When that happens, it will be a disaster that will befall the family. I'm not that stupid. The ones who did this are the barbarians and demons. I'm only responsible for revealing his whereabouts. Once this matter is done, I can soar to the sky in one go and establish a foundation for the family for 10,000 years. Shui Wuhan waved his hand faintly as a fervent and excited light flashed in his eyes. This is even more unacceptable. Colluding with a foreign race to harm one of our own. Once the matter of daylight is exposed, the family will also be unable to establish a foothold in the House of Ares. We will definitely not agree to this." The two Duke Realm powerhouses became even more anxious when they heard this. They hurriedly pulled on Shui Wuhan's hands and said anxiously. They were just short of kneeling before Shui Wuhan. Shui Wuhan ignored the two's frightened and anxious expressions. He took out a red token from his bosom and said with a resolute expression, "Father has already given me the floating blood token when he came. I have already decided that unless you want to betray the Shui family, you will all listen to my commands. Don't worry, I will definitely do this secretly. No one will find out. Once this matter is done, the Shui family's glorious future will be born in the hands of the three of us." At this moment, Yi Qinghan obviously didn't know that Shui Wuhan had taken the opportunity to have a private chat with him and had secretly planted a tracking bug on him. He also didn't know that Tu Qinjun had set up a large net and Shui Wuhan, Yao Kaka, and Mangan had already quietly enveloped the sky above him and were waiting for him to walk directly into the net. He just leaned against the cave he was resting in and closed his eyes as he recalled the past. He thought about the weak, white-haired, white-clothed girl who was quietly lying in the mountain behind the Yi family. The more he thought about it, the more the murderous intent in his eyes became. It was like a warm summer wind, the more it blew, the hotter it became. "Shui Wuhan, just you wait. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you." Chapter 96. Yao Kaka was in a good mood. As the only son of Yao Xie, one of the two saints of the demon race, his status in the demon race was similar to that of Mangon. Furthermore, he had the pure bloodline of the Berserk lion race and was extremely talented. At the age of 28, he had the strength of an inferior-grade demon emperor, which gave him a unique status in the demon race. According to his father's wishes, he shouldn't participate in this prefecture battle. After all, Wuxia was an old man and was afraid that something might happen to him in such a chaotic region. However, he had been staying in the demon race's demon city for a long time and was very bored. Therefore, when he heard that there was such an exciting and fun event, he naturally wanted to come out and relax. Under the persuasion of another Saint Venerable, his father finally agreed to let him participate in the prefecture battle. From the looks of it, it was the right decision to participate in the prefecture battle. Previously, a small team of the human race had snatched a precious herb from him, which infuriated him and made him lead his team to kill many small teams of the human race. During this period of time, the elite teams of the 4 clans had also killed many small teams of the demon race. However, his current mood was exceptionally good. Yesterday, the headquarters had brought a piece of very good news and a very precious item, which made his mood better. The God City, which had never participated in the internal affairs of the 3 prefectures, actually took action because of a young master from the Yi family? He was slightly afraid of the God City. This fear came from the last words of his ancestors. His ancestors were afraid of being beaten and killed by the God City. Their last words were not to be enemies with the God City. Therefore, the order from the God City was for him to kill the young master of the Yi family. Of course, he wouldn't object and would try his best to complete the order. The human race had always been the mortal enemy of the demon race. Killing a human race member was a matter of course. Furthermore, the God City had sent over a high-grade treasure this time. Caressing the smooth and straight longsword in his hand, Yao Kaka shook his head of golden hair that resembled a lion's mane. The corners of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile. What kind of deep hatred did the descendants of the Yi family have with that young master from the God City? Killing his father? Impossible. The God massacring guards were still living in the God City. Stealing his wife? This was probably not possible. If Tu Qianjun wanted a woman, which girl wouldn't wash herself clean and deliver herself to him? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, he would be a dead man sooner or later. He and Mangon led a team to jointly pursue and kill. He did not believe that anyone could escape. What's more, wasn't there someone from the Shui clan in charge of tracking and transmitting the target's coordinates? Although he had always hated the insects of the Shui family. However, there was no doubt about their tracking ability. Thinking about how that young master from the Divine City actually made the 3 clans, who hated each other as much as the sea, join forces just to kill one person, he couldn't help but feel that it was funny and a little awkward. However, the emissary of the Divine City sent a message saying that whoever killed the young master of the Yi family first would receive a favor from Tu Qianjun and a sacred tool. A sacred artifact. This temptation was irresistible and he could not refuse it. Therefore, although he felt uncomfortable, he still decided to do it with all his might. How could he not be in a good mood when he thought that he could kill the abominable team of the 4 clans that had slaughtered countless disciples of the demon race and obtain the sacred tool that he yearned for day and night? Tu Qianjun was also in a good mood. At this moment he was standing on the tall divine mountain, looking up at the eastern sky. It was as if he could see the big net that he had laid on the netherworld island in the eastern sea quietly spreading out, tearing that abominable youth into pieces and turning him into a pile of minced meat. He was the only male descendant of the 4 guards of the Divine City. Since young he had enjoyed the life of a crown prince. He was used to being high and mighty, and he was used to slapping people into ashes with a snap of his fingers. However, in the tranquil lake island of the enchanting city, he, the crown prince who had never been disobeyed or humiliated since young, was slapped hard in the face. He thought about the youth in black who always had a faint smile on his face. When he thought about Yu Qingqing's beautiful face and how she had resolutely said that she wanted to choose Yi Qinghan, he felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Due to certain rules, he couldn't act violently in front of the tranquil lake island. Of course, he couldn't swallow his anger. Hence, when he returned to the Divine City, he made his move. He wanted to find an opportunity to vent his anger and regain his reputation. He mobilized all his men to investigate Yi Qinghan's whereabouts. When he found out that Yi Qinghan had entered the Netherworld Island to participate in the palace tournament, he laughed. It was easy to kill someone in such a chaotic palace tournament. Swish. An air-piercing sound came from behind, dragging his thoughts back to reality. He tilted his head and glanced at the direction. He didn't care and continued to look at the mountain range in the distance. enjoying the pleasure of looking down at the other mountains. Young master. It was a man in a white robe. His face couldn't be seen under the white robe, but from his voice he seemed to be a little old. And? Tu Qianjun nodded and didn't turn his head. He continued to admire the mystical mountain scenery that was surrounded by the white mist. After a long time, he turned his head and asked, "Is the matter settled?" "I have given the order. Shui Wuhan, Yao Kaka and Mangan said that they will definitely do their best. If the three forces kill one person, Yi Qinghan will definitely not be able to walk out of the Netherworld Island." The man in the white robe said respectfully. Tu Qianjun sneered, "To vent my anger, I have spent 2 treasured artifacts and 1 sacred artifact. If I still mess up this matter, they will all be useless." The treasured artifacts and sacred artifacts are a small matter. However, young master, if we do this, we will violate the rules set by the Divine Master. If this matter is exposed, I am afraid the Divine Master will be enraged. Do you want to inform your father, the Massacre God Guards? The man in the white robe was stunned. He lifted his head and said. His tone revealed the worry and fear in his heart. Divine Master. Tu Qianjun was slightly stunned. A trace of fanaticism and fear flashed across his eyes. Then he shook his head and said indifferently, Divine Master has already been up there for 5 years and has yet to return. I reckon that he will not return for a few years. After a few years, everything will be fine. What is there to be afraid of? I will naturally inform my father. Don't worry. Pay close attention to everything on the Netherworld Island. If there is any information, report back quickly. Yes, young master. The man in the white robe nodded respectfully. He turned around and leaped down the mountain peak. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the white fog. The Netherworld Island seemed to have become quieter these few days. The elite teams of the human race had been wandering outside. However, they rarely found the elite teams of the brute race and the demon race. However, when a team was wandering, they found another dangerous place. The lair of an upper-tier 8th grade black dragon. This lair was located in a valley near the Scarlet Plains. An elite team of the House of Ares accidentally entered the lair. However, apart from hearing a series of screams, no one was able to escape from the valley. Coincidentally, there was a team in the vicinity. They heard a dragon's roar coming from the valley. They also saw a giant black dragon's tail. Then Long Sinan immediately sent people to investigate and confirmed that it was an upper-tier 8th grade black dragon. In addition, Yi Qinghan and the others found the double-headed silver moon wolf. Long Sinan immediately made a map of the 2 dangerous places on the chaotic battlefield. She distributed the 2 dangerous places to the team leaders. These 2 places were listed as areas that must not be approached. Entering would mean certain death. Yi Qinghan and the others also received a map. Thinking about the terror of the double-headed silver moon wolf, they believed that this black dragon was definitely not an existence that could be provoked. At the very least, an upper-tier 8th grade demonic beast was not something that all the elites in the elite prefecture battle could afford to provoke. Although everyone knew that the most valuable treasures in this prefecture battle were in these 2 demonic beasts' lair, they still needed to be alive to obtain the treasures, right? Black Dragon Valley? According to past experience, the danger is proportional to the treasures. I'm afraid there are sage weapons, sage techniques, or divine herbs and fruits inside. Fengzi looked at the map and touched the corner of her mouth, revealing a greedy expression. Then she glanced at the flowers and plants beside her and said with a smile, Xiao Chao, why don't you sneak in and take the treasures inside? I'll keep watch for you. How about that? Get lost. Hua Chao rolled her eyes and pouted. She snorted and said, If you want to go, go by yourself. There are so many lonely girls in Luohua City waiting for me to comfort their lonely hearts. I don't want to die. Sage weapons, sage techniques. When can I have them? Fengzi was a little dejected. She looked at Yi Qinghan who was walking in front of her and said with jealousy, Young Master Han is so good. You're so young, but the Yi family already gave you sage techniques. I'm afraid that the old guys in my family will only give us sage techniques when we advance into the Emperor realm. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He looked back at Fengzi, who was a little sullen, and continued walking in silence. Of course, his feet were surrounded by battle aura, and he was constantly using the shadow step. Recently, the demon race and the barbarian race seemed to have become a little strange. The team hadn't met a small team of the mutated race for a few days. It gave him an indescribable sense of unease, so he was constantly cultivating to deal with more dangers. Report. A small team from the House of Ares has appeared in front of us. They want to see young Master Yi Qinghan. This was a scout from the Hua family. A person quickly walked over and reported this with cupped hands. See me? Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. He didn't seem to know anyone recently. Was it Yi Yi and the others who had been missing for a long time? Ignoring the surprised looks on the side, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other, nodded and said, "Bring him here." Chapter 97. Bring him here. Yi Yi and the others had been missing for a long time. Ever since Yi Qinghan heard that they were being chased by Yao Kaka, they had not received any news from their team. After that, Yi Shisan went to inquire about them on his own, but he did not receive any news from them. Why did they suddenly appear now? Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others were surprised and pleasantly surprised. "No, I'll go and see him. You guys keep moving forward. I'll catch up with the team later." Just as he was about to call the Hua family scouts to bring Yi Yi over, he suddenly remembered that Yi Yi and the others had been hiding their identities. Therefore, Yi Qinghan immediately stopped the Hua family assassin who was going to call for Yi Yi. At the same time, he turned his head and gave Yu Qingqing and Feng Zihua a look to tell them that it was okay. "I'll go with young master." Yi Shisan quickly followed up and dispelled everyone's worries. With Yi Shisan's protection, it would not be a problem for them to escape if they could not win. The team continued to move forward. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan left the team and walked towards Yi Yi and the others. Under the guidance of the Hua family, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan walked to a small lawn. They looked at the rough and burly man in front of them and a friendly smile appeared on their faces at the same time. "Go ahead and do your thing. He's my friend." Sure enough, their guess was right. It was indeed Yi Yi whom they had not seen for a few months. Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi Yi and then turned to speak to the Hua family. The Hua family did not say much. They cupped their hands and left quickly. "Big brother." Yi Shisan looked very excited. He strode forward and gave Yi Yi a bear hug. His eyes were faintly misty and his voice was choked with sobs. Yi Qinghan stood at the side and looked at the two with a smile. He knew the relationship between Yi Yi and Yi Shisan. They were not biological brothers, but they were better than biological brothers. When they came to the chaotic area, Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan were worried about the missing Yi Yi and the others. He was very happy to see that Yi Yi was safe and sound. "Young master, this way please." Yi Yi and Yi Shisan exchanged a few pleasantries before cupping their hands respectfully toward Yi Qinghan. The three of them walked to the side and entered a dense forest. Finally, they came to a hidden cave and saw Yi 3rd, Yi Jiao and Yi 11th, as well as the rest of the Yi family's death squad. "3rd brother, 9th brother, 11th brother. Brother Jiao, what happened to your hand?" Yi Shisan greeted everyone with a cordial smile, but his face suddenly darkened. He found that one of Yi Jiao's hands was empty. His left arm was missing from the shoulder. Yi Jiao you." Yi Qinghan also noticed Yi Jiao's empty left hand and couldn't help but cry out. "Hee hee, young Master Han, 13, I was accidentally ambushed by a high-grade demon emperor beside Yao Kaka. Don't make a fuss. Isn't it just a hand? Now I can still chop people with my sword." Yi Jiao's expression was the same as usual. He was still smiling warmly as if it wasn't a hand that had been crippled, but a small fingernail. 13, don't be coy like a woman. Don't embarrass yourself in front of young master. In our line of work, as long as you don't die, it's a great fortune. It's just that old Nine's crippled hand is a bit sullen. Damn it. Yao Kaka, that golden-haired lion, if I have the chance, I'll definitely cripple him. Yi said angrily, a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He stared at Yi and said, "What happened? Tell me in detail." Yi Shisan was also anxious. He said with hatred, "Big brother, was it that demon Kaka who did it?" It started more than a month ago." Yi frowned slightly as if he didn't want to recall that experience. He said a bit sadly, "In the beginning we divided the squad into two teams. The first team was made up of the weakest ones as bait, and Yi Jiao hid his presence and led the team. The rest of us followed behind and let them attract the attention of the strange races to hunt them. Then we would be the aureole behind them and the two teams would counterattack. The effect was very obvious. We successfully hunted down a large number of strange races and obtained a lot of points. But later on we killed too many and were targeted by the barbarians and demons. We started to be surrounded by Yao Kaka and Mangon. We also knew that we were being targeted, so we were very careful every time. However, in the previous month, Yao Kaka had actually imitated our strategy and used a small team to lure us out to hunt. In the end, while we were hunting, we were surrounded by 4 of his small teams. Luckily, one of the scouts that we had placed outside wasn't instantly killed and successfully sent out a signal. That was how we managed to break out of the encirclement. As for Yi Jiao, he was ambushed by two of Yao Kaka's demon emperors and lost an arm. In the end, we only managed to save his life after we tried our best to rescue him. As for the small team that was sent as bait, they were completely annihilated. Even though Yi Yi's explanation was very rough, it was a very short one. However, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan could imagine from his words that the situation was critical and tragic at that time. Both of them didn't look good. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan asked again, "How did you escape later? Why haven't you heard from me for a month?" "That's right, big brother. It's been a month. You don't know that we haven't received any news from you. 17 and I are so worried." Yi Shisan, who was usually as steady as the commander of the four families' teams, could not remain calm at this moment. The hatred and worry on his face were very obvious. We were chased all the way here. 4 demon race squads and more than 10 demon sovereigns. We were no match for them. The way back to the temporary camp of the House of Ares was blocked. Left with no choice, we could only run away. In the end, we entered a valley that was naturally suitable for escape, Yi said as he patted Yi Shisan's shoulder. "What valley?" Yi Qinghan asked in surprise. There was actually a valley that was naturally suitable for escape? Black Dragon Valley. Yi San chuckled and said. He seemed to be very proud of their successful escape this time. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other and exclaimed, "Black Dragon Valley? Isn't that the lair of an 8th grade black dragon? What's going on? Isn't that a dangerous place? You actually managed to hide in there for another month?" Young Master Han, let me tell you. There is a small cave on the left side of the valley. The entrance is very small, but it is very deep. Although the black dragon is powerful, it can't enter the cave at all. However, when we were being chased, we accidentally entered the valley. Of course, it didn't take long to lure the black dragon out. At that time, we just happened to be next to the cave, so we all entered and didn't encounter the black dragon. Of course, Yao Kaka and the others weren't so lucky. Through the cave, we discovered that at least half of them were dead or injured. As for why we stayed at the cave entrance for a month, of course it was because once all of us left the cave, we would definitely alarm the black dragon. One dragon breath would kill at least half of the remaining people, so we could only hide in the cave. It wasn't until a few days ago that a small team accidentally entered the valley that we managed to escape in the chaos. Yi explained the process of their escape in detail. Listening to him, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan couldn't help but sigh. They were lucky. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated. Chapter 98. How many points did you get? Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and asked with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Almost 5,000. Yi said with some shame. Not bad. What's your next plan? Do you want to come with us? Yi Qinghan nodded. It was already very good that they could get so many points. After all, the super elite teams of the 4 families only got less than 4,000 points. Thinking about it, Yi Yi's bait at the beginning was very good. Of course, they didn't attract the attention of the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan at the beginning, so it was relatively easier to get points. Moreover, they were all orphans adopted by the Yi family and didn't have the blood of the Yi family, so the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan didn't think that they were from the 5 families, so they didn't attract too much attention at the beginning. Later they killed more Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan and attracted the pursuit of Yao Kaka and the others. Yi shook his head and looked at Yi Shisan. His face became serious and he said solemnly, "Go with you? Young Master Han, your team is now more famous than we were. We heard about it on the way back. You're in the light while we're in the dark. The purpose of meeting you this time is mainly to tell you to be careful not to be surrounded and killed like us. It was better to be careful." This was what the old instructor had repeatedly told him. Safety first. Spirit pills can't only be obtained through the prefecture battle. Don't be too desperate. Yes, we know. From tomorrow onwards, I will double the range of the Hua family's assassins. Be careful, big brother. Don't worry, brother Jiao will definitely avenge you if we have the chance. Yi Shisan nodded, looked at Yi Qinghan and got up to leave. Their team had already gone some distance away, so they had to catch up quickly. Yi and the other 3 watched Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan leave, then turned and walked back to the cave. Yi San asked doubtfully, "Big brother, what should we do next?" Yi was silent for a moment and said, "What should we do? Now that we've been noticed by the 2 sides, we can't do it in the dark, so we'll do it in the light." Young Master Shui and the others wandered around the chaotic battlefield every day. When they encountered a target, they would attack it if they could. If they couldn't, they would retreat. Young Master Han's team is too famous now, we have to help them divert some of the attention from the outsiders. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are determined by the heavens. We still have 5,000 points left and we're going to give it our all. After this, we'll be able to enjoy the rest of our lives. After less than an hour, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan caught up with the main force. After reuniting, Yi Shisan took command of the team and immediately doubled the range of the team, from the original 5 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Although the increase in scope made the people on guard even busier and more laborious, after learning about Yi Jiao's situation, Yi 13 decisively issued this order. After all, safety came first. It had been 4 months since they arrived at Nether Island, and the super elite teams of the 4 families had only obtained almost 4,000 points. Yi Qinghan was a little worried and anxious. Although Yi Qinghan had never said a word, everyone could feel his urgency and helplessness. Therefore, their team had been wandering around the chaotic battlefield for the past few days, hoping to meet a team from the outsiders and quickly collect points. However, the Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan were a little strange these days, and they didn't encounter a single team. No one dared to be careless and could only walk around the island in frustration. Are Yi Yi and the others okay? As they walked, Yi Qingwu secretly leaned over to Yi Qinghan and asked. There was a touch of worry on her pure face. Yi Jiao lost one of his hands. It was Yao Kaka who did it. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and blue veins faintly appeared on his forehead. He was a little sad. Ah. Yi Qingwu narrowed her eyes and shook her head. She bit her lip lightly and sighed. It's good enough that he survived. Let the family compensate him in the future. On Yi Shisan's side, Yi Shisan finally got the news he had been waiting for a month. Although it wasn't bad news, Old Ninth's hand still made him feel a bit upset. Therefore his face was a bit gloomy and his eyes were very angry. He looked around randomly as if he wanted to find a bunch of demons and barbarians in the forest to let him vent his anger in anger. There were no demons or barbarians in the forest, only cool breezes and greenery. It was just that, one of the Hua family scouts brought back a piece of news that caused his eyes to brighten and radiate with radiance. It had been 4 or 5 days and this was the first time they had found a team from the Demon Clan. Stand by and prepare for battle. Hua Team 1 continued to scout. Find out everything about that team and report back quickly. Yi Shisan's orders were a little cautious. Although he recalled Yi Jiao's empty arm and the unconcealable heartache on his face, he had the urge to rush up and kill. However, he resisted the urge and gave the order to scout and stand by. After a few days they were finally going to fight again. Hua Hua and Feng Zi's eyes were obviously full of fighting spirit as they silently stroked the swords in their hands. They didn't object to Yi Shisan's careful arrangements, but their obviously heavy breathing betrayed the hidden urgency in their hearts. Yi Qinghan stood silently and didn't make any extra movements. He just lowered his head and gently stroked the ring in his hand. Of course the ring was yellow, not bronze. Yi Yi's dark line obviously didn't play a decisive role. The battle between the 2 clans had become orderly because of the 2 young princes in the clan. Obviously it wasn't as chaotic as before. Therefore, the dark line that was supposed to be very stable was now unstable. He was a little anxious, worried, and disappointed. More than 10 minutes later, the Hua family assassin reported back with very good news. There were no foreign clan teams within a radius of 10 miles, and the demon team was all leopards. There was only the aura of a demon emperor among them. Let's do it. Yi Shisan and the other marquis from the other clans looked at each other and nodded. They gave the order to start the battle. Hee hee. Feng Zi grinned and narrowed her eyes. She shook the huge sword on her back. Hua Hua and Hua Xian nodded. They waved their hands and countless Hua family assassins started to move stealthily. Their figures gradually disappeared and spread out. Yi Qinghan slowly took out the blue dragon dagger from his boots and walked with Yi Qingwu to the Yi family's elite team. The team moved forward quickly and quietly. Everything was in order. 4 months of training and battles had already allowed them to have a very good rapport. This had already allowed them to have a very good tacit understanding. They were already very used to these bloody battles. Even the eyes of many of the Yu clan's women were suffused with a sparrow's desire to try it out. Chapter 99. The Demon Clan squad was made up of members of the Leopard Clan. They were short and had pointy, thin ears that stood up straight. Their eyes were as small as mung beans, but they were constantly moving. Their skin was covered with grayish-white spots. Yi Qinghan and the others were not unfamiliar with the Leopard Clan. They had encountered them in the previous battle. However, this was the first time they had encountered a squad of more than 200 leopards. There was no excessive greeting or nonsense. Of course, they could not understand nonsense. It was said that only the royalty and high-level demon sovereigns of the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan could understand the human language. The foreign clans that the squad had encountered in the past few months did not understand the human language. Therefore, when Yi Shirsan was about a kilometer away from the demon clan squad, he ordered the entire squad to speed up and begin the battle. Then they prepared to retreat quickly. However, the situation did not seem right. To be more serious, it was very wrong. The demon clan squad seemed to have discovered Yi Qinghan and the others when they were about a kilometer away from them. Just as they were about to speed up and start the battle, the demon clan squad turned around and fled. What's going on? Yi Qinghan and Yi Shirsan looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. There had never been such a situation in the past. They had fought against the demon clan and the barbarian clan more than a dozen times, but there had never been a demon clan member who ran away upon seeing a human squad. Moreover, looking at their formation, they seemed to be running very happily, like a flock of sheep that had seen a lion. They were running rather wildly and without a care for anything else. Apart from him, the other dukes in the squad had not revealed their strength. Why did the demon clan run away? Yi Shirsan's mind spun rapidly. However, he could not figure out why no matter how hard he thought about it. Therefore, as he ran, he looked carefully at the demon clan squad. Everyone speed up and catch up. Send a message to the Hua family. Half of you will harass and delay them and the other half will be on full alert. The leopard demon sovereign is injured. Don't let them escape. After a while, Yi Shirsan finally shouted, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. When the members of the team heard this, they were all shocked. An injured demon emperor was worth 100 points, and a team without a demon emperor would be able to slaughter them easily, wouldn't it? Therefore, everyone in the squad rushed madly toward the demon clan as if they were injected with stimulants. Xiao. On the demon clan's side, the Hua family's assassins began to make their move after receiving the message. The assassins who had been lying in ambush near them constantly flashed, leaving afterimages as they stabbed their swords at the demon clan squad. Regardless of the outcome of the attack, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Following the flashing figures and dazzling sword rays, the demon clan squads were constantly being assassinated and stabbed to death. However, this small team of demons did not seem to care. They continued to run madly. As long as the injured demons could still move their legs, they would hold on to their bleeding wounds and run madly. The demon clan's formation began to show signs of chaos after the Hua family's assassins' wild stabs. From the initial square formation, it gradually turned into an inverted arrowhead. At the forefront of the arrowhead was the demon emperor whose back was bleeding. As more and more demons were injured, the team's formation began to lengthen. Those with higher cultivation realms, those who were stronger and those who were not injured ran to the front. As for the weaker ones and the injured ones, they followed behind in a sparse manner. Send an order to Hua Xian. Leave that demon emperor behind. Also, ask the Hua family's assassins to specifically stab the Panther clan's calf. We must leave all of them behind today. Yi Shirsan spoke to the messenger beside him as he ran at high speed. He blamed himself for being too careful. If he had ordered his team to attack after receiving the information, they might have already started fighting. He was stunned when he saw the demon clan begin to escape. Now the distance between the two teams had increased. Although it would only take a few minutes for them to catch up with the demon clan squad, he had made a mistake in his judgment. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly came from the front and attracted everyone's attention. The explosion happened at the forefront of the demon clan squad. It was Hua Xian who had made her move. The Hua family's most powerful warrior was indeed extraordinary. She actually created 9 identical afterimages in the air and stabbed at the demon emperor who was running for his life from 9 different directions. The demon emperor seemed to have anticipated this. His short and stout body emitted a purple airflow and collided with Hua Xian's sword. The airflow exploded. Although it did not cause any harm to Hua Xian, it successfully stopped her fatal sword attack. The moment Flower Heart exploded, the deity turned invisible and sneaked away. After the demon emperor destroyed the other 8 afterimages, he obviously paused and staggered a little. He took a deep breath and then started running again. The explosion in front of them did not stop the team behind them. Instead, Yi Shirsan was excited and increased his speed. He shouted as he ran, "Burn your demonic power. This demon clan member is indeed seriously injured. Continue to chase. We will definitely get these 100 points." Swish. Hua Xian appeared again, causing the demon emperor to burn his demonic power again to protect himself. On the other hand, the Hua family's assassins also appeared in a flash continuously. They stabbed towards the thighs of the demon clansmen that were running at the forefront. Although the Hua family's assassins did not cause much damage, they successfully prevented the demon clan members from escaping. Finally, after 2 minutes of chasing, Yi Qinghan and the others finally caught up. Not caring about the injured demon clan members, the team directly charged at the back of the demon clan. The first to attack was the Feng family swordsman. Rows of flying swords rose into the air and turned into deadly talismans. They hovered in front of the demon clan, cutting off their path forward. The members of the Yi family immediately merged with their battle beasts and released their battle aura towards the densest area of the demon clan members. Roar! 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 The demon clan members saw that their path forward was cut off and that waves of battle aura were continuously flying towards them. When they realized that there was no way they could escape, they finally ignited the blood in their bones. They no longer ran away. Instead, they turned around and screamed. Their soybean-like eyes were bloodshot as they began to attack the team in a frenzy. It was obvious that they knew that there was no way out and wanted to fight to the death. They wanted to fight, but the team of the 4 clans would not give them the chance. The Yu family's woman immediately released a beautiful ray of light and began the first round of spiritual attacks. Immediately after, the members of the Yi family quickly rushed forward and hacked, cutting down a large number of demon clan members. E17 and the other vassal realm warriors no longer concealed their strength. Their colorful auras enveloped the entire battlefield, and the battle immediately heated up. The heated battle lasted for more than 10 minutes and ended with the victory of Yi Qinghan's team. 6 vassal realm experts directly joined the battle, ensuring that there was no suspense in this massacre. There were also no fatal injuries. The team began to deal with the aftermath. Yi Qinghan began to get busy. He was already used to collecting corpses after a battle and collecting points. Chapter 100. This demon emperor is quite strong. He actually managed to block several of Mai and Hua Xian's assassination attempts. If it wasn't for Fairy Yu, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with him. Fairy Yu's charm is boundless. She can even knock out a demon emperor. E17 felt a little happy. The matter with Yi Jiao had made him feel a little less sullen. Looking at the demon emperor's corpse with bulging eyes and a sinister expression, he somewhat gratefully said to Yu Clan's madam, "Yu Clan's madam. Haha 17, don't flatter me." This demon emperor was clearly seriously injured. He was mentally and physically exhausted by Hua Xian and his soul was in a mess. Otherwise, how could I have knocked him out so easily? Although Fairy Yu's words were harsh, she clearly enjoyed Yi 17's flattery. Her charming face bloomed into a smile and her curvaceous body trembled even more violently. "Fairy Yu, I'm afraid 17 has other thoughts. He told me that he has been secretly in love with you for a long time." Hua Xian laughed and teased E17. E17 was obviously not afraid. He secretly smiled and raised his eyebrows. He stared at Aunt Yu's towering chest and said, "Hee hee, fickle heart has spoken my mind. I'm just afraid that Fairy Yu doesn't like a boorish person like me. How can the 2 of you just stay there? Many girls in the Moon Tower have told me that the 2 of you are the most licentious of the 5 clans. I'm not an innocent girl who can be deceived with just a few words. If you want to deceive my feelings, you are still far from being able to do so." Fairy Yu rolled her eyes. She was clearly not interested in their teasing. She laughed and scolded them. She twisted her plump buttocks and walked toward the Yu family women. "Alright 17, Hua Xian, stop fooling around. Tidy up and prepare to retreat." E13 glared at E17 and motioned for the 2 of them to get to work. E17 shook his head and walked away while rubbing his nose. Hua Xian laughed mischievously. Her figure flashed and she sneaked away. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, Hua Xian appeared again. This time, his expression was no longer playful and casual. Instead, it was very gloomy. Level 1 alert. 3 demon clan squads have appeared ahead. 5 kilometers away. Retreat to the south. Level 1 alert. There are 3 demon clan squads ahead. Retreat to the south as fast as you can. Level 1 alert. There are 3 demon clan squads ahead. Retreat to the south as fast as you can. Hua Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it was sharp and urgent. After shouting 3 times and making sure that everyone heard him, he snuck out. Hua Xian's urgent and sharp words finally woke everyone up after he shouted them for the 3rd time. They were all in an uproar, not knowing what to do as they looked around in confusion. "What are you looking at? Everyone retreat." Yi Shisan's face quickly darkened. He didn't care about everyone's expression and shouted. The prestige that Yi Shisan had built up in the team over the past few days began to take effect. Everyone came to their senses and threw away the items in their hands. Yi Qinghan did not care about the small number of points he had yet to collect and quickly gathered with the team. They began to run towards the south in an orderly manner, gradually turning from running into a frantic escape. Report. There are 3 barbarian clan squads in the south. They are surging in our direction 5 kilometers away. At the next moment, a member of the Hua family's investigation team brought back another piece of information that shocked the entire small troop. Their swift footsteps halted abruptly. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other and saw a trace of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Hua Hua and Fengzi also looked at each other, a little lost and a little confused. Report. There is a demon clan squad in the west. They are suspected to be led by Yao Kaka. They are rushing here 15 kilometers away. Report. There is a barbarian clan squad in the east. They are rushing here 10 kilometers away. They seem to be led by Rongqiao. Confirming now. What happened? What was going on? The team was like an exploding pot of ants. They began to panic and fear and confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. Were they surrounded? How could they be surrounded? And surrounded by the demon clan and barbarian clan? Looking at the situation, it seemed like the demon clan and barbarian clan had joined forces to trap them here. But, how could the demon clan and barbarian clan join forces? Not to mention the blood feud between the two clans, it was impossible for them to join forces. Even if they had joined forces, how could they have appeared so coincidentally and arranged so well? Also, how did they know the exact location of their squad? What right did they have to charge straight at his team? There were many puzzles, many questions in the process. But Yi Shisan knew that he could not understand, nor did he have the time to think. He only knew that they were in danger now. Extremely dangerous. So dangerous that if they were not careful, the elite squad of the 4 clans, the future heirs of the 4 clans, and the 7 dukes would all die here today. Next year this day would be their death anniversary. So he did not ask for the others' opinions and directly gave orders. All troops listen up. Head southeast as fast as you can. Wuxia and Yi Shisan bring 10 people from the Hua family to the front. See if you can lure the 3 southern squads away. The rest of the Hua family disperse. Remember to stay alive. At the same time, Yi Shisan quickly transmitted his voice to the dukes. If it did not work, they could only execute the second retreat plan. According to the original plan, if there was no other choice, only the dukes could escape with their young masters and mistresses. In such a tense situation, the dukes did not have any good ideas. They could only see if they could escape. If they could not, they could only abandon their clan members and protect their young masters. Yi Qinghan, Wuxia and Fengzi, and the others did not speak. They quickly followed the group southeast. The squad could clearly feel the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. Some of the Yu family women even began to tremble. They knew how serious the situation was. Perhaps in the next second, they would all become cold corpses on the ground. Run. Run at full speed. They could not care less about the weeds and mud on the ground, which had already messed up their clothes. They could not care less about the brambles on the ground that had cut through the skin on their feet. They could not care less about the silk scarves that hung by their ears. They did not even know where to throw them. They knew that if they did not run now, the foreign races around them would tear them to pieces. Damn it. Yi Qinghan spat out a blade of grass from the corner of his mouth and cursed. He looked worriedly at Yu Qingcheng, whose face was flushed due to her slight panting. His complexion was not good at all. Mangan and Yao Kaka had joined forces? They knew where they were? They had surrounded them? Chapter 101. Yi Qinghan knew that his team was very strong. They were strong enough to fight against any team on the Nether Island. However, he also knew who was currently rushing towards his team in a frenzy. He also knew that once they were surrounded, only death awaited them. They would be completely dead without a trace of hope. Death. He was not afraid. He had faced death many times. He was afraid that his sister, who was lying in the mountain behind the Yi family, would never wake up. He was afraid that the people around him would die because of him. If these people died so easily because of him, he was afraid that he would not be able to rest in peace. Therefore his mood was very complicated. He was very unhappy, very anxious, very confused, and did not know what to feel. Bang, bang. There was a sound of an explosion in front of them. Everyone's eyes flashed a glimmer of hope. If Yi-17 and Wuxia could lead the 3 teams away, then they might have a way out. At least there was a chance to escape, right? However, a moment later Wuxia and Yi-17, who looked gloomy and embarrassed, made their mood fall to the bottom. There are 4 barbarian kings in front of us. We can't lead them away. They seem to know where we are going. We will meet in 3 minutes. Huaxian's words caused everyone who was running to stop in their tracks. Their faces were completely gloomy. 600 people for barbarian kings? They would meet in 3 minutes? E13 did not think much. His eyes were bloodshot, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he roared with a ferocious expression, "Forget it! Forward, if you encounter the barbarians, rush over and execute the first retreat plan. Kill, kill, kill." A trace of blood flashed in the eyes of all the members, and they took out their weapons. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed forward madly. The first retreat plan was already known to everyone. That was in a situation of absolute danger. The whole team disregarded everything, disregarded any casualties, did not hesitate to fight, and did not conserve their strength. They charged forward with all their might, and their main goal was to break out of the encirclement and survive. Of course, it was up to God whether they could survive or not. They all knew that they had no other way out. The 3 barbarian squads in front of them were actually not that scary. If they had the time, they could definitely fight against the 3 barbarian squads head-on and win. But they didn't have time. Once the 2 super elite teams and the 3 demon teams caught up to them, there would only be one outcome. They would be completely annihilated. Not even half of their lives would be spared. Since the super elites of the 4 clans could be called super elites by the various clans, and since they could obtain such cultivation at such a young age, none of them were idiots. Therefore, when he first realized that he was surrounded, there was a brief moment of confusion and fear. However, after a few minutes, he heard Yi Shisan's hysterical roar. They quickly regained their composure and thought through everything. In a short period of time, everyone's fighting spirit soared. Since there was no way out, he could only rely on the saber and sword in his hands to open a path. Charge! Charge! The team surged forward in a frenzied manner. Even the women of the Yu clan pulled out their daggers, their eyes burning with passion as they dashed forward. Not a single one of them showed any emotion of fear, and not a single one of them showed any confusion in their eyes. There was only an indomitable super battle intent. Yao Kaka was in a good mood. Although the running made him sweat a little and he didn't feel very comfortable. However, he couldn't help but feel better when he thought about how the plan that the 3 clans had worked together to carry out was finally going to be a success. The target was right in front. To be more precise, the sacred weapon and 2 Qinjuan's favor were right in front of them. Furthermore, they had already been surrounded. They were just waiting for him to go over and reap the spoils at will. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Speed up. Don't let the barbarians snatch it away. That's a head worth a sacred weapon. Look at the target's image clearly. Once you discover him, don't worry about anything else. Just kill him first. Yao Kaka flung his golden curls as he roared at the team behind him. My lord, the target is heading south. He is escaping in the direction of the 3 small teams under Mangon. At that moment, a lady from the Fox clan beside him held a transparent crystal ball in her hands and shouted. There was a red dot in the transparent crystal ball that was constantly moving in the opposite direction. It was very strange. When Yao Kaka heard this, he quickly turned his head and looked at the crystal ball in the lady's hands. He realized that the red dot was constantly moving. He cursed anxiously, "Huh? Why isn't he running towards us? Damn it. Don't let Mangon's subordinates kill him. Faster, faster." Bang, bang, brr. The sound of battle chi tearing through the air rang out in the distance. There were already countless angry roars, indicating that the teams of the 4 clans had already clashed with the 3 barbarian teams. The deafening sound and the terrifying explosion caused Yao Kaka to feel a little anxious. He had planned for many days and waited for an entire night. Today he finally had an excellent opportunity. If he let them escape this time, it would be hard to find another opportunity like this again. Thus, his expression darkened. He increased his speed again and began to run with all his might. He believed that as long as the barbarian teams could delay the elite teams of the 4 clans for a moment, he would be able to completely kill them all and turn them into minced meat on the ground. Yi 13th was in a bad mood. He felt as turbulent as the battle chi explosion in front of him. The combined attacks of his 7 marquis and 200 marshals were actually unable to break through the human wall in front of them. He looked at the barbarians in front of him, who were like rows of stone pillars, and felt the countless demons and barbarians surging towards him from behind. He became even more anxious. He roared loudly, "Damn it, aren't they afraid of death? If they aren't afraid of death, then kill them all." 2 minutes ago, they had all raised their swords in high spirits and were ready to go all out. Unexpectedly, they encountered the human wall in front of them. The 300 barbarians seemed to have already predicted their arrival. They had actually formed a fan-shaped defensive formation in advance and used the human wall to completely block off the 3 escape routes in front of them. The 4 barbarian emperors stood in front of them like 4 mountains. Behind them, rows of barbarian elites stood behind them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Their defenses were fully activated and blocked off all the escape routes. The moment Yi Shisan saw this formation, he knew that if he tried to forcefully charge in one direction with this formation and the barbarians' extremely strong defense, he would be completely surrounded by the 600 barbarians like dumplings wrapped in a dumpling. Let's not talk about whether or not they would be able to escape before the demon race and barbarian race arrived. Even if they could, at least 2/3 of the team would remain here forever. Thus, he immediately gave the order for all the elites to release their battle chi and attack in one direction. His idea was not wrong. The power of the battle chi attack of over 200 people was indeed very strong. One attack could sweep a path forward. As long as the barbarians dodged or were attacked until their formation was messed up, they would have the opportunity to use their speed to charge out of the encirclement. Chapter 102. However, the barbarians fought with their lives on the line. They didn't care about their casualties and stubbornly withstood the first round of attacks. Although they suffered heavy casualties, their formation wasn't chaotic at all. Instead, it was very orderly. A path was quickly blocked by the barbarians on both sides. The injured barbarians continued to stand firm and stubbornly, trembling. The dead or crippled barbarians were quickly carried away by the barbarians next to them. The barbarians didn't fall into disarray. They continued to stand in front of them like rows of stone pillars. The barbarians were using human lives to buy time. They were using living flesh and blood to block the escape route of the 4 clans. Attack the original attacking areas without holding back. Feng clan, use your swords to pierce the eyes. You clan, use your illusions. Everyone else, release your battle chi. Yi Shisan's expression was ferocious as he roared. His hands and feet didn't miss a beat. His battle chi turned into a huge spear and he shot it straight at the barbarians. Damn it, you'll have to pay with your lives if you want to keep us here. Countless small swords appeared on the backs of the 2 Feng clan experts at the same time. They whistled forward with a boundless aura and stabbed at the barbarians in front of them. Feng Zi was very excited without a trace of fear or timidity. His huge black sword was like a reaper's chain, taking away one barbarian after another. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared with laughter. Damn it, I'll die like a bird in the sky. Brothers, let's F***ck them up. Let's kill them all. For a moment, the front was filled with battle chi. Countless flying swords shuttled back and forth, occasionally causing a series of explosions. Countless barbarians fell, but countless more barbarians rushed over. No one was cleaning up the corpses in front of them. They were piled up in a mess, but the line of defense didn't seem to have been broken. Yi Shisan once again shot out a cyan spear. Looking back at the surging red dust not far behind him, he sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Exchanging glances with several marquee realm experts from various clans, he issued an extremely unwilling order. Everyone charge. Execute the second retreat plan. The second retreat plan. Yi Qinghan's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. Feng Zi, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu's expression also became extremely ugly. The second retreat plan was for the entire team to charge forward and fight to the death. They covered the escape of a few dukes with the young masters of the various families. In the current situation, if they carried out the second retreat plan, then apart from them and the marquee realm experts who might be lucky enough to escape with their lives, everyone else would basically die in battle. No. Wait. Yi Qinghan kept shaking his head as he released his battle chi in the form of huge palms and waved them forward crazily. He knew very well that these people, these elite disciples of the 4 great clans, were here because of him. It was because of him that they had come to such a chaotic battlefield and fallen into such a tragic and desperate situation. If these 200 people all died because of him, he would never be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Therefore, Zhang Tai uttered unconsciously as he released his sparse battle chi in a disorderly manner. Execute. Yi Shisan coldly swept his gaze over the elite disciples of the Yi family and nodded to Yi 17. He leapt forward and moved to Yi Qinghan's side. He lifted Yi Qinghan with one hand and released his battle chi to the fullest. A green aura bloomed from his body as he waved his hand forward and roared, "Everyone charge!" As soon as Yi Shisan moved, the dukes also moved, quickly bringing the young masters and young ladies with them. They released their auras and roared at the same time, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" The 200 elite disciples roared at the same time. They had been trained by their families for many years, and as the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now was the time for them to repay the kindness of their families. Knowing that there was no way out, and with the determination to die, they collectively released an unprecedented battle intent. The entire team was like a torrent of steel, crashing toward the barbarians. Brr, brr. The barbarians immediately reacted. The remaining few hundred people quickly gathered together and waved their fists and giant clubs at the 4 family teams that were swarming toward them. The battle immediately became white-hot. It was either you die or I live. As long as you live, I'm invincible. Bang bang. Just as the group of barbarians was about to collide, something unexpected happened, causing the 4 family teams to tremble. Behind the small team of barbarians, waves of battle chi flew out of thin air. They were densely packed and colorful. It was a spectacular sight. As expected, the battle chi directly smashed into the barbarian squad that was about to collide with the squads of the 4 clans. Immediately after, a black torrent abruptly pierced into the barbarian squad from behind. It was like a sharp iron spear, fiercely stabbing into them, causing chaos. It's our people. Reinforcements are here. Retreat plan number 2, retreat plan number 1. We're invincible. Everyone charge. A hint of joy flashed in Yi Shisan's eyes, and his aura became even more dazzling. With a long roar, he sped forward like a ferocious tiger. Yi, it's Yi and the others. Ah, we're saved. Everyone kill. Yi Qinghan looked at the group of black-clothed men in front of him like a group of lions pouncing on a flock of sheep. Yi and the others in front of him were no match for them. His face instantly lit up with ecstasy. Holding the blue dragon dagger, he followed closely behind Yi Shisan and used the shadow step to charge into the barbarian team. Yi and the others' powerful reinforcements finally caused chaos among the barbarians, who were already low in morale. Under the lead of Yi Shisan and the other 6 Marquis Realm experts, the barbarians were attacked from both sides and finally fell into complete chaos. However, with the loud roars of the 4 barbarian kings, they barely managed to deal with the battle. Shisan, what the hell are you fighting for? Do you want to die here together? Break out quickly. We'll bring up the rear. Yi waved the Zamadeo in his hand, and the purple saber radiance sent a barbarian flying. He raised his head and roared at Yi Shisan, who was fighting the barbarians. Ah! Yi Shisan was slightly taken aback by Yi's roar. He looked at Yi's furious eyes and immediately understood what Yi meant. He could not help but call out hesitantly, "Big brother? Third brother? Ninth brother? 11th brother?" Seeing Yi Shisan's hesitation and somewhat bashful call, Yi became even angrier. He ruthlessly split a barbarian in half from head to toe and roared with bulging eyes, "Hurry up and leave. If the elites of the 4 clans die here, how are you going to explain yourself to the patriarch? If anything happens to the young masters and ladies, none of us will be able to atone for it. Hurry up and scram. Shisan, hurry up and leave. Ninth brother, I'm here to settle scores with Yao Kaka. I'll find you for a drink later." Yi Jio's left sleeve was empty, but his right hand was wielding a black gold saber. He laughed wildly and shouted heroically. Chapter 103. Everyone listen to my command. Don't fight. Break out of the encirclement together. Kill. Yi Shisan roared. He knew that this was not the time to be pretentious. The main force behind them was about to catch up. If they didn't leave now, they would all die here. Yi was right. It didn't matter if they died, but if the elites or young masters of the other families stayed here, all of them would not be able to atone for their sins. He could only suppress the grief and helplessness in his heart. He reluctantly gave the order for the whole team to break out of the encirclement. Kill? Yi Shisan didn't say much. He looked at Yi and the others deeply. The saber in his hand turned into a blue saber chi that broke through the air and slashed several barbarians in front of him. Let's go. Yi Qinghan didn't say much. He looked at Yi Jio with bloodshot eyes. Then he pulled Yi Qingwu and followed behind Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan. Let's go. Hua Xian and Feng Meng looked at each other and saw the helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. They led Hua and Feng Zi in a killing frenzy. 1 minute later, Yi and the others attacked with all their might. The 4 families' teams paid a small price to break out of the encirclement. They ignored the chaotic battle behind them and ignored the barbarians who were roaring angrily. They all ran for their lives. Bang bang bang. The battle behind them became more and more intense. The barbarians tried to send people to chase after them several times, but they were stopped by Yi and the others. They couldn't help but vent all their anger on Yi and the others. Yi and the others also knew that they would die. They all killed madly with the mentality of killing one to break even and two to make a profit. Full speed ahead. Yi Shisan resisted the strong desire to turn back. He closed his eyes and ran madly. His voice was full of bitterness and anger. He knew that the danger had not been resolved. Yao Kaka and the others were still behind him. He didn't want to waste the chance to escape that Yi Yi and the others had exchanged their lives for. He suppressed the pain and sorrow and commanded the team to run. Boom. After a few minutes they had already run for more than 10 miles. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion and a shocking roar behind them. Big brother. E-17 finally couldn't help but look back and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The entire team turned their heads to take a look. They saw the chaos in the world caused by the terrifying energy explosion. They looked at the billowing smoke behind them and listened to the violent explosions and angry roars. Everyone fell silent, and their sprinting footsteps paused for a moment. They all knew that Yao Kaka and Brute Gon's team were already facing off against Yi Yi's team. But Yi Yi had actually chosen to self-detonate. Such a powerful explosion and such chaotic heaven-earth yuan qi could only be triggered by the self-detonation of countless martial artists. What are you standing there for? Do you want them to die with everlasting regret? Everyone run. Hua family, investigate with all your might. Yi Shisan's voice was cold and his face was covered in frost. Xiu xiu xiu. Everyone began to silently march, turning their grief, anger and pain into energy to run. Even the women of the Yu family did not care about their image and began to run. Some were injured and had to be carried. Some were unconscious and had to be carried by two people. Some were crying silently, pursing their lips and lowering their heads as they ran. Yi Qinghan's face was as white as snow, no longer ashen like before. There was no pain, no grief, and only a deathly gray look in his eyes as he lowered his head. Run, run, run. There was no emotion, no sound, no extra movement. Everyone was like a group of busy ants on the ground, running in the forest, in the canyon, and on the river. Report. The Demon Clan and Brute Clan teams are now 30 miles away from us. They are chasing us in a straight line. Report. The 50 miles ahead is safe. We will reach the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares in about an hour. The Hua family assassins were the busiest. They went back and forth to investigate, patrol, and run. Fortunately, the Hua family's speed was definitely the best among their peers. Otherwise, just running alone would have exhausted them to death. As expected, Yi Yi's group was completely annihilated. However, they had bought a whole 10 minutes for the four clans' small teams, allowing them to widen the dangerous distance between them to 30 miles. After Yao Kaka and Man Gan had flattened Yi Yi's small team, they were obviously unwilling to let their prey escape. After killing Yi Yi and a few other dukes, they quickly organized their men and madly chased after Yi Qinghan's small team. Yi Yi's sudden arrival had torn apart the large net that they had meticulously laid out and resolved the death trap that they had set up. This had allowed Yi Qinghan's cooked duck to escape. Furthermore, they had self-destructed before dying, causing the Demon Clan and Brute Clan to suffer even greater losses. This also caused Yao Kaka and Man Gan to stomp their feet in anger and curse. They swore that they would not turn back until they had flattened the four clans' small teams. Thus, an unprecedented chase began. Both sides' speed had reached its peak. Both sides were panicking and did not know where they were going. They climbed mountains, waded through rivers and burrowed into holes. This won't do. 13 We have injured people and we have just gone through 2 battles. We are no match for the Demon Clan and Brute Clan in terms of physical strength, battle force and morale. If this continues they will catch up to us in 10 minutes. Hua Xian's steps were still light, but the worry on her face was very obvious. I know, but other than running, what else can we do? How can the Demon Clan and Brute Clan know our whereabouts like the back of their hands? This doesn't make sense. The grief on Yi 13's face was still very obvious. However, after 10 minutes of adjustment, he had recovered a little. The dead were already dead. He had to think of the living. He had to think of a way to bring the remaining 100 people back safely. Hua Xian was also baffled. She said in confusion, "Who knows what kind of witchcraft the Demon Clan and Brute Clan have mastered? How can they know our whereabouts? Something like this had never happened before. Damn it, we are in big trouble this time. Let's try our best to speed up. Hopefully we will encounter the House of Ares' team when we reach the temporary stronghold. Or maybe Yao Kaka and Man Gan should retreat in advance." Yi 13 was silent for a while. He could not come up with any ideas. He could only shake his head helplessly. The crazy chase continued. The two sides were indeed getting closer and closer. After chasing for half an hour, the distance between the two squads was only slightly more than 10 kilometers. However, after half an hour of crazy running, the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares was not far away. If they continued at this speed, Yao Kaka and Mangan would probably be close to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares even if they caught up with the teams of the four families. In that area they could encounter the elite teams of the House of Ares at any time. Moreover, the temporary stronghold had a large number of teams of the House of Ares. If they were to engage in battle, they would attract the army of the House of Ares. Yao Kaka and Mangan would probably die. However, in the next second, the elite scouts of the Hua family brought back a piece of news that brought everyone's mood to rock bottom. Chapter 104. Four small teams of demons and barbarians had appeared in front of them. They were fanning out towards them. History repeated itself. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They looked blankly at the sky and scanned their surroundings. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes coldly watching them from the sky. That pair of invisible hands seemed to be arranging everything behind their backs, as if to kill them here and now. K them. I don't believe it. Everyone turn around and flee to the west. The demons and barbarians have caused such a huge commotion. They must have attracted the attention of the House of Ares. Let's hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will probably arrive soon. E13's expression was no longer sorrowful. Instead, it was sullen, terrified, bitter, and helpless. Today's situation was beyond his ability. He felt powerless to reverse the situation. Their small team was unparalleled and could face any small team on Nether Island head-on. The four families' heaven-defying special skills, their practiced and tacit cooperation, and the 7 marquis of the team were extremely powerful. But today he felt as if he was an ant that could be easily smacked and crushed. Moreover, the demon race and the barbarian race had joined forces for the first time. They had suddenly surrounded him in a strange and chilling manner. His whereabouts, which he could not figure out no matter how hard he tried, had been exposed. Everything made him shudder. He was at his wits' end. The strange movements of the barbarians and demons were very obvious. He also hoped that the House of Ares would notice the abnormal situation here. He also knew that as long as Long Sinan was not an idiot, she would definitely come to help immediately. However, today's abnormality came so suddenly and strangely that he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. He could only hope that Long Sinan's performance was as wise and decisive as ever. No. A crisp voice suddenly rang out. It was very decisive and resolute, causing the somewhat confused group to suddenly awaken. They looked towards the source of the voice in surprise. Let's go east. We can't put all our hopes on Long Sinan. The one who spoke was Yi Qinghan, who had been very quiet along the way. At this time Yi Qinghan's face was still pale, but his eyes were shining like the blazing sun in broad daylight, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Yi Qinghan's eyes were cold like lightning. He said coldly, "Let's head east. Do you still remember the valley where we encountered the Silver Moon twin-headed wolf? If I remember correctly, it's just a few miles to the east. There are a lot of teleportation arrays there, and there's a Silver Moon two-headed wolf there. Head east. Go to the valley where the Silver Moon two-headed wolf lives?" Was Yi Qinghan crazy? When everyone heard Yi Qinghan's words, their first reaction was to think that Yi Qinghan had gone mad. Behind them there were tigers and wolves chasing after them, but he said that in front of them, there was a Silver Moon two-headed wolf, an upper 8th grade magical beast that was even more terrifying than the demon race and barbarian race pursuing them. Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? But Yi Qinghan wasn't crazy and the team wasn't stupid. The first to react were the few marquis. Yi Shisan's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Hua Xian and Feng Meng and smiled coldly. He shouted, "Yes. Head east. Head east. Everyone change direction. Our target is the valley where the Silver Moon two-headed wolf is." The entire team began to change direction, and began to secretly discuss as they ran. After a while, all the elites began to understand what was going to happen next, and a fiery light appeared in their eyes. When Yao Kaka and Mangan found out that the team of the 4 clans had suddenly turned east through the transparent crystal ball, they didn't feel the slightest bit strange or astonished. Instead, they collectively roared in joy. The 4 teams of demon race and barbarian race in front of the 4 clans were the last chess pieces they had arranged beforehand. Their goal was to change the escape route of the 4 clans. After all, if the 4 clans had continued to escape in the direction of the House of Ares, they would have caught up to them and killed them. This would definitely take a while, and this time would be enough for the hateful woman from the House of Ares to arrange everything and make them stay there. So when they found out that the 4 clans were escaping east, they were very pleased and delighted. Yao Kaka and Mangan each led 400 people in hot pursuit. The two teams were separated by a few hundred meters, but they turned at the same time and rushed east. They knew that their prey was about to fall into their hands. Based on the people in their hands, none of the teams could completely annihilate the four clans. Of course, as for this fat sheep, it would depend on each team's strength and luck as to which family would get the holy weapon in the end. Later we'll catch up to them. You two take down the target first. I'll reward you handsomely when we get back. Yao Kaka said to the two members of the snake race as he ran with all his might. His golden curly hair swayed, and his cold eyes were filled with cruelty. On the side of the barbarian race, a relatively short and bald barbarian wearing golden leather armor in the middle also began to instruct a few tall and big men beside him at the same time. When you meet the target, whether it's the human race or the demon race, as long as it dares to obstruct you, smash it to pieces. The voice of the bald barbarian with golden skin was calm, but there was a hint of dignity and arrogance in it. The barbarians beside him did not dare to refute or ask any questions, and at the same time, they expressed that they understood. The other barbarian next to him held a transparent crystal ball that looked like a toy in his huge claw hand. He leaned over and pointed at the red dot on the crystal ball in his hand, saying, "Young clan leader, the target is slowly decelerating. Is there any conspiracy? Who cares what conspiracy he has, chase after them and flatten them." The bald barbarian in golden armor waved his hand, unconcerned, and continued to run with his thick and long legs. "Everyone withdraw your battle aura and move forward with your physical bodies. Form groups of 5, and each find a transportation matrix. Stay where you are. Hua family disciples, use all your strength to investigate the surrounding situation. Hua Xine, you go and keep an eye on that Silver Moon Wolf. If there's any abnormal movement, quickly teleport away." Yi Shisan withdrew his aura and said softly as he lightened his footsteps. Under Yi Shisan's arrangement, the small team was divided into their own groups. All of them withdrew their aura and began to cautiously walk into the canyon. The canyon was still the same, gloomy and gloomy. Both sides of the canyon were still densely covered with old vines and weeds. When Yi Qinghan suggested to go east toward this canyon, Yi Shisan immediately reacted. This was a path of survival, and if used well, it could also be a path of revenge. Yi Shisan knew that Yi Qinghan wanted to use the dense transportation matrix here to escape. Moreover, he wanted to use the 8th grade magical beast, the Silver Moon Wolf, not far from the transportation matrix to severely injure the demon clan and the barbarians who were chasing after them. This was to avenge the tragic deaths of Yi Yi and the others. Therefore, along the way he quickly thought through all the details and quickly arranged everything. He wanted to strive for a perfect escape and teach the demon clan and the barbarians a painful lesson. Chapter 105. Although this canyon was the territory of the two-headed Silver Moon Wolf, it was obvious that this wolf was very lazy, or perhaps it could be said that it was very lazy. Last time, the team of 200 people rumbled in the canyon for a long time. In the end, when Hua Xian tried to enter its cave, it released a stream of air and sent Hua Xian flying. Moreover, it didn't seem to chase after them. Therefore, Yi Shisan was very confident that they could successfully approach the teleportation array and escape. Of course, to be on the safe side, he told the team to retract their battle auras and move forward cautiously so as not to alarm the terrifying overlord in the depths of the cave. More than 10 minutes later, they successfully arrived at the teleportation array area. The information they received was good. The monster clan and barbarian clan were still 10 miles away and the Silver Moon Wolf was still in its cave abode. There were 41 teleportation arrays, so there was still space for 5 people to teleport. The team began to squat next to each teleportation array according to their groups, waiting for Yi Shisan's order to teleport out together. Everyone listen up. When the teleportation circle opens, everyone will be sent to different locations in the psychedelic forest. I've marked out 10 points on the map. Everyone will gather at these 10 points according to the map. The final gathering point will be the temporary base camp and the temporary stronghold in the disordered territory. The only mission I'm giving you is to successfully survive until we meet again. After the battle, the Yi family will definitely reward you generously. Yi Shisan's low voice began to resound. Every 5 people began to split up into a map with 10 coordinates marked with red dots. Finally, everyone began to bid farewell to each other. This teleportation might directly teleport you to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares, near the monster clan, or even to the center of the barbarian clan's team. Everything was random. Whether one could survive or not depended on the will of the heavens. The monster clan and barbarian clan had used some kind of spell to predict their whereabouts in advance. The way back to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares in the disordered battlefield was blocked. Their team had the relatively weak Yu family girl and more than 10 injured people. If they continued to escape using the old method, they would be caught and slaughtered. Moreover, under such a strange situation, who knew if there were other monster clan and barbarian clan teams lying in ambush ahead, waiting for them to take the bait? Therefore, teleporting away through the teleportation array was the best option at this time. Moreover, there was an upper 8th level Silvermoon double-headed wolf nearby. It was just the right time for them to take revenge for being hunted down and Yi and the others being slaughtered. Of course, they chose this path without hesitation. The four families' teams suddenly stopped moving, attracting the attention of Yao Kaka and Mangan. This caused them to hesitate slightly as they ran with all their might. But after a while they started running again. The four squads on the left quickly converged with them, and a few more squads were rushing over from behind. Such unprecedented battle prowess gave them great confidence. They believed that even if Long Sinan led a few teams from the House of Ares there to ambush them, they would not be afraid. This time they had brought along half of the elites of the demon race and the barbarian race. They believed that even if there was a dragon in front of them, they would be able to beat it to the ground. Of course, there were no giant dragons. There was only a level 8 Silvermoon double-headed wolf. The canyon was located near the temporary base of the House of Ares, and it was quite secluded. Therefore, the barbarian race and the demon race did not have any information. When they found out from the transparent crystal ball that their target was in the canyon in front of them, they did not hesitate. They had no time to hesitate. Instead, they frantically rushed into the canyon. But when they finally saw the famous Silvermoon double-headed wolf face to face, they were collectively stunned. When they rushed into the canyon, they saw more than 100 sneering faces and countless brilliant lights. Then behind the lights, there was an earth-shaking roar, and they saw a ferocious silver-white beast with 2 huge heads. The light was the light of the teleportation array being activated. The beast was the Silvermoon double-headed wolf that Hua Xian had lured out with a palm strike towards the cave in the distance before she flashed into the teleportation array. Looking at the empty canyon, they could feel the piercingly cold and furious aura from the barbarian double-headed wolf. Mangan and Yao Kaka licked their dry lips at the same time and cursed in unison. Then they turned around and started running. Their speed was even faster than before. A few minutes ago they were still swearing that they could even smash a giant dragon into the ground. But when they really saw a double-headed wolf that was 1 level lower than a giant dragon, they finally understood what fear was, what pressure was, what aura was, what coldness was. The two of them could retreat, but the people beside them could not. The barbarian race and the demon race teams could not retreat. The teams quickly split into a line. A barbarian king and a demon emperor brought Yao Kaka and Mangan respectively and retreated quickly. The strong warriors beside Yao Kaka and Mangan roared in anger and pounced towards the Silvermoon double-headed wolf. The barbarian race and the demon race teams followed the strong warriors and pressed forward. They knew that this was a terrifying demonic beast that could make them tremble in fear with just its aura. They definitely could not fight against it. If they charged forward, they would definitely die. However, they also knew that if their master died, then they would definitely die as well. Moreover, their families would also die. Either way, they would definitely choose to die by themselves, and they would die unwillingly. Bang! 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 As expected, the Silvermoon double-headed wolf revealed a mocking smile in its 4 cold eyes that were the size of copper hammers. Then the 2 wolf heads opened up at the same time and 2 different air currents rushed out. One of them was gray, and it exuded a threatening cold aura. It was red hot, and the heat wave rushed to the sky. The 2 air currents slowly flew towards the sky. When the strong warriors of the barbarian race and the demon race came close, the 2 air currents suddenly blended together. Then, a violent explosion occurred and the 5 strong warriors who rushed forward were all blown away. The 3 barbarian kings of the barbarian race were fine. Their defense was very strong and they only suffered some minor internal injuries. Their organs were shaken to the point that their positions were shifted. The 2 demon emperors of the demon race fell to the ground and could not get up. Both of them were blown beyond recognition. They had been severely injured in just 1 move. The monster race and the barbarian race sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Originally, the elites who had wanted to catch up to the experts and kill the magical beasts all froze in place and staggered back 2 steps. Then they remembered that Mangan and Yao Kaka had not escaped to a safe distance. They could not help but tremble and stop retreating as they stared at the terrifying monster in front of them in fear. Chapter 106. Whoosh! The 2-headed Silvermoon wolf clearly did not have much patience. It opened its mouth and spat out 2 streams of air that were even larger than before. The 2 streams of air shot towards the demons and barbarians blocking the way. The red and gray streams of air did not mix again, so there was no explosion. However, the damage caused was even more obvious. The gray streams of air passed through the small group of demons and froze the hundreds of people on the left into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, the red streams of air ignited a monstrous fire on the barbarians' side. The entire group was like a grassland that had been ravaged by magma. Awoo! The two-headed silver moon wolf was very satisfied with its battle record and killing power. It was also very satisfied with the fear and respect in the eyes of the demons and barbarians. It let out a proud howl and slowly walked towards the entrance of its cave while twisting its huge butt. In order to teach these little insects a lesson, it had wasted the energy it had accumulated for many days. Now that it had achieved its goal and the insects had lowered their heads, of course it would walk away in disdain. Standing at the entrance of the canyon, Mangon and Yao Kaka met up with the barbarians and demons who had hurried over. They looked at the barbarians and demons who had lost more than half of their members and were frantically escaping the canyon. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Taking the crystal ball from the hands of the demon beside him, Yao Kaka saw that the red dot on the surface was still flashing. He gritted his golden teeth and laughed sinisterly. Chase after them. If I don't tear this damned human into pieces, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Chase after them. Mangon did not say much. He only looked coldly at the red dot on the crystal ball and uttered a single word. Where is this? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi 13th, Yi 17th, and Yi Qingwu beside him and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They found that they had been teleported to a quiet valley. The valley was very large and lush with trees. There was even a small lake in the middle of the valley. Don't speak. Yi 13th stretched out his hand to stop Yi Qinghan from speaking. His expression was solemn and he looked slightly nervous. Yi 17th had also taken out a long saber from behind his back after teleporting over and nervously looked around. Yi Qingwu slightly twisted her graceful body and responded softly. She blinked her big eyes and looked around curiously. However, after looking at it for a moment, she asked in a low voice with some doubt, 13, is it really safe? Why are you so nervous? Yi Shisan was still nervously looking to the left. He didn't respond to Yi Qingwu's words and only exchanged a glance with Yi Shisan. Seeing Yi 17 nod with a wry smile, Yi 17's face couldn't help but turn ashen. What's inside the valley? Yi Qinghan sensed that something was wrong with their expressions and asked in a low voice. We all sensed a powerful magical beast in the valley, and its strength was no weaker than the silver moon two-headed wolf. Yi Shisan shook his head as if he had run into a ghost. He had just escaped from the wolf's den, and now he was teleported to the tiger's den. His luck was really terrible. Ah! Yi Qingwu exclaimed in a low voice and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were filled with horror. The silver moon two-headed wolf was an upper 8th grade magical beast. How could they be so unlucky to be teleported to the lair of another high-grade magical beast? She took 2 deep breaths and calmed her emotions. Then she lowered her voice again and said, Then? Do we teleport away again? No. The teleportation array has a cooldown time. We can't hope to teleport away in half an hour. Don't move and don't make a sound. If we lure out the magical beast in the valley, we will all be finished. God bless us, it didn't notice us. Yi Shisan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and forced himself to calm down. Then he carefully looked around again. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu didn't speak anymore and silently began to carefully look around again. However, a loud roar suddenly came from the left side of the valley. The 4 of them, who had been very careful and didn't dare to make a sound, were so shocked that their legs turned to jelly and they almost fell to the ground. A dragon's roar? We've been discovered? Yi Shisan's eyes widened and the hairs on his body stood on end. He released his battle aura and reached out to grab Yi Qinghan to escape. Don't move. Wait. Yi Shisan also grabbed Yi Qingwu and started to run. But just as he lifted his leg, he seemed to discover something and hurriedly reached out to stop Yi Shisan. Shisan? Yi Shisan looked at Yi Shisan in confusion. Unexpectedly, another dragon's roar came from the left side of the valley. Yi Shisan was so shocked that he fell to the ground again. He looked to the left nervously and the saber in his hand emitted a fiery saber light. He was ready to fight at any time. Shisan, quickly retract your battle aura. The magical beast didn't discover us. Although Yi Qinghan was also shocked by the earth-shattering dragon's roar, he quickly calmed down. At this moment he finally saw some clues and quickly whispered to Yi Shisan. Yi Shisan was stunned. He quickly retracted his battle aura and crouched down. He stuck close to Yi Shisan and looked to the left side of the valley. After a short period of panic, he finally realized what was going on. Only a giant dragon could roar. Although the valley was very big, a giant dragon could reach it in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, the giant dragon was still roaring. It probably wasn't because of them, so they were relatively safe for the time being. However, if they ran with all their might, they would definitely attract the attention of the giant dragon on the left side of the valley. Then, no matter how fast they ran, they would still die. But dragons were at least 8th rank magical beasts. In the same valley, Yi Shur-san and Yi Shur-san could feel the supreme dragon's might. Why didn't the giant dragon notice them? Why didn't it immediately crush them into minced meat? Instead, it kept roaring? What should they do? The temporary safety didn't make Yi Shur-san and Yi Shur-san, who had been crawling on the line between life and death for many years, feel any relief or happiness. In the Yi family, they had gone on many missions and faced many dangers. They had also danced at the fingertips of the Grim Reaper many times. More than 10 minutes ago, they had also encountered the most dangerous adventure since they came to Nether Island. But they had never felt so helpless as they did at this moment. Half an hour ago, they learned that they were surrounded by the barbarians and demons. They were surrounded by hundreds of barbarians and demons. They were very helpless and anxious. But they knew that if they wanted to, they could take the two young masters in front of them and escape at any time. At this moment, they were not facing thousands of troops, but only a powerful magical beast that they had never seen before. But they didn't dare to move and they couldn't move. They had no confidence that they could successfully escape from the giant dragon in the valley. Chapter 107. However, what should they do if they didn't move? Continue to wait and wait for the transportation matrix to reopen? Wait for the dragon to get tired of roaring and then fall asleep? Obviously, this wasn't a good way to go. Furthermore, they seemed to have a vague feeling that the giant on the left side of the valley had already discovered them. Or perhaps, it had already discovered them the moment they were teleported over? However, they didn't dare to take the risk, nor could they. After all, they were betting on 4 lives and the future of the Yi family. Run. It definitely wouldn't be safe. If they didn't run, it would probably be very dangerous. At this moment, Yi Shur-san and Yi 17 were extremely anxious, like ants on a frying pan. Shur-san, observe the valley on the right carefully. At this moment, Yi Qinghan, who had been watching coldly from the side, spoke up. His voice was very soft but very firm. This caused the disorderly Yi Shur-san and Yi 17 to shiver and turn to look hopefully at Yi Qinghan, wanting to hear if he had any ideas. Yi Qingwu, who had been pretending to be calm, also looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise and excitement. She then looked towards the right side of the valley with some doubt, but didn't see anything special. Do you think there will be 2 dragons in this psychedelic forest? Yi Qinghan's words didn't give any ideas, and the contents of his words were somewhat nonsensical. However, the frowning Yi Shur-san's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked towards the valley on the right with excitement. Dragons were upper-tier 8th rank magical beasts, and were even more powerful than the Silver Moon Wolf. Currently, the most powerful fighters in the Elite Academy tournament were at the peak of the 3rd level of the Marquis realm. For example, Long Sainan, the snake race woman beside Yao Kaka, and the 2 superstone masters beside the golden armored bald man Gon. However, it was obvious that these powerful beings weren't a match for the upper-tier 8th rank Silver Moon Wolf, let alone a dragon. Therefore, there couldn't be too many of such powerful magical beasts in the Elite Prefecture tournament. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a 3-race battle but a 3-race battle beast horde. Therefore, Yi Qinghan's meaning was very clear. The mighty dragon on the left side of the valley could only be the Black Dragon in the Black Dragon Valley. The valley they were in matched the geographical features of the Black Dragon Valley. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi and the others had once stayed in this Black Dragon Valley and had been trapped here for a month. In other words, there was a safe place in this valley. And this place was on the right side of the valley, on their right. Yi Shur-san naturally understood what Yi Qinghan meant and what Yi Qinghan was referring to. In his heart, he secretly admired this future hope of the family. His brain was indeed more agile than his own. At the same time, he also began to carefully investigate the right side of the valley. 13. What's the situation? Knight 17's brain was obviously not working as well. He looked at Knight 13th, whose eyes were shining in bewilderment. Then he looked at the plain weeds and trees on the right side of the valley. Although he didn't know what Yi Qinghan and Yi Shur-san knew, he could feel Yi Shur-san's excitement, so he couldn't wait to ask. Yi Shur-san didn't answer him. His eyes were shining as if he was admiring the naked body of a beautiful woman. He carefully scanned the valley on the right side. He didn't miss a single place, nor did he miss any suspicious places. Finally, after scanning the area 3 times, he discovered a very subtle difference. It was a boulder under an ancient tree. The boulder was surrounded by ancient vines and weeds, but there was a small trace of human activity on the side. Found it? Yi Shisan excitedly clenched his fists, then turned around, pointed at the boulder and said to Yi 17, "17, do you see that boulder? There's a cave behind the boulder. It's absolutely safe there. Later, take young Master Han and Miss Wu and run there quickly. I'll stay behind just in case. Remember not to use your battle aura, and try to be as light as possible." "Okay." Yi 17 looked at the boulder curiously, and his eyes began to light up. He had heard Yi Shisan's words for many years. Since he said there was a cave behind the boulder, there must be, and it was definitely safe there. Therefore he didn't say much and nodded at Yi Shisan. He held Yi Qinghan with one hand and Yi Qingwu with the other. Like an ape, he began to run through the weeds. His footsteps were very relaxed and he didn't make the slightest sound. At his level, carrying 2 people, which weighed nearly 100 kilograms, was obviously very easy, even if he didn't use any battle aura. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were carried like 2 objects. Although they were a little shy, they didn't have any objections. If they used their battle aura, they might be able to do it as easily as Yi 17. However, if they didn't use their battle aura, there would inevitably be some accidents. Therefore, being carried by Yi 17 was the best solution. Yi 13 followed behind, but his mind was completely focused on the left side of the valley. He was worried that the giant on the left side of the valley would suddenly descend and give them a random dragon breath, completely killing them here. The dragon's roar continued in the valley. It was a short journey, but the 4 of them were so scared that their backs were all wet. Only when they finally reached the bottom of the boulder and found a 2-meter-high and 1-meter-wide hole on the side did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. The 4 of them filed in and walked into the dry hole. The hole was very deep and it twisted and extended all the way inside. Pa. Yi 13th opened the fire in his backpack and lit up the way. The 4 of them followed the winding path inside the cave all the way inside. Although they didn't know what was going on at the other end of the path, at least they were now out of danger. Therefore, the 4 of them didn't feel as heavy as before, and their expressions also calmed down a little. After walking on the winding path for more than 10 minutes, the 4 of them suddenly found that the path ahead was gradually widening, and there was a faint light coming from it. The 4 of them were shocked and quickened their pace toward the faint light. After a while, they reached their destination. The first thing they saw was a natural cave the size of a square. Half of it was a stone wall and the other half was a small pool. There were a few small holes on the top of the cave, through which the dazzling sunlight sprinkled mottled light into the cave. Now that they were out of danger, the 4 of them felt like they were about to collapse. They sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Even Yi Qingwu couldn't care less about her ladle-like image and sat down on the stone slab. Looking at the obvious traces of people living in the cave, Yi 13th sighed. At this time he thought of Yi Yi and the others who had died tragically. His expression was a little sad and painful. He said with some pain, "This is probably where Big Brother and the others lived for a month. I'm the one who implicated everyone. I'm useless." Sigh. Chapter 108. Seeing Yi Shisan and Yi 17's desolate expressions, Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood. He lowered his head and his eyes glazed over as if he had lost his soul. He thought about where the elites of the 4 clans had been teleported to and whether they would be in danger. He thought about how Yi Yi and the others had rushed to the barbarian race team to save them. He thought about the earth-shattering self-explosion. He thought about whether the 4 of them could walk out of the Black Dragon cave alive. He thought about the less than 4,000 points. He thought about his sister who was in a deep sleep in the back mountain. He fell into a very complicated situation. Maybe he was disappointed, maybe he was helpless, maybe he was in pain, maybe there were more. A few months ago he had walked out of Tsang City with great ambitions and a mighty team. He had thought that he could rely on his unique sacred beast and divine weapon with super healing ability to kill everyone in the prefecture battle. He had successfully obtained a large number of spiritual pills with a large number of points, returned home in glory and saved his sister. However, before he had entered the prefecture battle island, he had heard of very cruel news on the way. The strength that he had always been proud of was actually at the bottom of the prefecture battle. Then when he learned that Yi Tianlong had arranged 2 secret teams, he was a little relieved. On the Nether Island, Yu Qingqing had united the 4 clans and formed a super elite team, which gave him hope again. And in the next few months, the super elite team had also successfully wiped out the monster race and barbarian race. No team was a match for them. During that time he had been very excited and happy. He had imagined that if this continued, he would successfully obtain 10,000 points. However, the strange turn of events today had caused him to lose all hope. Not to mention whether the elites of the four clans could escape this time, he himself was not sure that he could escape from the Black Dragon Cave. Yi and the others were lucky enough to escape when a team accidentally broke in and took advantage of the chaos. Would they have the chance to escape? It just so happened that a small team had foolishly barged into this place. Let them take advantage of the chaos to escape? Taking a step back, even if they managed to escape, how could he face the other three families? Taking a step back, even if they reunited once again? How could they dare to hunt the outsiders again like they did before? If they were to encounter the same situation again, what should they do? Therefore, no matter how he thought about it, it seemed that regardless of whether he could escape or not, the chances of getting those 10,000 points were very slim. Little Han, don't be discouraged and don't be sad. There will always be a way. It was obviously the first time that Jianghu had encountered this kind of situation. She wanted to comfort Han but didn't know how. She could only sigh, bite her lip and say, "Little Han, don't be discouraged. Young Master Han, we're not blaming you. Don't think too much about it. There will always be a way." Seeing this, Yi Shisan sighed again and put away the sorrow and pain on his face. The dead were already dead and the living had to live on, right? Why can't you blame me? If not for Yi and the others, how could they have come back to participate in the mansion battle? How could they have died? Solution? What else can we do? Yi Qinghan became more and more depressed as he spoke. At this moment he was deep in self-blame and helplessness, and he spoke in a low voice mockingly. Seeing Yi Qinghan act like this, Yi Shisan and Yi Qingwu wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. Instead, Yi Shisan raised his eyebrows, bulged his eyes and scolded, "Young Master Han. It's not that I'm always lecturing you, but if you're a man, don't act like a woman. Big Brother and the others are just like us. They were orphans when they were young and were raised by the Yi family. They were taught a lot of skills and now they've returned the favor to the Yi family. I don't think they feel touched. Big Brother said that if you don't come out, you'll have to pay for it sooner or later. If you feel that their deaths were not worth it, then you have to pull yourself together, cultivate hard and take revenge for them. That's what a man should do. If you're so depressed, Big Brother and the others will have died in vain. Do you still want to save your sister?" Say, "Oh, can she still be saved?" After being scolded by Yi Shisan, Yi Qinghan barely managed to raise his spirits. He raised his head and looked at Yi Shisan in a daze. "Whether or not she can be saved is one thing, but if you continue like this, you'll definitely be finished. Your sister will also be finished with you. As for the methods, there are many. For example, 13 and I can break through to the Emperor realm, or you can break through to the Martial realm. With your heaven-defying fusion technique, you can instantly kill any Marquis. As long as we have a chance to escape from the Black Dragon Cave, we can still obtain 10,000 points. So as long as we work hard, anything is possible." Yi Shisan's words were clearly vague and half-hearted. Could even be said that he was spouting nonsense. However, when Yi Qinghan heard these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. His dim eyes slowly lit up and a glimmer of light appeared in them. Long Sinan was in a very bad mood. She was like the scorching sun on a hot summer day, causing people to subconsciously feel a trace of displeasure. A few days ago, she had received news that something big had happened on the disarray battlefield. It was something that made her break out in a cold sweat. The demon race and barbarian race had actually joined forces to besiege the four family squads. When he finally received the news and quickly led his team to rescue them, he found out that the four clans had successfully escaped from the teleportation array of the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. Moreover, the demon race and barbarian race had also been heavily injured by the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. However, she was still in a very bad mood. How could the demon race and barbarian race join forces? How could they join forces? How could they join forces? This was a very serious problem, very difficult to solve and very illogical. It was just that this very illogical thing actually happened, and it happened as if it was a matter of course, righteous and above board. This was a question worth thinking about. According to the information reported by the four family squad's elites who had been teleported to the House of Ares' stronghold on the disarray battlefield, it seemed that yesterday's encirclement and pursuit were a little inexplicable. It was as if the demon race and barbarian race had placed an invisible spy beside them, and their whereabouts were like the back of their hand. This was simply an inconceivable thing. Such a situation had never happened in the history of the Mansion Wars, and it was a problem that could not be solved. Today, Long Sinan received an even more inexplicable piece of information. A few days ago, Yao Kaka and Mangon had retreated from the Silver Moon Canyon. Today they actually began to gather their subordinates and rush towards the same place in a majestic manner. Although the two parties were taking different routes, their final destination could be deduced. Their final destination was actually the same place, and that place was very famous and very terrifying. That place was the lair of an upper 8th tier magical beast, the Black Dragon Valley. Both of them brought at least 1,000 people, and they rushed towards the Black Dragon Valley in a majestic manner. When Long Sinan received this piece of information, her first reaction was that they were going to slay a dragon. There was a treasure in the Black Dragon Valley? However, she immediately rejected this crazy idea.